Hi, this is Sam Barron, author of the book that you're about to listen to. If you enjoy listening to this audiobook as much as I enjoyed writing the book, please consider subscribing to my BookEmpathy channel on YouTube and also consider buying a copy of the book to help support the author. Thank you and happy listening.
BookEmpathy.com presents Black Cadillac by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day.
Chapter 1. He drove into town with a gun in his lap and murder on his mind. The black Cadillac Coupe de Ville rolled off Highway 75 into Preston Hollow, its tinted windows swallowing the amber glow of streetlights. The V8's low growl vibrated through the cracked leather seats, a dark shark prowling the manicured streets of Dallas's elite. Mansions loomed behind iron gates, their sculpted hedges bathed in shadows, the air thick with late summer heat and the faint sweetness of jasmine. But no scent could smother the rage smoldering in his chest, a fire lit by his father's death, a wound he blamed on men like Senator Raymond Holt. Holt. The name burned in his mind, the first mark in a ledger of blood. The Cadillac slowed, its tires whispering on asphalt as he spotted the brick mansion, its security lights buzzing faintly, a black SUV idling in the circular drive. His pulse ticked up, steady but eager, as he reached into his jacket pocket, pulling out a crumpled list. Holt's name sat at the top, scrawled in black ink, a promise he'd keep tonight if the moment allowed. His fingers twitched on the wheel, rough with calluses, gripping at 10 and 2. Holt's reputation clung to him like smoke, powerful, untouchable, a man whose influence had crushed lives like his father's, leaving graves in its wake. Tonight, he would make Holt pay for all that, for the promises and lies, for sullying the dream that was once a great nation, by splattering the filth of his political beliefs all over the flag of his fathers. He pulled to the curb under a drooping oak, its branches cloaking the car in shadow a block away. The faint smell of smoked brisket drifted from a nearby house, sharp and savory, hinting at a late dinner or political gathering. He reached for the canvas bag on the passenger seat. He unzipped it slowly, the sound a soft rasp in the quiet cabin. It was the work of a few minutes to transform. The tactical vest hugged his frame, Velcro straps catching with a muted snap. A fake badge sourced from a Tulsa back alley deal clipped to his chest, its cheap metal cold against his shirt. A police radio tuned to the Dallas PD channel hung on his belt, its live chatter crackling with codes and callouts, a steady hum of authority to sell the lie. The silicone mask came last, its cool, pliable surface molding to his skin, reshaping his jaw and nose into a stranger's face, convincing, unremarkable, built to pass scrutiny in dim light. He tested it with a glance in the rearview mirror, his own eyes staring back from a face that wasn't his. The Sig Sauer P226 settled into its holster, the grip smooth and worn under his palm, the suppressor tucked in his jacket pocket, ready when the talking stopped. He pushed open the Cadillac's door, the hinges creaking with a low groan, stiff from years of use. His boots hit the pavement, leather soles crunching on stray gravel, each step a deliberate pulse in the still night. The driver approached the SUV first, staying in the shadows, the police radio's chatter a low hum against his hip. The officer inside, line 30s, buzz-cut hair, wiry frame, glanced up as the driver tapped the open window, badge glinting in the dim yard light. "Evening, officer," the driver said, voice flat, authoritative. "Dallas PD. Checking on patrols in the area. Anything unusual tonight?" The officer frowned, eyes narrowing, but the badge and radio held his suspicion at bay. "All quiet here," he said, hand resting on his holster. "What's this about?" The driver's masked eyes locked onto his, cold and unyielding. The officer saw something in those eyes and reacted, reaching for his gun and radio in the same motion. The driver beat him to it, drawing and shooting in one fluid motion, a fatal hit to the temple. A muffled shot, a soft cough, and the officer slumped, blood streaking the dashboard, radio silent in his lap. His killer scanned the yard and saw what he was seeking. The perimeter officer's head was just visible, near the fence, flashlight sweeping the shadows. The driver moved, boots crunching gravel, just another cop doing his job. He approached the perimeter officer, late 40s, lined face, his flashlight cutting through the dark. "Dallas PD," the driver called softly, badge raised, radio crackling with a dispatcher's voice. "Not a word." The officer turned, alert and ready, but the police guys held him for a moment. "What's," he started, but the driver's P226 flashed up, a suppressed shot to the forehead dropping him into the grass. The flashlight rolled away, its beam flickering out. The driver turned away from the fence without looking back. He walked back up the sloping front lawn to the colonnaded porch. He stepped up onto the raised porch, the wooden boards creaking under his weight, staying in the shadows to avoid the overhead lamp's yellow glow. The air carried the tang of gun oil from his holster, mixing with the distant brisket scent. He paused, eyes on the lamp. Its light was a threat to his disguise. The mask worked well enough to approach the guard in the SUV or the one on the perimeter, but up close and under bright light, it wouldn't fool a pro. With a quick glance around, he drew the P226, the metal pleasantly warm in his hand from recent use, and used the butt to smash the bulb with a single firm tap. Glass tinkled to the porch floor, darkness spilling over him. Perfect. Now he would be backlit by the yard's bright security lights, cast into shadows just enough to keep the mask's seams invisible. He rang the doorbell, the chime echoing inside like a summons. His breath was steady, the mask's edge pressing against his jaw, sweat beating beneath it, warm and slick. The distant clink of dishes carried from the house, a murmur of voices too low to parse. Every sense was alive, the texture of the gun's grip, rough under his thumb, the faint hum of Highway 75, the crackle of the police radio, spitting out a dispatcher's clipped orders, the weight of his rage hung heavy in his chest. The door opened, revealing a third security officer, tall, blonde, 30s, crew-cut hair, watchful face sharp with vigilance, his suit tight across broad shoulders. His sharp eyes locked onto the driver, searching for intent, a predator's gaze meeting another's. "Can I help you?" the security officer said, voice low, professional, edged with suspicion. His hand rested on the pistol at his hip, his jaw tight as he scanned the badge, the masked face in the dim yard light. "Officer Daniels, Dallas PD," the driver said, his tone modulated to allay doubt. He held up the badge, letting it catch the faint light, and flashed a forged ID, its laminate smooth under his thumb. "Need to speak with Senator Holt." "Urgent." The lie was stark, leaving no room for questions. The security officer's eyes narrowed, holding the driver's gaze, searching for a flicker of deceit. A muscle twitched in his jaw, his posture tense, shoulders squared as if bracing for a threat. His hand hovered over his radio, fingers brushing the clip, the police radio's chatter on the driver's belt filling the silence with static and codes. "We weren't told about any police. The department hasn't called to." He glanced up, noticing the darkened porch light, and frowned. "Light out. Hold on." He stepped onto the porch, widening the door as he peered at the shattered lamp, his eyes flicking back to the driver, wary but distracted. Over the security officer's shoulder, through the open door, the driver glimpsed movement. Shapes moved on the grand staircase in the spacious lobby. Senator Holt, mid-50s, lined, silver-streaked hair, his tailored tuxedo sharp, exuding a commanding arrogance as he descended. Before him came his young trophy wife, late 20s, a vivacious blonde, ravishing in a low-cut crimson gown, her curvaceous figure showcased, breasts gleaming under chandelier light, a vision of glamour and sexuality. Trailing behind her, a young staffer, pretty in a Velma librarian kind of way, early 20s, brunette with a sleek bob, clutching a tablet, hovering at the landing. The driver saw his chance and took it. In one fluid motion, the driver drew the P226 and pressed the suppressor to the security officer's jaw, the cold metal biting into weathered skin. Their eyes locked for a split second, the officer's widening with a flash of alarm, his hand twitching toward his holster. Too light. The driver fired upward, the muffled shot a soft cough, and the officer dropped, blood spraying briefly before pooling on the porch, his gun still holstered. Inside the lobby, the senator had turned to speak to his staffer. The wife continued to walk forward, approaching the front door, her attention on her trailing gown. She didn't see the driver until he stepped through the doorway and brought the gun up to aim at her chest. Two soft whips of sound. 2 rounds to her chest, her blue eyes widening in shock as she collapsed backwards, striking her head on the marble floor with a resounding crack that was much louder than the shots themselves. Her gown rode up, flashing long sculpted shapely legs and a glimpse of red silk panties, blonde hair fanning out like a halo in the spreading pool of blood. Holt turned at the sound of his wife's skull cracking on the floor, shoes skidding as he tried to retreat up the stairs and stepped in her blood. His arrogant mask cracked into panic as he tried to scramble, but the driver tracked him, 3 shots, each a dull thud, tearing through his back. The senator collapsed, twitching once, then lay still. The staffer broke out of her deer-in-the-headlights freeze, stumbling back, raising the tablet as if it could shield her, her voice a rising protest. "You don't understand, it's not." The driver fired through the tablet, glass shattering, the bullet punching through her chest, blood blooming on her blouse. She staggered, eyes wide with shock, and he fired again. A second shot through her forehead, blood and bone spraying as she crumpled, her sleek bob matted, a silent witness to his rage. He stood breath steady, the air thick with cordite and the fading scent of brisket. The hallway was a slaughterhouse, bodies sprawled, blood seeping into the wood, the silence heavy. He checked his watch, the second hand seeming to tick too slowly. He was in the zone now. He had been here before. It was where he belonged, that space beyond the sudden shock of violent death, walking between the lands of the living and the lost. Distant sirens wailed, faint but closing. He moved fast, slipping back to the porch, boots crunching gravel, the night swallowing him as he walked down the slope to the street, crossed it without looking either way. Not a single car had driven by since he'd arrived, and reached the Cadillac. The door creaked as he slid inside, the leather seat cool against his back. He slammed the door shut, then began the task of unmaking himself. He stripped the vest, badge, and radio, folding them into the bag with careful, unhurried movements, the canvas rough under his fingers. The mask peeled off, its silicone clinging briefly to his skin, revealing his own unremarkable face. He stole a precious moment to grab the pencil and strike off Holt's name from the list. The engine roared to life, the V8's rumble a low promise as he pulled away, the mansion's lights fading in the rearview mirror, a graveyard now rather than a residence. Highway 75 stretched north toward Plano, the next name on his list calling like a debt unpaid. His father's death was a wound that demanded blood, a ledger only these deaths could balance. The Cadillac devoured the asphalt, headlights slicing through the night, carrying him toward the next town, the next reckoning and justice.
Chapter 2. Ruth leaned against the worn wooden counter of Henderson's bakery, the air sweet with vanilla and warm butter, a faint tang of yeast lingering from fresh-baked rolls. The Lowe's Perdido's shop was a cozy haven, its glass display case smudged with fingerprints, trays of pastries gleaming under fluorescent lights. A chalkboard menu hung crookedly above, scrawled with specials in Mrs. Henderson's looping script, lemon chiffon, pecan pie, chocolate ganache. Ruth's fingers brushed the diamond ring on her left hand, its facets catching the light, a quiet promise of the life she'd rebuilt with Aaron. Days from their Thanksgiving wedding, the world felt warm, filled with love, and her heart hummed with a joy she'd once thought lost forever. Aaron sat beside her, his broad shoulders relaxed in a flannel shirt, sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms tanned from weekend yard work. His coffee mug, chipped at the rim, sat untouched as he eyed a plate of cake samples: vanilla bean, red velvet, chocolate fudge, each square dusted with powdered sugar or swirled with icing. He speared a bite of chocolate with a plastic fork, the rich scent rising as he offered it to her. "Ava's pick," he said, his voice warm, eyes crinkling with affection. "She's set on chocolate. Says it's the only way to go for her flower girl debut." Ruth smiled, taking the fork, the cake's texture dense and velvety on her tongue, a burst of cocoa that made her hum. "She's not wrong," she said, swallowing, her voice soft with affection. "But Marcus, 11 and brimming with creativity, is lobbying for lemon, thinks it'll match his fake snow vision for the backyard." She closed her eyes as she relished the cake and pictured Marcus sketching paper snowflakes, his enthusiasm a spark that lit their home. Jake, 14, had already mapped out the wedding layout: chairs, string lights, a dance floor under the oaks, his practical mind loving the sheer logistics of the event. Mrs. Henderson bustled from the back, her apron dusted with flour, gray hair pinned in a loose bun. "Y'all settled on a flavor yet?" she asked, setting down a tray of pecan tarts, their caramelized tops glistening. Her voice carried the easy drawl of a friend who'd become family, her warmth woven into their lives through shared meals and late-night babysitting. "I can mix chocolate with a lemon curd layer if the kids are squabbling." "Keep the peace." Aaron chuckled, leaning back in the creaky chair, his hand finding Ruth's under the counter, fingers intertwining with a tenderness that made her heart skip. "Might need that," he said, his tone light with fondness. "Jake's staying out of the cake fight, but he's got strong feelings about ribs over brisket. Says Ava's dress can't handle the mess." Ruth laughed, picturing Jake's serious nod as he weighed logistics, his teenage cool melting into pride for their family's big day. "And Avis got her heart set on a white dress with lace sleeves," she added, her smile widening. "Keeps signing about how she'll twirl with the petals." Aaron's eyes softened, his thumb brushing her knuckles. "That girl's gonna steal the show," he said, voice thick with affection. "But we've got 100 things to nail down. Flowers, roses, or lilies? Music, band, or DJ?" Jake's redone the seating chart 3 times, wants his cousins away from the dessert table. Marcus is set on extra lights in the trees, says it's gotta look like a starry night. He grinned, shaking his head. "And we still need to confirm the tent rental in case it rains. Check the guest list, Mrs. Henderson's got half the town wanting to come." Ruth tilted her head, teasing. "You sure Marcus didn't get that starry night idea from you? You've been sketching table layouts on every napkin in the house." She nudged his shoulder, the flannel soft against her arm, her tone playful but warm with admiration. "And your family. You've been dropping hints about who's flying in. Spill it, Tate." Aaron's grin widened, his eyes bright with love for his kin. "My folks are coming from Florida. Mom's bringing her famous key lime pie, says it's a must. Dad's got that folksy charm, always spinning fishing stories. My uncle and aunt, Ray and Leela, are flying in too. Ray's obsessed with bass fishing, probably gonna drag me to a lake post-wedding. Leela's quieter, but her laugh fills a room." Ruth smirked, cutting in. "And your sister Claire from North Dakota's bringing her poetry book, ready to make us all cry with her toast." Aaron grinned his aw shucks grin. She doesn't go anywhere without that darn poetry book. Say, did I tell you about the time that she gate-crashed our cousin's office Christmas party and started reading slam poetry to the whole? I know. You've told me 1,000,000 times already, Ruth laughed, her voice teasing. Aaron laughed, nodding, his hand tightening on hers. You got me. Claire and her wife, their daughter, they're thrilled to meet you and the kids. And Ellen from Arkansas, with her husband and boys. She's got that dry humor, always ribbing my cooking, but she's been texting nonstop about how excited she is. They all are Ruth's. My whole crew, from Florida to North Dakota, they can't wait to be part of this, to see the family we've built. Ruth's throat tightened, her smile softening. You're lucky to have them, she said, her voice quiet but steady. You know, I don't have anyone coming from my side. Grew up in foster care, no family to speak of. And Jim's folks, the Caldwells, Ava and I, were not interested in seeing them again. They're not us. She shrugged, the words simple but heavy, her trust in Aaron carrying her through. He squeezed her hand, his gaze steady with respect. You've got us now, he said, voice low, cert. Me, Ava, Jake, Marcus, my whole loud family. We're yours, Ruth. Always will be. Ruth's chest swelled, admiration for this man who'd woven her and Ava into his world, who loved Jake and Marcus with fierce devotion. She leaned closer, her shoulder brushing his, the flannel's warmth grounding her. Ava calling you Aaron Dad still gets me, she said, smiling. She's so sure of you. I want this wedding to feel like we're sealing it, all of us together. Roses, definitely. A band for dancing, Jake's right about that. And Marcus's lights, no question. Aaron nodded, his eyes bright. Roses it is. And I'm holding firm on some Texas brisket, Jake's ribs or not. We'll double-check the sound system too, make sure the band's got what they need. And the programs, Ava wants her name in fancy script. He laughed, a sound that filled the bakery with warmth. It's gonna be our day, Ruth. All of us under those oaks. Mrs. Henderson cleared her throat, a playful grin spreading as she slid another sample, almond with raspberry filling, across the counter. Y'all keep planning like that, I'll be ballin' before we pick a cake, she said, wiping her hands on her apron. Try this one. Could be a contender. Ruth took a bite, the tart raspberry cutting through the nutty sweetness, and passed the fork to Aaron. Their fingers brushed, a quiet warmth in the simple act, and she lingered in the moment. The bakery's glow, the kids' joy, the promise of their backyards strung with lights. Ava would scatter petals, Jake would fuss over chairs, Marcus would beam at his creations. Aaron's family would bring their laughter, their stories, their love. It was everything she'd thought impossible after Jim, everything Aaron had made real. Aaron's cell phone buzzed against the counter, the screen lighting up with Ben Miller's name, their supervisor. Ruth's pulse quickened, a thrill of duty she embraced as much as this family moment. Aaron glanced at her, brow raised, and answered. Hey Ben, he said, voice steady. What's up? He paused, listening, his jaw tightening slightly. Yeah. How bad? Another pause, his hand gripping the phone. We're in Los Perdidos, but we'll be there in an hour. Send the details. He hung up and reached for his jacket slung over the back of his chair. Gotta get on the road. There's a situation. Ruth didn't need to know more. She rose and followed him out. Chapter 3. Ruth felt the familiar electric current that coursed through her veins whenever a case demanded everything she had to give. The Range Rover's engine hummed beneath her as Erin navigated the highway toward Dallas, but her mind was already at the crime scene, walking through blood-soaked marble, reading the story written in violence and silence. Her fingers drummed against the console, a nervous habit from her early days as a ranger when big cases made her feel like she was drowning in details that refused to form a pattern. But this wasn't early days anymore. This was Ruth Baker at the height of her investigative powers, with a partner she trusted completely and a team that could follow her into the darkness of human brutality. Erin's phone buzzed against the console, Ben Miller's name casting its glow across the dashboard. Ruth hit speaker before Erin could reach for it, her instincts already sharpening for the briefing that would shape their next 48 hours. "You're headed into a perfect storm," Ben's voice filled the vehicle, carrying the weight of a supervisor who'd seen every kind of hell Texas could produce. Preston Hollow, Senator Raymond Holt's mansion. 6 bodies, all fresh. "This one's going to burn hot and bright, Ruth." "6." Ruth said, her investigative mind immediately sorting possibilities. Primary target and collateral damage, or multiple planned victims. "That's what we need to figure out," Ben replied. "I'm sending you crime scene photos and surveillance footage now. Fair warning, this isn't your typical domestic or gang shooting." Ruth's phone chimed with incoming messages. She opened the first image and felt her breath catch slightly. "Erin, I'm going to walk you through what I'm seeing since you can't look," she said, then described the scene. Senator Raymond Holt, sprawled across marble stairs in a blood-soaked tuxedo. 3 entry wounds in his back, silver hair matted with blood. He died running. "Jesus," Erin muttered, his hands tightening on the wheel. "How close range?" "Close," Ruth said, studying the blood spatter patterns. "Maybe 6 feet, based on the entry wounds." "Tell me about the senator, Ben." "Judiciary Committee, chairman means he had enemies." "Plenty of them," Ben confirmed. Holt was pushing through controversial judicial nominations, blocking others. He'd been receiving death threats for months. Secret Service wanted to upgrade his security, but he refused, said it would make him look weak. The second photo loaded. Ruth's voice stayed steady as she described it to Erin. Young blonde woman, evening gown, crumpled at the foot of the stairs. 2 shots to the chest, close range. "The wife's?" Erin asked. "Danielle Holt, 28, Ben confirmed. Former Miss Texas runner-up, married to the senator 3 years ago. They were hosting a fundraising dinner tonight for Holt's judicial reform initiative." "So she wasn't just wrong place, wrong time," Ruth said, studying the positioning. "She was part of the evening's events." Who else was at this dinner? If they were hosting a dinner, why was the house so quiet when he arrived? Erin asked. "No guests, no catering staff." "Good question," Ruth said. "Ben." 12 guests total, Ben said. All left by 9:30. Staff confirmed Mrs. Holt was still alive when the last guest departed. Ruth opened the third image. Young woman in business attire, shattered tablet beside her. Professional, well-dressed. Rebecca Santos, 24. Georgetown graduate, been with Holt's office 18 months. She was staying late to prep briefing materials for Holt's committee hearing tomorrow. Why was she still there after the dinner ended? Ruth asked. Standard practice, Ben explained. Holt always did a post-event debrief with his key staff. Then Santos would prepare updated talking points based on donor feedback. She had a room in the mansion's east wing for late nights. Ruth felt her analytical mind engaging. So the killer knew the household routine. Who else knew Santos would be working late? That's a short list, Ben said. Holt's chief of staff, his scheduler, the security team, household staff. The fourth photograph made Ruth pause. Man in SUV, single gunshot to the temple. No defensive wounds, weapon still holstered. Jack Del Rey, 45, ex-Secret Service, Ben said. Team leader. 20 years protecting politicians. How does someone get close enough to a Secret Service veteran to execute him? Aaron asked. Del Rey should have been the hardest target, not the easiest. That's what's got us worried, Ben replied. The surveillance footage shows the killer approached Del Rey in a police uniform. Badge, radio, the full setup. But Del Rey would know police procedure, Aaron pressed. He'd verify credentials, call it in. Something doesn't add up. Ruth opened the next image. Second security officer, near a fence, flashlight still in his hand. Single shot to the forehead. David Rodriguez, 36, former Dallas PD detective. 8 years private security. Same approach. Ruth asked. Different angle, same result. Rodriguez was doing perimeter patrol when someone in police gear approached him. Badge got him close enough for the kill shot. The sixth photograph made Ruth frown. Third security officer, front porch, young guy. Tyler Brooks, 26. Licensed PI, security certified. 2 years with the team. Ruth felt the first stirring of unease. 3 professional security officers, all taken down by someone in a police uniform. Ben, I need to see that surveillance footage. Send me the key clips. Coming your way now, Ben said. Ruth's phone chimed again, this time with video files. She opened the first clip and watched a tall figure in police uniform approach the SUV. Aaron, I'm watching the surveillance video. The killer's about 6'2", lean build, moving with serious confidence. Police uniform looks legitimate, not some Halloween costume. The video showed the figure's approach to Del Rey's SUV, the brief conversation, then the sudden movement as the killer drew and fired. Wait, Ruth said, replaying the clip. Ben, this uniform, is it real Dallas PD gear? That's what we're trying to determine, Ben said. The badge and radio appear authentic, but we haven't confirmed if they're stolen items or high-quality replicas. If he's got real Dallas PD gear, that's a serious problem, Aaron said grimly. Either someone inside is helping him, or he's got access to police equipment. Ruth opened the second video clip. Now he's approaching the perimeter guard. Same confident walk, same professional bearing. She watched the killer move through shadows, timing his approach to avoid other cameras. Ruth, what's bothering you about this? Aaron asked, hearing the tension in her voice. The comfort level, she said, opening the third clip. This isn't someone pretending to be a cop. This is someone who moves like law enforcement. The posture, the approach angles, the way he uses his badge. You think he's a cop? Aaron asked quietly. Current or former, Ruth said. Has to be. The third video showed the killer at the front door, speaking briefly with Brooks before shooting him and stepping over the body. Ben, this mask he's wearing, what kind of detail are we talking about? High-end silicone prosthetics, Ben replied. Changes his facial structure, nose, jawline. Professional movie-quality stuff, not something you pick up at a costume shop. Ruth opened the fourth video file, showing the killer inside the mansion. Aaron, he's inside now. Moves through the house like he's been there before. Takes out Mrs. Holt as she comes down the stairs, then tracks the senator who's trying to run upstairs. How long is he inside? Aaron asked. Less than 2 minutes, Ruth said, watching the timestamp. Finds Santos trying to hide behind the staircase, executes her, then he's out. Professional timing, Aaron observed. In and out before response arrives. But Ruth, if he's this good, why the distinctive car? It's like he wants to be remembered. Ruth played the final clip, showing the killer exiting and walking calmly to his vehicle. Ben, this Cadillac, it's not just distinctive, it's pristine. Classic black Coupe de Ville, probably restored. That's what's got us puzzled, Ben said. Professional killers don't drive attention-getting vehicles. Unless the vehicle serves another purpose, Ruth mused. Aaron's right, maybe he wants to be remembered. Maybe the car is part of the message. What kind of message? Aaron asked. The kind that says this isn't random, Ruth said, her voice growing harder. Where did it go after leaving the mansion, Ben? Traffic camera picked it up heading north on Highway 75 at 10:23, Ben said. Then nothing. Ruth's thoughts churned, picturing the Cadillac's chrome glinting under streetlights. A car that bold didn't vanish by accident. Jake, she said, switching to the team call, her voice firm. What's the range of that traffic cam hit? How far could he have gone by 10:23? Jake Ramirez's voice came through, precise but tense. Highway 75 at 10:23, northbound, puts him maybe 5 miles from the mansion. No other cams picked him up, not on 635, Central Expressway, or side streets. Ruth's fingers tapped the console, her mind calculating. 5 miles in 6 minutes, she said. He's not hitting major highways, or we'd have more hits. Tina, what's the grid search covering? Every square mile around Preston Hollow, Tina Alvarez said, her voice steady. Residential garages, commercial lots, junkyards, alleys, strip malls. Drones are sweeping low-traffic zones, troopers hitting gas stations, 7-Elevens, motels. Ruth pictured the search, her thoughts sifting possibilities. No sightings, she said. Bolos out in 10 minutes, choppers up, roadblocks on 75 and 635. A Cadillac like that doesn't disappear. Maybe he ditched it, Brett Collins offered, his voice calm. Swapped for another vehicle, left the Cadillac in a lot somewhere. Ruth shook her head, though the team couldn't see. That car's his signature, she said. He didn't pick it by chance. It's part of his plan. Part of his plan? Maya Patel asked, her profiler's tone probing. You think he's keeping it for a reason? Exactly, Ruth said, her thoughts racing. A pro doesn't drive a car that loud unless it means something. Maybe it's a message, like Aaron said. Maybe it's bait. Bait. Rico Delgado cut in, his voice rough. For who? Us. Maybe, Ruth said, testing the idea. Or for someone else. Someone he wants to notice. Sam Rodriguez's voice was measured. The media's eating this up. A senator, a classic car, it's already viral. Could be he wants the attention. Ruth's eyes flicked to the dashboard's glow, her mind working the angles. Attention fits, she said. But why stay in Dallas? Why not run after a hit like that? He's got to know we're locking down the city, Tina said. Every cop in Texas is looking for that car. Aaron's voice was low, steady. So he's either out of Dallas or he's hiding close. But out doesn't add up, too many cams, too many eyes. Right, Ruth said, her thoughts sharpening. If he's out, we'd have a hit by now. Traffic cams, toll booths, something. He's not out. So he's hiding, Maya said, her tone kicking in. A guy this deliberate doesn't sit in a random lot. He's got a planned hideout, garage, junkyard, somewhere urban where a car can sit unnoticed. Ruth nodded to herself, the idea taking shape. A garage, a junkyard behind a 7-Eleven, she said, her voice firm. He's not running. He's waiting. Waiting for what? Rico asked, his tone skeptical. The manhunt's only getting bigger. That's the point, Ruth said, her mind clicking. He's not scared of the manhunt. He's counting on it. Tina's voice was tense. Counting on it? Why? Ruth's breath slowed, the pieces clicking. Occam's razor, she said, her voice low, commanding. Maya paused, curious. What's that? Erin glanced at her calm. When you eliminate all other possibilities, the last remaining possibility, no matter how unlikely, is the answer. Silence hung on the line. Rico broke it, his voice rough. He never left the neighborhood. No way. Cops are crawling over that place like ants on a picnic cookie. Ruth leaned forward, her voice steady. He plans to kill again right there, in the senator's own backyard. Erin glanced at her skeptically. With the biggest manhunt in Texas history still in progress. Ruth nodded, her mind working through it. Yup. I don't get it, boss, Jake said. Why take such a risk when he had a real chance of getting clean away by now? Tina's voice came through, sharp and analytical. He had a window of 6 minutes and 36 seconds after the last shot to clear the area. Could have put at least 5 miles between him and the crime scene, maybe more. That's an 80% chance of evasion, easy. Ruth shook her head, though the team couldn't see. He doesn't care about getting caught. Nobody guns down a sitting senator and his wife and 4 other people, and really thinks he's going to get away with it. This guy's on some kind of trip. I'm not sure what. But I'd bet you $100 the reason that Caddy's not been spotted yet is because he's sitting right there. And the only reason for him to take that risk is if he intends to kill again soon, and his next target happens to be right in the area. Everyone was silent for a long moment. The car filled with only the low thrum of the highway and the cold November wind. Then Brett said, "So who does he plan to kill next?" Ruth allowed herself a grim smile. "We figure that out, and we'll nab ourselves an assassin."
Chapter 4. The black Cadillac Coupe de Ville prowled into Austin's downtown, its tinted windows greedily swallowing the neon glow of 6th Street. The V8's low grumble reverberated through the cracked leather seats, a grouchy black beast slinking past bars and late-night crowds. The November air was sharp with chill, laced with the tang of street tacos and cigarette smoke, the city's heartbeat thrumming through the night. The killer's hand, smooth and perfectly manicured, held the wheel casually, the other hand and arm leaning on the open window, polished nails reflecting the dashboard's gleam. A single name hung in his mind's eye like a floating neon sign: Congresswoman Elena Marquez. Her divisive, choking influence had crushed hopes and dreams, causing untold harm, leaving pain in its wake. She had to be stopped. She was part of the insidious, systemic rot that was plaguing this country's politicians. Her name sat at the top of his list, neatly typed on his notepad app on his phone, a promise he'd keep tonight. The Cadillac slowed, tires whispering on asphalt, as he spotted Marquez's campaign office, a sleek 2-story glass building, its security gate glinting under sodium lights. A black SUV idled in the lot, a guard's silhouette sharp inside, the faint buzz of security cameras humming overhead. He reached for the faux leather bag on the passenger seat. The zipper rasped softly in the quiet cabin, a sound drowned by a distant car horn. It was the work of minutes to transform. The black tactical vest hugged his lean frame, Velcro straps snapping shut with a muted click. Forged credentials sourced from a Houston fixer clipped to his chest. James Carter, private security contractor, hired to assess vulnerabilities. A radio tuned to a private security frequency hung on his belt, humming with routine check-ins. The silicone mask came last, its cool, pliable surface molding to his skin, reshaping his jaw and nose into a square, unremarkable face. He checked it in the rearview mirror, his eyes twinkling with a practiced, disarming charm, a hipster's self-aware smile hinting at progressive ideals. The Heckler & Koch VP9 settled into its holster, the grip smooth and pristine under his palm, the suppressor tucked in his jacket pocket, ready for when the charm faded. He pushed open the Cadillac's door. It opened smoothly and silently despite its vintage and years of service. His boots hit the pavement, leather soles crunching on stray gravel, each step a deliberate beat in the neon-lit night. The city's sounds muffled music, a shout from a bar, faded as he approached the SUV, his stride loose, confident, almost jaunty, a man at ease in his urban skin. The guard, mid-30s, broad-shouldered, crew-cut, glanced up as he tapped the window, credentials held up to view in the lot's yellow light. "Evening," said the driver, his voice warm, a smirk spreading under the mask, cultured with a progressive lilt. "James Carter, security consultant. Here to check the office's defenses for the Congresswoman. Got a minute to walk me through?" The guard's eyes narrowed, his hand resting on his holster, suspicion etched in his weathered face. "Didn't hear about any consultant," he said, voice low. "Who sent you?" "Marquez's chief of staff," he lied smoothly, leaning in, his tone conspiratorial, a wink in his voice. "Last-minute thing. They're spooked about threats after that fundraiser tonight. You catch the vibe on those?" The guard's shoulders eased slightly, his nod reluctant. "Yeah, it's been pretty tense. What do you need?" "Just a quick look at the gate setup," the driver said, his smirk widening, eyes twinkling with charm. "Gotta keep the Congresswoman safe, right? Can you pop the gate?" The guard hesitated, his fingers brushing his radio. The killer's hand moved, fluid and fast, drawing the VP9, suppressor already threaded. A soft cough, a muffled shot to the temple, and the guard slumped, blood streaking the dashboard, pooling in the seat's creases, his radio silent in his lap. The killer scanned the lot, his smirk fading to a cold, focused stare. A second guard, late 40s, grizzled, stood near the fence, watchful and alert. His attention was directed at the far side of the lot. He gave no sign of having noticed the demise of his colleague in the SUV. The driver moved towards him, boots crunching gravel, the radio's chatter a low hum against his hip. "Hey, buddy," he called softly, credentials raised, his voice bright again, laced with a hipster's flair. "Carter, security consultant. Gate guy sent me over. Need a word about security." The guard turned, his flashlight pinning the credentials, his face lined with years of vigilance. "What's this about?" he asked, voice gruff, his hand hovering near his holster. "Threat assessment," the driver said, his tone easy, almost playful, a conspiratorial nod to shared ideals. "Congresswoman's team's jumpy about tonight's event. Can you show me the fence lines set up? Need to check points of ingress and egress." The guard's eyes flicked to the badge, then back to his face, neither suspicious nor trusting, just doing his job. A moment's pause, a muscle twitching in his jaw. "Too long." The VP9 flashed up, a suppressed shot punching through the guard's forehead, blood spraying briefly before he crumpled into the grass. The driver stepped over the body, moving to the office's rear entrance, the glass door reflecting Austin's skyline, neon pinks and blues shimmering in the night. The lock was high-end, biometric, but his pick set tucked in his vest was faster, tumblers clicking softly under his sure fingers. The door swung open, the office dim, lit by desk lamps and the pale glow of a computer screen. Marcus stood at a whiteboard, mid-50s, sharp-eyed, her tailored gray suit crisp, her dark hair pulled tight, exuding the quiet arrogance of power. An aide, early 30s, lanky, typed furiously at a desk, papers scattered, his tie loosened, sweat beading on his brow under wire-rimmed glasses. A campaign manager, late 40s, broad-hipped, overworked and weary, stood by a coffee machine, her blouse wrinkled from a long night, her eyes tired but alert, a clipboard clutched in her hand. A third guard, early 20s, wiry, stood at an inner door, his hand resting on his holster, his posture tense, eyes watchful. Keep an eye on that one, the driver thought to himself, he's got that killer look. The driver's smirk returned, his voice bright, theatrical, with a progressive edge. Congresswoman Marquez, he said, stepping forward, credentials raised. James Carter, security consultant. Your chief of staff sent me to check the office after tonight's fundraiser. Got a minute to talk safety? Marquez turned, her gaze skeptical, her posture rigid. I wasn't informed about any consultant, she said, her voice steady, clipped. Who authorized this? Tor's your chief of staff, he lied, his tone warm, disarming, a cultured chuckle lacing his words. She's worried about those threats you've been getting. Progressive causes stir up trouble, right? I'm just here to ensure you're safe. The aide glanced up, his fingers pausing on the keyboard, his brow furrowing. I wasn't looped in about this, he said, his voice tense, reaching for a phone on the desk. The driver drew the VP9, two soft whips of sound. 2 rounds tore through Marquez's chest, her sharp eyes widening in shock, her suit jacket blooming red as she staggered, crashing into the whiteboard, markers clattering to the floor, blood streaking the glass in jagged arcs. In the same continuing motion, the driver pivoted to the door guard, who'd reacted instantly at the noise, his hand snapping open his holster, his young face pale with panic, eyes darting to the bodies. His gun was in his hand, rising, the dark eye about to see the driver. Nope, can't have that. Not the eye of Sauron, no siree. A single shot, a soft thump on the guard's forehead, a hole the size of a penny appearing, fluid matter spraying the doorframe, his body slumping, boots twitching once before stilling, his gun clattering to the floor, unused. The aide lunged for the phone, his chair tipping, glasses skewed, but a second shot, a dull thud through the back of his skull, sent him sprawling across the desk, papers scattering like leaves, blood pooling over campaign flyers. He lay still, one lens of his glasses cracked, reflecting the desk lamp's glow. The campaign manager froze, her clipboard slipping, hitting the tile with a sharp clack, her scream cut short as 2 more shots, thud, thud, punched through her chest, her body crumpling, blood seeping into the carpet, her blouse matted, her eyes wide with shock, a silent witness to his rage. The driver stood, breath steady, the air thick with cordite and the hum of the office's AC, the faint drip of coffee pooling beside a shattered mug on the tile. The room was a slaughterhouse, bodies sprawled, blood-soaking carpet and tile, silence heavy as death settled over the office. He checked his watch, 10:02 p.m. The night was still young. Plenty of game left. He had been prepared for sirens, flashing lights, a cordon, armed men with long guns aiming for his head. The reality was a disappointment. This first gig had gone smooth as silk. Almost too good to be true. But he had suffered enough pain and disappointment and loss to appreciate a win when he had won. He would take it gratefully. Time to skedaddle. Mustn't mess up the exit. Leave them still warm and happy. Or well, just leave 'em dead. Man, he had killed it tonight. He chuckled softly at his own joke. He moved fast, slipping out the rear door, boots crunching gravel, the city's neon glow swallowing him. The Cadillac waited, its chrome gleaming under a streetlight, a faithful steed ready to bear him onward to the next quest. The door opened soundlessly as he slid inside, the leather seat cool against his back. He slammed it shut, the sound sharp in the quiet night. He stripped off the vest, credentials, and radio, folding them into the bag carefully, the canvas rough under his smooth fingers. The mask peeled off, silicone clinging briefly to his skin, revealing a different face than the one his victims had seen before they died. He spent a minute striking Marquez's name from the list on his phone, feeling the surge of euphoria from having struck the first item. Plenty more to go, but at least he had started. Well begun was half the battle won, as his Nana used to say. The engine roared to life, the V8's rumble a satisfying drumroll of celebration as he pulled away, the office's lights fading in the rearview mirror, a graveyard now rather than a campaign hub. The city stretched south, the next name on his list calling like a debt unpaid. His vengeance, a fire lit by betrayal, demanded blood, a ledger only these deaths could balance. The Cadillac devoured the asphalt, headlights slicing through the night, carrying him toward the next town, the next reckoning, his justice relentless.
Chapter 5. Ruth's phone was warm in her hand, the console's plastic cool under her other palm, as she watched the Texas landscape blur past through the Range Rover's tinted windows. The familiar weight of a big case was settling into her bones, that electric anticipation mixed with dread that came when multiple bodies hit the ground and the clock started ticking. 10 minutes out from Preston Hollow, her mind was already walking through that blood-soaked mansion, piecing together the killer's path like a deadly puzzle. She pressed the phone closer to her ear, Ben Miller's gravelly voice cutting through the road noise. "Ben, we need to tighten our search grid in Preston Hollow," she said, her investigative instincts humming. "I know it sounds counterintuitive, but we should pull resources from the outer rings and focus everything on that immediate neighborhood. Every garage, every tool shed, every place a car could hide." Ben's sigh carried the weight of a supervisor who'd been fielding calls from angry citizens, and their even angrier lawyers all morning. Easier said than done, Ruth. These aren't your average suburbanites. We're talking about people who have got the mayor on speed dial. The bigger estates are throwing up legal roadblocks faster than we can draft warrants. Lawyers everywhere, threatening lawsuits if we so much as peek over their garden gates. Ruth felt her jaw tighten. She'd dealt with wealthy obstructionism before, but during a senator's murder investigation. They're really going to protect their privacy over 6 dead bodies, she said, disbelief sharpening her voice. These people must know we're hunting a killer who took out one of their neighbors. "Oh, they know," Ben said dryly. But Holt wasn't exactly the neighborhood darling. Made a lot of enemies with those judicial confirmation fights, even among his own party. Word is some of his neighbors considered him a divisive troublemaker. Aaron glanced at her, his expression grim. Politics aside, the man deserved better than having his neighbors stonewalling his murder investigation, he said quietly. 6 people, Ruth. Including that young staffer who was just doing her job. Ruth nodded, her mind cataloging the faces from the crime scene photos, particularly Rebecca Santos, barely out of college, her whole life ahead of her until she'd had the misfortune of working late for the wrong senator. "Ben, lean on whoever you need to lean on," she said firmly. "Mayor, governor, whoever has juice with these people. I don't care if they hated Holt's politics. This killer is hiding somewhere close, and those estates are perfect hiding spots." Before Ben could respond, his voice cut off mid-sentence, replaced by the electronic beep of call waiting. "Hold on, Ruth," he said. "Got something coming in hot. Don't go anywhere." The line went quiet, leaving Ruth with the steady hum of the highway and Aaron's classic rock station playing softly in the background. She lowered the phone, her fingers drumming an unconscious rhythm against the console, a nervous habit from her early Ranger days that Aaron had learned not to comment on. "Rich folks circling the wagons," she murmured, staring out at the passing countryside. Amazing how quickly neighborhood solidarity evaporates when it comes to actually helping catch a killer. Aaron's hands remained steady on the wheel, his voice carrying that calm authority she'd come to depend on. Holt stirred up a lot of anger with those confirmation hearings. Some of those fights got downright nasty, protesters at his house, death threats, the works. Wouldn't surprise me if his neighbors were relieved when the circus finally left town. Ruth's mind churned through the implications, imagining the sleek black Cadillac tucked away behind some mansion's ornate gates, protected by wealth and willful blindness. "Doesn't matter what they thought of his politics," she said, her voice hardening. "He was their neighbor, and now he's dead. We'll get into those yards one way or another." Her phone buzzed again, Ben's name lighting up the screen with unusual urgency. She hit speaker immediately. "Ben, talk to me. Please tell me you've got good news about those search warrants." "Ruth, I need you to turn around." Ben's voice was strained, carrying an edge she'd rarely heard from their unflappable supervisor. "Tell Aaron to flip that Rover around and head south. Now." Ruth felt her investigative instincts shift into high gear, her pulse quickening. "What?" "Ben, we're almost to the crime scene." "What's going on?" "Just do it, Ruth," Ben said, and there was something in his tone that brooked no argument. "Please." "I'll explain on the way." She locked eyes with Aaron, seeing her own confusion mirrored in his steady gaze. They'd worked together long enough that words weren't always necessary. She could read the questions in his expression, the same ones running through her own mind. But Aaron had learned to trust her instincts, just as she'd learned to trust his judgment. "Aaron, turn us around," she said quietly. "South." Without hesitation, Aaron checked his mirrors and began signaling for the next exit. The Range Rover handled the U-turn smoothly, its powerful engine settling into a new rhythm as they reversed course. Ruth watched the landscape change direction outside her window, her mind already racing ahead to whatever crisis was pulling them away from Dallas. "Okay, Ben," she said once they were heading south on the highway. "We're turned around and moving. Now tell me what's so urgent that you're pulling us off a senator's murder." "There's been another shooting, Ruth." Ben's voice was grim. "Austin." "A congresswoman this time, along with her staff." Ruth felt the pieces clicking in her mind, like tumblers in a lock. Her earlier hunch about the killer staying close, planning another strike. She'd been right, just wrong about the location. Another political assassination. She asked, her voice sharpening with focus. "How bad?" "Bad as it gets," Ben replied. "And Ruth's." This is where it gets weird. The Austin shooting happened at 10:23 last night. 6 minutes after the Holt murders ended. Aaron's eyes flicked to her, his calm demeanor cracking slightly. Ruth felt her world tilt as she processed the timeline. 6 minutes," she said slowly. "Ben, that's impossible. Austin's 200 miles from Dallas." "Exactly what I thought," Ben said, his voice carrying the weight of someone who'd been grappling with the same impossibility all morning. Which is why we're just hearing about this now. Austin PD spent the night and morning trying to make sense of their scene. Bodies weren't discovered until this morning when the cleaning crew showed up. Ruth's analytical mind was already working the problem, but the math refused to cooperate. The timestamp is solid. She pressed. Rock solid, Ben confirmed. High-definition security cameras, synchronized with the national time server. No glitches, no errors. The congressman was killed at 10:23 p.m., end of story. Ruth started to pepper him with more questions, but Ben cut her off. Hold that thought, Ruth. I've got the Austin team calling in with updates. Stay on the line, this is about to get more complicated. He put her on hold, leaving her with the electronic hum of the conference system and her own racing thoughts. She muted her end and turned to Aaron, whose knuckles had gone white on the steering wheel. Another political hit, she said, her voice low and intense. 6 minutes after Holt, 200 miles south. Aaron, what are we looking at here? Aaron's response was measured, but she could hear the underlying tension. 6 minutes to cover 200 miles. Ruth, that's not just impossible, it's physically impossible. Even if he'd had a helicopter waiting, which would have shown up on radar. I know, she said, her mind spinning through scenarios and discarding them just as quickly. But if the timestamps are solid, if it's really the same killer, we're dealing with something I've never seen before. Ben's voice crackled back to life. Ruth, you still there? She unmuted quickly. Right here, Ben. Give me everything you've got on Austin. Congresswoman Alina Marquez, Ben said, and Ruth could hear papers rustling in the background. 54 years old, third-term representative, killed in her campaign office downtown. 5 others dead, campaign aide, manager, and 3 security guards. All close-range shots, professional execution. Ruth's mind automatically began cataloging similarities to the Dallas scene. Same MO as Holt? She asked. Suppressed weapon, tactical approach. Eerily similar, Ben confirmed. Surveillance shows the killer in security contractor gear, tactical vest, fake credentials, the whole 9 yards. But here's the kicker, Ruth. The getaway vehicle was a black Cadillac Coupe de Ville, same as Dallas. Aaron leaned toward the phone. Same model or the same actual car? According to the traffic cameras, same license plate, Ben said. Texas registration, same exact digits as the Dallas vehicle. Captured leaving the scene at 10:23 p.m. Ruth felt a chill run down her spine. Same plate number. Ben, that's not just the same model, that's the exact same car. Which brings us back to our impossible timeline, Ben said grimly. 1 car, 1 killer, 6 minutes, 200 miles. Ruth leaned back in her seat, her mind working furiously. She had 2 choices: accept that the evidence was wrong, or accept that something was happening that defied conventional explanation. In 15 years of law enforcement, she'd learned to trust evidence over assumptions, but this was testing that principle to its limits. Ben, I need to talk to the team, she said. Get everyone on conference, Jake, Tina, Brett, the whole crew. If we're dealing with what this looks like, we're going to need every brain we can get. A few minutes later, the familiar voices of her team filled the Range Rover's cabin. Ruth felt a surge of affection for these people who'd become more than colleagues over the years. They were partners in the truest sense, bound together by shared cases and mutual trust. Okay, people, she said, her voice carrying the authority that came naturally during major investigations. We've got a situation that's either going to make us look like heroes or idiots, and I'm not sure which yet. Jake, I need you to work your magic on the surveillance footage from both scenes. What are we looking at in terms of physical characteristics? Jake Ramirez's voice came through clear and precise, tinged with the excitement he always got when diving into technical challenges. Just finished running both sets of footage through the facial recognition and body analysis software, Ruth. The AI is giving me some interesting results. Talk to me, Ruth said, settling deeper into her seat as her mind prepared to process technical data. Both locations show a male subject, approximately 6'2", lean build, estimated weight around 180 pounds, Jake said, and Ruth could picture him at his computer setup, multiple monitors displaying freeze frames and data streams. But here's where it gets really interesting. The movement analysis software is showing a 95% match in gait patterns, posture, and body mechanics between the Dallas and Austin subjects. Ruth felt her pulse quicken. Same person? She asked. According to the AI, absolutely, Jake said, his voice carrying scientific certainty. The software analyzes joint angles, stride length, even micro-movements that are unique to individuals. It's like a fingerprint, and these two match almost perfectly. Almost. Aaron interjected, catching the qualifier. Well, there are some minor variations, Jake admitted. The Austin subject appears slightly more theatrical in his movements, more performative, but the core biomechanics are identical. Ruth absorbed this, adding it to her growing mental file. Tina, what are you getting from witnesses? Tina Alvarez's voice carried the slight frustration of someone who'd been working the phones for hours. That's part of our problem, Ruth. Austin's downtown district was packed last night. 6th Street was in full party mode. But despite all those people, nobody remembers seeing a classic black Cadillac until it shows up on the traffic camera leaving the scene. Nobody's. Ruth pressed. In a party district full of people looking for something interesting to photograph for social media. That's what's bugging me too, Tina said. I've got Austin PD canvassing bars, clubs, street vendors, anyone who might have been outside around 10:20. So far, nothing. It's like the car materialized just long enough to be caught on camera. Ruth filed that detail away as another piece of the puzzle. Brett, what about financial connections between our victims? Brett Collins's calm voice was a steady anchor in the growing chaos of information. That's where things get interesting, Ruth. On the surface, Senator Holt and Congresswoman Marquez were political opposites. Holt was conservative, focused on judicial appointments and law and order issues. Marquez was progressive, big on immigration reform and social justice. But Ruth prompted, sensing there was more. But they both served on a joint committee investigating campaign finance irregularities, Brett continued. Nothing public, very hush-hush. And they'd both been receiving increased security briefings over the past 6 months due to credible threats. Aaron glanced at her. Same threats. That's what I'm trying to nail down, Brett said. The threat assessment reports are classified above my pay grade, but I'm working some contacts to see what I can shake loose. Ruth felt the familiar tingle that came when pieces of a case started forming patterns. Rico, what about physical evidence? Are we looking at the same weapon? Rico Delgado's gravelly voice carried the authority of someone who'd spent decades studying crime scenes. Shell casings from both scenes are 9 subsonic loads designed for suppressor use. Preliminary ballistics suggests they could be from the same weapon, but we won't know for sure until the lab finishes their analysis. Timeline on that? Ruth asked. Lab's rushing it, Rico said. Should have results within 24 hours. Maya, what's your read on our killer's psychological profile? Ruth said, turning to their behavioral analyst. Maya Patel's voice carried the thoughtful precision Ruth had come to rely on. Both crime scenes show a subject with significant tactical training, military or law enforcement background, comfortable with weapons and close-quarters combat. The progression from Dallas to Austin shows increasing confidence, almost like he's finding his rhythm. Or showing off, Aaron murmured. Exactly, Maya agreed. The Austin scene in particular has elements of performance art to it. He's not just killing, he's making a statement. Sam, what about the physical evidence at the scenes themselves? Ruth asked. Sam Rodriguez's steady voice came through with the reliability Ruth had learned to count on. Both locations show size 11 tactical boots, same tread pattern. The Austin scene has additional details, coffee mug smashed on the floor, which wasn't necessary for the mission. It's like he wanted to leave extra evidence of his presence. Ruth let all this information settle in her mind, feeling the pieces shift and rearrange themselves. Ben, tell me about the Cadillac again. Same license plate, same everything. Identical, Ben confirmed. Texas plates, same number sequence. Caught on high-definition traffic cameras at both locations. There's no mistake. Ruth closed her eyes for a moment, letting the data flow through her consciousness. Same car, same killer, same methods, same impossible timeline. Every piece of evidence pointed to one conclusion that defied physical reality. This is going to sound crazy, she said finally, but what if we're not dealing with a normal situation here? Aaron shot her a questioning look. What do you mean? I mean, what if there's something about this case that doesn't fit our usual assumptions? Ruth said, her voice growing stronger as her conviction built. We've got rock-solid evidence pointing to one killer, one car, two scenes. The only thing that doesn't fit is our assumption that it's physically impossible. Ruth, Jake's voice carried gentle skepticism, we're talking about 200 miles in 6 minutes. That's not just difficult, it's impossible according to the laws of physics. I know how it sounds, Ruth said, her mind working through the implications. But in 15 years of doing this job, I've learned to trust evidence over assumptions. And the evidence is screaming that this is the same person. So what's your theory? Tina asked, her voice careful but interested. Ruth took a deep breath, knowing how her next words would sound. I think we're dealing with something unprecedented. I don't know how he's doing it, but somehow our killer is managing to be in two places at essentially the same time. The conference line went quiet for a moment, filled only with the sound of the Range Rover's engine and the faint static of the connection. Ruth, Maya's voice was gentle but concerned. Are you suggesting something supernatural? I'm not suggesting anything, Ruth said firmly. I'm following the evidence wherever it leads. And right now, it's leading somewhere I've never been before. Brett's voice cut through the tension with practical concerns. So what's our next move? If this guy can somehow be in two places at once, how do we catch him? Ruth felt her determination crystallizing. We work the case the same way we always do, follow the evidence, build the profile, find the pattern. But we stay open to possibilities we might not have considered before. And if he strikes again? Aaron asked quietly. Ruth's voice was steel-hard when she answered. Then we'll be ready for him. However impossible this seems, he's still human. He still makes mistakes. And eventually, we'll figure out how he's doing what he's doing. She looked out at the Texas highway, stretching toward Austin, her mind already racing ahead to the crime scene waiting for them. Jake, I want every piece of surveillance footage from a 10-mile radius around both scenes, before and after the killings. Tina, get back to Austin PD and have them recanvass that neighborhood. Somebody had to see something. Rico, expedite those ballistics results however you can. Brett, keep digging into those committee records. And Maya, I want a comprehensive psychological profile based on both scenes. You got it, Ruth, came the chorus of responses. And people, Ruth added, her voice carrying the weight of everything they'd built together as a team. This case is going to test everything we think we know about how the world works. But we've solved impossible cases before, and we'll solve this one too. Trust the evidence, trust each other, and trust that there's an explanation for all of this, even if we can't see it yet. As the team signed off to pursue their assignments, Ruth leaned back in her seat and watched the familiar Texas landscape roll past. Somewhere out there was a killer who'd apparently defied the laws of physics to murder two prominent politicians. It should have been terrifying, but instead, Ruth felt the familiar electric thrill of a case that would demand everything she had to give. You really think this guy can be in two places at once? Aaron asked quietly. Ruth considered the question, weighing evidence against impossibility. I think we're about to find out, she said. But one way or another, we're going to catch him. Chapter 6. The black and yellow crime scene tape fluttered in the November breeze as Ruth and Aaron pulled up to Congresswoman Alina Marquez's campaign office. The two-story glass building sat on a corner lot in downtown Austin, surrounded by white panel vans from the crime scene unit and unmarked vehicles from multiple law enforcement agencies. Equipment bays stood open, revealing lights, cameras, and evidence collection gear spread across the asphalt. Ruth stepped out of the Range Rover into the controlled activity she'd witnessed at hundreds of crime scenes. Crime scene technicians moved in and out of the building briskly, their white coveralls bright against the glass facade. The air carried the smell of fresh coffee from a nearby food truck and the sharper tang of developing chemicals from the mobile lab unit. She spotted Maya Patel immediately. The behavioral analyst turned forensic investigator stood near the building's entrance, tablet in hand, coordinating with a photographer. Maya looked up as Ruth and Aaron approached, her dark eyes sharp with focus. Rangers, Maya said, extending a gloved hand. Glad you made it. We've been processing since dawn, but I wanted to walk you through before we move the bodies. Ruth pulled on latex gloves from her tactical vest and surveyed the scene. Yellow evidence markers dotted the parking lot in precise patterns, each one photographed and logged. What's the status on documentation? Rico's handling ballistics and trace evidence, Maya said, nodding toward the stocky investigator examining shell casings near a black SUV. Sam's working the interior with the photographer, every angle, every blood spatter pattern. We've got about 6 hours of work before we can release the scene. Ruth felt her investigative instincts engaging as they approached the SUV. The positioning told a story. Del Rey had parked for maximum visibility of all approaches, a professional's choice. Yet someone had gotten close enough for a contact shot. That spoke to either supreme confidence or intimate knowledge of security protocols. Rico Delgado looked up from his evidence kit, his weathered face grim. Rangers. Got 6 shell casings so far, all 9 subsonic, designed for suppressor use. Clean extractions, consistent firing pin impressions. Same weapon throughout? Aaron asked. Preliminary assessment suggests yes, Rico said, carefully bagging another casing. But we'll need full ballistics analysis to confirm. Should have those results within 24 hours. Ruth examined the SUV without touching anything, noting how the driver's body had slumped against the steering wheel. The blood spatter told its own story: close range, probably contact shot, no time for Del Rey to react. In her 15 years as a ranger, she'd seen veteran cops taken by surprise, but Del Rey had 20 years protecting the most powerful people in America. Whoever did this was either incredibly lucky or knew exactly how to approach a professional. Jack Del Rey, team leader, she said, consulting her notes. Ex-Secret Service, 20 years protecting politicians. Single shot to the left temple, close range, Maya said, pointing to the blood spatter pattern on the dashboard. Entry wound suggests contact or near contact distance. No defensive wounds, weapon still holstered. Aaron walked around to examine the passenger side. No signs of struggle. He never saw it coming. Vehicle's position gives him good sight lines to all approaches, Maya observed. Killer had to be someone Del Rey trusted enough to let get close. Someone he knew? Aaron asked. Or someone who looked trustworthy at first sight, Ruth added. Aaron nodded. Like a man in a cop's uniform. Like in Dallas. Ruth knelt beside the evidence markers surrounding the SUV, her mind cataloging the tactical implications. Size 11 boots meant a tall perpetrator, probably 6 feet or better. The aggressive tread suggested military or law enforcement footwear, someone comfortable with gear that announced authority. Boot prints. Partial impressions in the gravel, Rico said, consulting his tablet. Size 11 tactical boots, aggressive tread pattern. We've got 3 clear prints so far, all leading from the parking lot entrance to the vehicle, then toward the building. Same prints at Dallas? Ruth asked. Haven't gotten confirmation yet, but the tread pattern matches, Rico said. We'll know for certain once we can compare the casts. They moved toward the building's rear entrance, passing the outline where a second body had been found. Maya consulted her tablet as they walked. David Rodriguez, Perimeter Security. Former Dallas PD detective, 8 years private security. Ruth studied the chalk outline and blood stain near the fence line. Rodriguez had been conducting routine patrol when approached. The flashlight's position suggested he'd been using it to check the perimeter when interrupted. No signs of struggle, no defensive wounds. Another professional taken by someone he'd trusted enough to let close. The pattern was becoming clear, and it worried her. Position suggests he was conducting routine patrol when approached. Single shot to the forehead, also close range, Maya said. Flashlight was found 6 feet away, dropped when he was hit. No signs he drew his weapon or called for backup. Timeline between the 2 exterior kills. Aaron asked. Logically, Rodriguez was likely taken out first, Maya said. Standard tactical approach would be to clear the perimeter before moving to the parking area, then the building interior. Sam Rodriguez appeared at the building's entrance, his calm demeanor masking the intensity Ruth knew he brought to every scene. Ready for the interior walkthrough? He asked. Fair warning, it's pretty gruesome in there. Ruth and Aaron followed him through the rear entrance, stepping into a corridor lined with campaign posters and staff photos. The building's interior had been transformed by the crime scene team. Powerful lights illuminated every corner, evidence markers covered surfaces, and the smell of fingerprint powder mixed with cordite and blood. The metallic scent hit Ruth first, sharp and unmistakable. 6 people had died violently in this space, and the air itself seemed to carry the weight of that violence. Tyler Brooks, Interior Security, Sam said, indicating the outline just inside the entrance. 26 years old, licensed PI. He was responding to investigate when the killer entered. Ruth examined the blood spatter on the door frame and the position where Brooks had fallen. The young man had tried. His weapon was partially drawn, which meant he'd heard something, recognized a threat. But not fast enough. Ruth had seen this before. The split-second difference between survival and death, measured in fractions of awareness and reaction time. His weapon, partially drawn but never cleared the holster, Sam said, suggests he had maybe 30 seconds warning, heard something outside, started to respond, but not enough time to properly react. So the killer's moving fast, Aaron observed. Takes out the gate guard, then parking lot security, then enters immediately. Maya nodded. Professional tactical sequence. Clear the outer defenses, then penetrate to the primary targets. They moved deeper into the building, following a path marked by evidence markers. The main office area opened before them, desks covered with files, whiteboards filled with campaign schedules, and the organized chaos of people working toward election deadlines. Ruth could picture the scene before the violence. Staff members working late, the comfortable routine of political professionals preparing for another day of democracy. Now it was a slaughterhouse, democracy itself violated by calculated murder. 3 victims in the main office, Sam said, leading them toward a conference area. This is where the killer spent the most time. Congresswoman Marquez lay, where she'd fallen near a whiteboard covered with campaign talking points. Her gray suit jacket was stained with blood, and 2 entry wounds were visible in her chest. She was standing at the whiteboard when shot, Maya said, indicating the blood spatter pattern behind the body. Angle of entry suggests the killer was approximately 6 feet away, probably just inside the conference area. Ruth studied the whiteboard, noting the campaign talking points written in neat handwriting. Marquez had been working, not hiding. She'd faced her killer directly, probably tried to engage him in conversation before realizing the danger. The congresswoman had been conducting business as usual when Death walked through her door wearing a false badge and an easy smile. What was she doing when he arrived? Based on the materials spread around the conference table, looks like a post-event debrief, Sam said. Standard procedure after fundraising dinners, review what was said, plan next day's messaging. Who else was present? Sam led them to the conference table where Marcus Rivera had been found. Campaign aide, 32 years old. Georgetown graduate, 18 months with Marquez's office. Rivera's body was slumped over a laptop, blood pooled around his head. The computer screen was still visible beneath the blood spatter. Single shot to the back of the skull, Maya said. Entry angle suggests he was turning toward the sound of the first shots when he was hit. Position of his hands. Reaching toward his phone, Sam said, indicating an iPhone on the table near Rivera's body. Never made contact, killer was too fast. The third victim, Janet Walsh, lay beside an overturned chair, papers scattered around her body. Campaign manager, 48 years old, Maya said. 20 years running political campaigns. 2 shots to the chest. Ruth examined the overturned furniture and scattered papers. Walsh had tried to flee, made it halfway to standing before being cut down. In her final moments, she'd scattered campaign flyers across the floor, bright promises of better governance now soaked in blood. The irony wasn't lost on Ruth. Democracy literally bleeding out across political messaging. She tried to move. Blood spatter suggests she was initially seated, then started to rise when the shooting began, Sam said. Made it about halfway to standing before being hit. Sequence of the interior kills. Aaron asked. Maya consulted her tablet, reviewing the preliminary analysis. Marquez first, she was the primary target. Then Rivera, who was turning toward the sound. Walsh last, as she tried to flee. Total time for all three. Based on blood coagulation and spatter patterns, probably less than 30 seconds, Maya said. This was rapid, methodical execution. Ruth walked through the killer's probable path, noting sight lines and tactical considerations. The space was confined, but the killer had controlled it completely, moving with precision and confidence. 3 targets neutralized in under 30 seconds, that required military-level training and ice-cold nerves. She'd seen professional hits before, but this was something else. This was artistry wrapped in brutality. He had to neutralize 3 targets in a confined space, without any of them raising an alarm. Maya led them to a computer setup where surveillance footage was being reviewed. This is where the timeline gets problematic. The main monitor showed the office interior at 22:19:35, with 3 figures visible around the conference area, Marquez at the whiteboard, Rivera at his laptop, Walsh reviewing papers at the table. Killer enters here, Maya said, advancing the footage to 22:19:36. Ruth watched the tall figure in tactical gear move with confident strides. The posture was wrong for genuine law enforcement, too theatrical, too performative. Real cops moved with purpose. This person moved like he was playing a role. Yet his tactical skills were undeniably professional. The contradiction gnawed at her analytical mind. He approached the conference area, briefly engaged with the victims, then drew his weapon with fluid precision. Any audio? Ruth asked. Building system picks up ambient sound, but nothing clear enough to understand, Sam said. You can see his mouth moving, establishing cover story before the shooting. The footage showed the rapid sequence, Marquez dropping first, Rivera spinning and falling, Walsh attempting to rise before being cut down. The entire sequence lasted 18 seconds from first contact to final shot. Now watch his post-kill behavior, Maya said, advancing the footage. The killer moved methodically around the office, spending several seconds examining each body. He walked to the coffee station, then moved toward the rear exit with unhurried steps. No urgency, Ruth observed. Like he has unlimited time. Exits at 22:21:47, Sam said, noting the timestamp. Then we have the traffic camera footage. Maya switched to a different monitor, showing black and white footage from Congress Avenue. This is 1.7 miles north of here. The familiar black Cadillac passed through the frame at 22:23:15, heading north through downtown Austin traffic. 1 minute and 28 seconds to cover 1.7 miles through downtown, Aaron said, calculating. That's physically impossible with traffic lights and urban traffic. We've tested the route multiple times, Rico said. Even with green lights and no traffic, it's a minimum 3-minute drive. Ruth stared at the timestamp, feeling the same impossibility that had plagued them since Dallas. 200 miles in 6 minutes violated every law of physics she understood, yet the evidence was irrefutable. The same license plate, the same vehicle, the same impossible timeline. Either they were dealing with something beyond conventional explanation, or someone was playing a game with rules she didn't understand yet. Evidence collection status. Shell casings recovered from all shooting positions, Rico said, consulting his checklist. Blood samples taken, DNA swabs from all contact points. Fingerprint powder on every surface that might yield prints. Find anything else unusual? Ruth asked. One more item, Sam said, leading them back to the parking lot. Placed on the hood of the security SUV, where we couldn't miss it. A crime scene technician was photographing a small electronic device that had been deliberately positioned for discovery. Ruth examined it through the evidence bag, about the size of a smartphone, with a digital display and unmarked buttons. Bomb squad cleared it. Aaron asked. No explosives, no dangerous components, Maya confirmed. Appears to be some kind of communication device. GPS-enabled, cellular capability, encrypted protocols. Purpose? Unknown, Sam admitted. But it was placed deliberately. Another piece of performance art. Ruth felt the familiar frustration of evidence that refused to form a coherent pattern. Professional execution followed by deliberate clues, impossible timelines, sophisticated equipment left for investigators to find. Anything else we need to see here? She asked. We'll continue processing for another 6 hours, Maya said. Full ballistics report by tomorrow, DNA analysis within the week. But the major evidence points are documented. Ruth took a final look around the crime scene, cataloging details she'd need to remember when building the case file. 6 people dead, killed by someone who seemed to exist outside normal physical constraints, someone who could commit perfect murders while leaving imperfect evidence. The contradictions were deliberate, she realized, professional execution paired with theatrical gestures, impossible timelines coupled with meticulous evidence placement. Someone was orchestrating this entire performance for their benefit, and the thought chilled her more than the November air. I want to interview the cleaning crew who found the bodies, she said finally. They're being held upstairs. Second floor conference room, Sam confirmed. 3 witnesses, all waiting since this morning. They walked toward the stairs. Chapter 7. The second floor conference room of the Austin Police Department had been converted into a temporary witness holding area. Ruth and Aaron climbed the stairs, leaving behind the controlled chaos of the crime scene for the sterile, fluorescent environment of police bureaucracy. The hallway smelled of industrial coffee and the faint tang of disinfectant that permeated every municipal building Ruth had ever entered. 3 witnesses, Aaron said, checking his notes as they approached the conference room door. Cleaning crew that found the bodies around 7 a.m. They've been here since 8 this morning. Ruth nodded, mentally preparing for the shift from forensic analysis to human testimony. The evidence told one story, but witnesses often revealed the emotional truth beneath the facts. Let's see what they can tell us about Elena Marquez, the person, not just the victim. She pushed open the conference room door to find 3 people seated around a scarred wooden table. Coffee cups and empty donut boxes suggested the morning had been long for everyone involved. A Hispanic woman in her 50s rose immediately as they entered, her posture carrying the dignity of someone accustomed to taking charge. Officers, the woman said, extending her hand. I'm Rosa Valdez, supervisor for Clean Sweep Services. This is Tommy Park and Lisa Thompson. Ruth shook Rose's hand, noting the firm grip and direct eye contact. I'm Texas Ranger Ruth Baker. This is Ranger Aaron Tate. We know this has been a difficult day, and we appreciate your patience. Rose's uniform was still neat despite the trauma of the morning, her dark hair pulled back in a practical bun. At mid-40s, She carried herself with the confidence of someone who'd built a business from nothing. Her eyes held intelligence and sadness in equal measure. "We want to help," she said simply. "Elena and her people. They were good to us." Tommy Park stood as well, 26 years old, still pale from what he'd witnessed that morning. Despite his obvious distress, he had the kind of straight-backed posture Ruth recognized from police families. His work clothes were clean and pressed, and he moved with careful control as he shook their hands. "Ma'am." "Sir." Lisa Thompson remained seated but looked up from her phone, which she'd been checking compulsively throughout the morning. Early 30s, with the nervous energy of someone processing shock while trying to manage other responsibilities. Her hands moved restlessly between her phone and a tissue that had seen heavy use. Ruth and Aaron took seats across from the witnesses, Aaron pulling out his notebook while Ruth leaned forward with the engaged attention that encouraged people to open up. "How long had you been cleaning the campaign office?" Ruth asked. 6 months, Rosa said, settling back into her chair with the ease of someone comfortable answering questions. "Every Tuesday and Friday morning, 7 a.m. sharp. Elena's people worked late hours, so we came early to clean before they started their day." "That's a regular schedule," Aaron observed. "You must have got to know the staff pretty well." Rosa's face softened, and Ruth saw genuine affection in her expression. "Elena wasn't like other clients. She learned our names the first week. Not just mine, Tommy's and Lisa's too. Most people, they see the uniform, and we become invisible. But Elena, she would ask about our families." Lisa looked up from her phone, her voice thick with emotion. "She knew my daughter's name. Sophia. She's 3. Lisa's phone buzzed, and she glanced at it reflexively before continuing. "Last month, Sophia had an ear infection, and I had to miss work to take her to the clinic. When I came back, Elena asked how she was doing. She even brought Sophia a little stuffed elephant the next week, said elephants were good luck." Ruth felt something tighten in her chest. The victim was becoming real human, more than just a political figure cut down by violence. That sounds like someone who genuinely cared about people. "She did," Tommy said, speaking for the first time since the introductions. His voice carried the measured cadence Ruth recognized from cops' kids, trained from childhood to think before speaking. "My father always says you can judge a person's character by how they treat people who can't do anything for them in return." Aaron looked up from his notes. "Your father's in law enforcement." Tommy's shoulders straightened with obvious pride, though his pallor remained. "Dallas PD. Sergeant, Robbery Division. 22 years on the force." But beneath the pride, Ruth detected something else, pressure maybe. The weight of living up to a legacy. "Is that why you notice details?" Ruth asked gently. "You've got sharp observational skills." A flush crept up Tommy's pale neck. "Dad trained me to pay attention. Police work starts with seeing what others miss," he always says. "I'm hoping to apply to the academy next year." Rosa reached over and patted Tommy's arm with maternal affection. "This boy notices everything. Sometimes I think he sees too much, especially after this morning." "What do you mean?" Ruth asked, sensing undercurrents in the comment. Tommy glanced at Rosa, who nodded encouragingly. "I noticed things about the office the past few weeks. People hanging around outside who didn't seem to belong. A man in a suit who showed up 3 times but never went inside, just sat in his car watching. Different vehicles parked across the street." Aaron leaned forward. "Did you report this to anyone?" I mentioned it to Alina, Tommy said, his voice carrying regret. She said they got protesters sometimes, people who disagreed with her immigration reform positions. She didn't seem worried. He paused, his jaw working. Maybe I should have pushed harder. You're not responsible for what happened, Ruth said firmly. But those details could be crucial. Can you describe the man in the suit? Mid-40s, maybe. White guy, average height. Dark sedan, couldn't see the plates from our angle. He'd show up around 8:30, stay maybe 20 minutes, then leave. Lisa spoke up suddenly, setting her phone aside for the first time since they'd arrived. Alina mentioned him to me too. Last Friday. She said, Lisa, if you ever see that man in the dark car, you call security right away. I thought she was being paranoid. Ruth felt her investigative instincts sharpening. Did she say why she was concerned about him specifically? She said he wasn't a protester. Protesters want to be seen, want to make noise. This man was just watching. She said it felt different. Rosa nodded gravely. Alina had good instincts about people. She could read a room like nobody I ever saw. If she was worried about someone, there was usually a reason. Tell me about this morning, Ruth said. Walk me through finding the bodies. Rosa took a deep breath, steadying herself. We arrived at 7 a.m., same as always. Tommy has the keys, because he's training to be our security supervisor. She glanced at him with obvious pride. The front door was unlocked, which was unusual. Alina's people were careful about locking up. What did you do when you found it unlocked? I thought maybe someone had come in early, Tommy said. It happens sometimes during campaign season, staff pulling all-nighters. But the alarm system was off, and that never happens. Alina was strict about the alarm. Lisa's voice was barely above a whisper, her phone forgotten in her lap. We found them in the main office. All three of them. Alina was by the whiteboard, Marcus at his computer, Janet by the conference table. There was so much blood. She stopped, unable to continue. Rosa reached over and took Lisa's hand. Tommy told us to stop immediately, not to touch anything. He called 911, while Lisa and I waited by the front door. They were all together, Tommy added, his cop training warring with obvious emotion. Like they'd been having a meeting. Marcus Rivera was the campaign aide, 26 years old, just got engaged last month. He showed us pictures of the ring he bought, saved up for 8 months to afford it. He was going to propose after Alina won the election. Ruth felt the human cost expanding, seeing the ripple effects of violence. All three victims were in the same room. Yes, Rosa said, her voice steady through will alone. Alina, Marcus, and Janet Walsh, the campaign manager. They must have been working late, planning something together when. She trailed off. Aaron looked up from his notes. Had you noticed any changes in the office atmosphere recently? Were the staff worried about anything? Alina was excited, Lisa said, her voice growing stronger as she focused on positive memories. She'd been planning this big community event for next month. Free legal aid clinic, citizenship classes, job training programs. She was going to announce it after the election. She showed us the flyers last week, Rosa added. All in Spanish and English. She was so proud that everything would be bilingual. She said, Rosa, your people are my people. We're going to build something beautiful together. Ruth watched Lisa start crying again, and she understood why. Alina Marquez hadn't just been a politician to these women. She'd been hope personified, someone who saw them as worthy of respect and investment. She was going to change things, Lisa said through her tears. Really change things. Not just talk about it like the others. Tommy shifted in his chair, his training battling with emotion. The thing is, we all knew she was getting threats. But Alina never seemed scared. She said people threaten politicians all the time, that it was part of the job. What kind of threats? Ruth asked. Phone calls mostly, Rosa said. Janet, the campaign manager, she would answer sometimes and her face would go white. She'd hang up and Alina would ask what they said, but Janet never told us specifics. Alina did mention something last week, Tommy said, his brow furrowing as he remembered. She said someone had been asking questions about her schedule. Not reporters, someone else. Someone who wanted to know where she'd be and when. Ruth and Aaron exchanged glances. Did she say who was asking? No, but it bothered her. Alina wasn't easily rattled, but this was different. She asked Tommy to walk her to her car for a few days. Tommy nodded. I did. Made sure she got in safe, waited until she drove away. But I couldn't be there all the time. The weight of responsibility was clear in his voice, and Ruth felt for the young man. Growing up in a cop family meant understanding that protection was never perfect, that bad things happened despite everyone's best efforts. You did everything you could, Aaron said gently. Sometimes that's not enough, but it's not your fault. Rosa squeezed Tommy's shoulder again. He's a good boy. Alina knew that. She trusted him. Is there anything else you think we should know? Ruth asked. Anything about Alina personally, or about the office routine, that might help us understand what happened. Lisa looked up, her eyes still wet but determined. Alina always said she wasn't in politics for herself. She grew up poor, her family picked strawberries in California. She never forgot what that was like. She used to say, I'm here for the people who don't have anyone else speaking for them. She meant it too, Rosa added. Every policy, every vote, she asked herself how it would affect working families. Would it help someone like her parents? Would it make life better for people like us? Rosa's voice grew fierce. Whoever killed her, they didn't just murder a politician. They murdered hope. Ruth felt the full weight of what had been lost settling on her shoulders. Alina Marquez hadn't just been a victim, she'd been a voice for people who rarely had one, someone who remembered what it felt like to be powerless and had dedicated her life to changing that for others. Thank you, Ruth said finally. You've helped us understand who Alina was, not just how she died. That matters more than you know. As they prepared to leave, Tommy stood and extended his hand to both rangers. Find who did this, he said quietly. Alina deserved better. They all did. We will, Ruth promised and meant it completely. Walking back down the hallway, Aaron was quiet until they reached the stairwell. So was it a political assassination? He said finally. Ruth thought about it for a long minute. Jury S out on that for the moment, although Dallas makes me think hell, yeah, they're clearly connected, Ruth agreed. But that isn't my biggest concern. I'd like to know how someone managed to do it while being 200 miles away at the same time. Chapter 8. Ruth watched the neon sign flicker through the cracked windshield as Aaron pulled their Range Rover into the gravel parking lot of the Roadhouse Grill. The letter N in open had given up the fight years ago, leaving the sign to stutter between ope and darkness in a rhythm that made her think of a dying heartbeat. She'd seen 100 diners like this one scattered across Texas highways, places that survived on truckers, traveling salesmen, and the occasional law enforcement officer who needed somewhere quiet to think. The November air hit her face as she stepped out of the vehicle, carrying the smell of diesel exhaust from the 18-wheelers parked along the highway's shoulder, and something that might have been barbecue smoke from the restaurant's exhaust vent. The gravel crunched under her boots as she followed Aaron toward the entrance, past a rusted pickup truck with Oklahoma plates and a sedan that had seen better decades. Inside, Ruth felt the familiar assault on her senses that came with places like this. The air, thick with decades of cigarette smoke that had soaked into every surface, despite the state's smoking ban, the sharp tang of industrial coffee, and grease that had been recycled through fryers for longer than health inspectors would approve. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead with the persistence of angry wasps, casting everything in that particular institutional glow that made everyone look slightly ill. She slid into a red vinyl booth that wheezed under her weight, the surface cracked and patched with duct tape in a pattern that suggested years of heavy use. The Formica table bore the archaeology of countless meals, coffee ring stains, knife marks from impatient diners, and the initials, TR plus SM, carved deep into the wood with what looked like a house key. Aaron settled across from her, his broad shoulders filling the narrow booth space. The diner wasn't busy, but it wasn't empty either. A trucker in a John Deere cap sat at the counter, methodically working through what looked like a chicken fried steak while watching a muted television that flickered between a weather report and a used car commercial. Two women in scrubs, probably nurses coming off a late shift, shared a piece of pie in a booth near the window, their quiet conversation punctuated by tired laughter. The cash register's ancient bell chimed as someone paid their check, and Ruth heard the soft hiss of the coffee machine working overtime to keep up with the late-night crowd. "Y'all ready to order, or you need more time with the menu?" Ruth looked up to find their waitress, mid-50s, graying hair pulled back in a ponytail that had seen better days, wearing a uniform that belonged in a time capsule. Her name tag read Dollars in faded letters, and she moved with the unhurried ease of someone who'd been waiting tables since the Carter administration. "Chicken fried steak, mashed potatoes, green beans," Ruth said without consulting the laminated menu. "And coffee. Strong." "Make that too," Aaron added. "But I'll take the burger instead. Medium rare fries." Dollars scribbled their orders on a pad that looked like it had survived multiple wars. "Coffee's fresh, as of about 2 hours ago." "Y'all want cream?" "Black for both of us," Ruth said. As Dollars shuffled away, her orthopedic shoes squeaking against the linoleum, Aaron pulled out his phone. "Should we check in with the kids?" Ruth nodded, feeling that familiar tug of guilt that came with being away from home during a case. The wedding was less than 2 weeks away, and she hated leaving Ava to handle all the last-minute details alone. FaceTime them at Mrs. Henderson's. Aaron found Mrs. Henderson's contact and hit the video call button. Ruth scooted around to his side of the booth so they could both fit in the phone's camera frame. The call connected after 3 rings, revealing Mrs. Henderson's warm, weathered face in her familiar living room. "Well, look who it is." Mrs. Henderson's voice carried that particular brand of maternal authority that made everyone within earshot feel about 12 years old. "Your children have been asking about you two all day." The camera shifted as Mrs. Henderson handed the phone to someone off-screen, and suddenly Ava's face filled the display. Ruth's heart did that little skip it always did when she saw her daughter, 13 now, but still with that bright curiosity that lit up her dark eyes. Ava was holding up what looked like a white dress, her hands moving in animated sign language. "Mom." Ava's voice carried through the phone's speaker, pitched high with excitement. Look at the dress. Mrs. Henderson made the sleeves perfect. They're not too puffy anymore. Ruth smiled, watching her daughter's enthusiasm. It looks beautiful, baby. Are you happy with it? I love it. And Aaron, Dad, Jake wants to talk to you about Friday night. The phone shifted again, and Jake's face appeared, 14 and trying hard to look cool, but Ruth could see the excitement lurking behind his attempted nonchalance. Hey, Aaron. Coach moved our game to Friday at 7. You guys still gonna make it back? We'll be there, Aaron said without hesitation. Wouldn't miss it. Sweet. Marcus wants to show you something. Jake's voice carried the patient tone of an older brother who'd been designated as message relay. Marcus appeared on screen next, 11 years old and vibrating with barely contained energy. His dark hair was sticking up at odd angles, and he had what looked like baking soda under his fingernails. Aaron. My volcano's not working right. Marcus held up something that looked like a lumpy clay mountain with a hole in the top. I put in the vinegar and the baking soda like you said, but it just bubbled a little bit and then stopped. Tommy Peterson's volcano shot foam 3 feet in the air. Ruth could see Aaron fighting back a smile. Did you use enough baking soda? You need about 3 tablespoons for a good eruption. I only used 1. I didn't want to waste it. Marcus's face scrunched with worry. Do you think I can still get a good grade if my volcano's not as good as Tommy's? Your volcano's going to be great, Ruth said, leaning into the phone's view. And when we get home tomorrow, we'll help you make it explode like Mount Vesuvius, okay? Marcus's face brightened considerably. Really? Can we make it shoot foam everywhere? Within reason, Aaron said diplomatically. And preferably in the backyard. The camera shifted one more time, revealing all 3 kids crowded around Mrs. Henderson's phone. Ava was still holding her dress, Jake had his basketball under one arm, and Marcus was clutching his sad volcano like a treasured pet. We miss you guys, Ava said, her signing becoming more animated. But we're being really good for Mrs. Henderson. She's teaching me how to make cornbread for the wedding reception. And I'm helping with the flowers, Marcus added. Mrs. Henderson says I have good artistic vision, whatever that means. Ruth felt that familiar swell of love and pride watching the 3 of them together. 2 years ago, she'd been a single mother struggling to build a life for herself and Ava. Now she had this, a family that had grown organically, naturally, into something beautiful. We love you guys, she said. Be good, help Mrs. Henderson, and we'll see you tomorrow. After they hung up, Ruth slid back to her side of the booth, but she didn't immediately reach for her coffee or start talking about the case. Instead, she sat quietly for a moment, watching Aaron tuck his phone away, letting the warmth of those 3 young faces linger in her chest like sunlight. For someone who'd grown up bouncing between foster homes and state facilities, who'd learned early that family was something other people had, this was still miraculous. The way Ava called Aaron Dad, with such natural affection. The way Jake looked to him for guidance about everything from basketball games to life decisions. The way Marcus trusted both of them completely with his volcano disasters and his dreams. Ruth had spent most of her childhood watching other families through windows, at school pickup, at church dinners, at holiday gatherings where she was always the outsider looking in. She'd built walls around the ache of wanting what seemed impossible for someone like her. But here she was, somehow impossibly, on the inside of something beautiful. These weren't just the people she lived with or the reason she worked so hard to make the world safer. They were her anchor, her North Star, the proof that even someone who'd started with nothing could build something extraordinary. Every time she put on her badge, every time she walked into danger, it was for them. Not just to protect them, but to protect the kind of love they represented. The stubborn, fierce, transformative love that had taken a broken foster kid and made her into someone's mother, someone's partner, someone who mattered. Dolers had returned with coffee mugs that looked like they'd survived multiple decades and probably a few natural disasters. The coffee was indeed strong enough to strip paint, Ruth thought as she took her first sip. The bitter liquid burned slightly going down, but it carried the promise of caffeine that her exhausted system desperately needed. "So," Aaron said, settling back in the booth and wrapping his hands around his mug for warmth. The trucker at the counter was paying his check now, leaving a crumpled $5 bill beside his empty plate. The cash register's ancient bell chimed again. 2 crime scenes, same killer, except now we know it's not. Ruth pulled out her phone and opened the email from Rico Delgado that had come in while Aaron was in the restroom. The ballistics report had shifted everything she thought she knew about their case. "The shell casings from Austin came back," she said, turning the phone so Aaron could see the technical readout. H&K VP9, 9mm. Same caliber as Dallas, but different weapon entirely. She watched Aaron's frown deepen as he processed the implications. His coffee mug paused halfway to his lips. "So we've got 2 different guns." 2 different guns, fired by what appear to be identical shooters, driving identical vehicles, within 6 minutes of each other across 200 miles of Texas highway. Ruth scrolled through the crime scene photos on her phone. Same height, same build, same tactical approach. Same methodical way of moving through the kill zones. She swiped to surveillance footage screenshots. The tall figure in police gear at Dallas, the nearly identical figure in security contractor gear at Austin. Side by side, they could have been the same person, down to the confident stride and tactical positioning. Could be the same person using multiple weapons. Aaron suggested, though his tone told Ruth he didn't believe it himself. He took a sip of the harsh coffee and grimaced slightly. Not unless he's mastered teleportation. Ruth zoomed in on the Austin parking garage photo, studying the boot prints Rico had cataloged. "No, this is our first thread." She watched Aaron pause with his coffee mug halfway to his lips. "First thread." Dolers returned carrying 2 enormous plates that took up most of the scarred table surface. Ruth's chicken fried steak was the size of a dinner plate itself, golden brown and crispy, smothered in cream gravy thick enough to stand a fork in. The mashed potatoes formed a perfect white mountain beside it, and the green beans looked like they'd been simmering in bacon grease since the Clinton administration. Aaron's burger was an architectural marvel, 2 thick patties, cheese melting down the sides, lettuce and tomato stacked impossibly high, with a mountain of seasoned fries that filled the rest of the plate. "Y'all need anything else?" Dolers asked, already moving toward the next table. "We're good, thanks," Ruth said, picking up her fork and knife. Ruth set down her phone and leaned back against the vinyl booth, cutting into her steak. The meat was surprisingly tender beneath its crispy coating, and the first bite filled her mouth with the comfort food flavors of her childhood: salt, pepper, and the satisfying richness of perfectly seasoned breading. The gravy was thick and peppery, coating her tongue with a warmth that spread through her chest. For a moment, she was quiet, her fingers absently tracing the TR plus SM, initials carved into the table between bites. Outside, she could hear another 18-wheeler rumbling past, its air brakes hissing as it downshifted for the upcoming exit. Someone had put money in the jukebox near the restrooms, and Patsy Cline's voice drifted across the diner. competing with the clatter of dishes from the kitchen. She could see Aaron settling back slightly as he attempted to manage his towering burger, the way he did when she was working up to explaining something. He'd given up on eating it as a sandwich and was attacking it with fork and knife instead, cutting through the layers methodically. His coffee mug rested forgotten beside his plate, and she knew he was giving her his full attention even as he chewed. "So," Aaron said around a mouthful of burger, swallowing before continuing, "you gonna explain what you mean by first thread? Or are you planning to keep me in suspense while I work through this architectural marvel they call a burger?" Ruth smiled, despite the weight of the case pressing on her shoulders. "When I was a kid, maybe 8 years old, I got a Christmas sweater from the Salvation Army." Ruth's voice carried the careful neutrality she used when talking about her foster care years. She speared a green bean and chewed thoughtfully, the vegetable soft and salty from its long bath in seasoned fat. "Ugliest thing you've ever seen. Bright red with a reindeer that looked like it had been run over by a delivery truck. The antlers were crooked, and I think the nose was supposed to be shiny, but the sequin had fallen off." She noticed Aaron's expression didn't change, but he'd slowed his eating, giving her his full attention the way he always did when she shared pieces of her past. He swallowed his bite of burger and nodded for her to continue. "But it was mine, you know." Ruth continued, her voice growing softer as she cut another piece of steak. The meat practically fell apart under her knife, and she paused to take another bite, savoring the crispy coating and tender interior. As a foster kid, you don't have much that's actually yours. Everything belongs to the state, or the foster family, or some charity that donated it. But that sweater, ugly as it was, that was given to me specifically. Had my name on the little tag and everything. Ruth picked up her coffee mug, using the pause to collect her thoughts. The nurses in scrubs were getting ready to leave, gathering their purses and leaving money on their table. Someone in the kitchen dropped a pot, the clang echoing through the pass-through window. She took a long sip of the bitter coffee, feeling it burn down her throat and settle warmly in her stomach. One morning in late March, I noticed a loose thread hanging from the left sleeve. Just a tiny thing, barely visible unless you were looking for it. But it bothered me, you know how kids are about stuff like that. So I tugged at it. Ruth could still remember that morning, sitting on the floor of whatever institutional facility she'd been in at the time, fixated on that one imperfection in her treasured possession. She took another bite of mashed potatoes, the smooth texture and buttery flavor grounding her in the present even as her mind wandered to the past. Being young and naive, I kept pulling. That thread led to another thread and another. Before I knew it, I'd unraveled about a third of that sweater. Completely ruined it. Ruth's expression grew rueful as she chewed. The sleeve was mostly gone, there was a hole in the side, and the whole thing looked like it had been attacked by a very determined cat. She took another sip of coffee, grimacing slightly at the strength, but appreciating the caffeine hit. I cried for hours. Not just because the sweater was ruined, but because I'd ruined it myself. I'd taken the one thing that was truly mine and destroyed it through my own curiosity. Aaron had managed to work his way through about half his burger, the meat cooked exactly as he'd ordered, pink in the middle, juicy enough that he had to use his napkin frequently. He was eating the seasoned fries one by one, crispy on the outside and fluffy inside, each one seasoned with just enough salt to make him reach for his water glass. But it taught me something important, Ruth continued, cutting into her steak again. The meat was consistently tender throughout, and the gravy had begun to congeal slightly as it cooled, creating rich pockets of flavor. When you pull on a thread, you have to be careful where it leads. Because once you start unraveling something, you might not like what you find underneath. Sometimes that ugly sweater is holding together better than you think. She watched Aaron set down his fork and really look at her, his burger temporarily forgotten as he processed her analogy. She could see him turning over her words, understanding why she'd told him the story, the way his mind worked through the implications. But in this case, it's a good thing, right? Finding differences between the crimes. He asked, picking up a fry and chewing it thoughtfully. Right. Ruth's voice was firm, carrying the conviction that had never failed her yet. She took another bite of green beans, their smoky flavor reminding her of her grandmother's cooking from the few clear memories she had of early childhood. Because it confirms what the timeline already suggested, we're dealing with two different shooters. Aaron swallowed and set down his fork completely now, leaning back in the booth. Then why are they dressing the same way? Driving what appear to be identical cars. Why do they look exactly the same and move through the crime scenes with identical tactics? Ruth continued eating steadily, working her way through the enormous portion. The food was exactly what she'd needed, comfort and fuel combined, the kind of meal that reminded her why highway diners survived in an age of fast food chains. She chased another bite of steak with a sip of the harsh coffee, feeling the caffeine begin to sharpen her focus. That's the million-dollar question, she said, stabbing another green bean with her fork. Two identical killers, perfect coordination, professional execution, but separate weapons and impossible timing. Aaron picked up his burger again, taking another careful bite. Juice ran down his fingers despite his best efforts, and he grabbed for his napkin. Could be twins. Possible, Ruth agreed, though she didn't sound convinced. She was making steady progress through her meal, the generous portions requiring real dedication. But twins raised separately. Trained separately. Coming together for something like this. Or train together, Aaron suggested, working on his fries again. Military, maybe. Special Forces twins who went into private contracting. Ruth paused with her fork halfway to her mouth, considering. That would explain the tactical coordination. But why senators? Why now? She took the bite and chewed thoughtfully. And why leave clues that lead us to figure out they're two different people? Maybe they want us to know, Aaron said, his voice growing more serious. Maybe the whole point is for us to understand there are two of them. That's a disturbing thought. Ruth pushed gravy around her plate with a piece of steak, soaking up every bit of flavor. Why would they want us to know that? Aaron was quiet for a long moment, working methodically through his burger. The diner had grown quieter as the night wore on. The trucker had left, the nurses were gone, and only a handful of late-night customers remained scattered across the worn booths and counter stools. Because there are more targets, he said finally. And they want us to know we can't be everywhere at once. Ruth felt a chill that had nothing to do with the November air seeping through the diner's old windows. She finished the last of her steak, the meat still tender and flavorful despite having cooled slightly. The mashed potatoes were rich and buttery, clearly made from real potatoes rather than a mix, and she found herself scraping the plate clean. Two shooters, she said, more to herself than to Aaron. Coordinated attacks. Political targets. She looked up at him. This isn't random violence. This is an operation. Aaron nodded grimly, pushing his empty plate aside and reaching for his wallet. The question is, operation by who? And how many more targets are on their list? Ruth finished the last of her coffee, the bitter dregs coating her tongue. She watched Aaron count out bills, 2 20s and a 10, enough to cover their substantial meal and leave dolers a decent tip. We need to get back to Dallas. If I'm right about this being coordinated, our killer isn't done yet. Neither of our killers, Aaron corrected, standing and stretching. However many there are. Ruth gathered her jacket and followed him toward the cash register, her mind already racing ahead to the next phase of their investigation. The food sat heavily in her stomach, a satisfying weight that would fuel the long hours ahead. As they walked past the other diners, a lone traveler reading a paperback novel over coffee, a couple sharing a piece of pie in comfortable silence, she thought about the ordinary lives these people were living while somewhere in Texas, multiple killers were planning their next coordinated strike. At the register, Aaron handed the money to a different waitress, younger than dolers, with tired eyes and a baby's picture taped to the cash register. "Keep the change," he said, and the woman's face brightened with genuine gratitude. "Thanks, honey. Y'all drive safe out there." Outside, the November wind had picked up, carrying the smell of distant rain and the endless expanse of Texas highway. Ruth zipped up her jacket and looked north toward Dallas, then south toward Austin, calculating distances and timelines that refused to make sense. 2 different guns. 2 different crime scenes. 2 different cities. But somehow, impossibly, connected by threads she was only beginning to see. She thought about that ruined Christmas sweater, how devastating it had been to lose the one thing that was truly hers. But she'd learned something valuable in the unraveling. Sometimes you had to pull the thread to understand what you were really looking at.
Chapter 9. The abandoned estate's pool house had been the driver's sanctuary for 36 hours, and now it was time to move. He pushed open the French doors and stepped onto the cracked flagstone patio, breathing in the November air that carried the distant hum of helicopters. The search was still active. He could see the spotlight sweeping through the trees 2 streets over, hear the static crackle of police radios echoing off mansion walls. Dallas PD, state troopers, FBI, probably half the law enforcement agencies in Texas crawling through Preston Hollow like ants on spilled honey. But they hadn't found him. The Bancroft estate had been foreclosed 8 months ago, the family's oil fortune dried up in bad investments and worse decisions. The main house was sealed with court orders and bankruptcy notices, but the pool house sat hidden behind overgrown hedges and a maintenance shed that blocked it from aerial view. Perfect. He paused at the edge of the patio, scanning the gray November sky for the telltale silhouettes of police drones. For the first 24 hours after Senator Holt's murder, they'd been constant, mechanical wasps buzzing overhead with cameras and thermal imaging, searching every rooftop and alley in Preston Hollow. The frequency had dropped off, but they still made passes every few hours. Nothing visible now. Clear skies. He walked quickly to the 3-car garage attached to the pool house and hit the button on the remote. The door rolled up with a grinding protest, revealing his black Cadillac Coupe de Ville sitting in the darkness like a sleeping predator. Chrome gleamed in the dim light filtering through grimy windows. He'd backed it in so the license plate faced the rear wall. Even if someone had gotten close enough to peer through the windows, they wouldn't have seen the numbers that every cop in Texas was hunting. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the hood, patting the smooth metal gently. Soon, he promised silently. Soon they'd be free as jaybirds again, with the wild open road beckoning ahead of them, eating up miles toward whatever justice awaited down the highway. The car had been patient, waiting 36 hours in this concrete tomb while the search raged around them. Soon it would taste highway asphalt again. But first, he had more work to do in Dallas. He walked to the workbench where he'd laid out his gear for tonight's operation. The Dallas police uniform hung on a metal hook, pressed and clean, the badge gleaming silver under the fluorescent work light. The name tape read DANIELS. The radio crackled with routine chatter from across the city. The Sig Sauer P226 sat in its holster, the suppressor already threaded and ready. 2 spare magazines, subsonic rounds. The same weapon that had taken down Senator Holt and his security team. Reliable, familiar, deadly. The ledger in his mind demanded more blood. Senator Holt had been the first payment, but the debt wasn't settled. Not by a long shot. The driver changed into the uniform, then checked his reflection in the full-length mirror. The badge was heavier than he'd expected. The radio clipped to his belt crackled with routine chatter, traffic stops, domestic calls, the mundane business of keeping order in a city that had no idea what chaos was coming. The hardest part would be getting close. Judge Patricia Vance's house was 8 miles from his hiding spot, in University Park near SMU. High-value target, federal protection since the senator's murder. FBI surveillance, local PD perimeter, private security contracted through the Justice Department. The kind of layered defense that made frontal assault suicide. But they'd be expecting criminals, not colleagues. He slipped out the pool house's rear door and made his way through the overgrown garden to the service alley behind the estate. A stolen Honda Civic waited under a massive oak tree, keys hidden in the wheel well, license plates swapped with a car in a long-term airport parking garage. The vehicle was invisible, dented silver sedan, college parking stickers, the automotive equivalent of urban camouflage. The drive to University Park took 20 minutes through residential streets, avoiding the main arteries where roadblocks and checkpoints choked traffic. He parked 3 blocks from Judge Vance's house and walked the rest of the way, radio chattering on his belt, badge catching streetlight as he moved with the confident stride of someone who belonged. The perimeter was exactly what he'd expected. FBI surveillance van parked across the street, trying to look like a cable company truck and failing. 2 Dallas PD units at the corners, officers visible but trying to maintain low profile. Private security in an unmarked sedan in the driveway, and probably more inside the house itself. He approached the FBI van first, tapping on the driver's window with his knuckles. The agent who rolled down the window was early 30s, white, crew-cut blonde hair, with the kind of thick neck that spoke of college football and too many protein shakes. His eyes were alert, scanning the driver's uniform and badge with professional suspicion. "Help you, officer." "Daniels, Dallas PD." He held up his badge, letting the man get a good look. "Supervisor sent me to coordinate with you guys. We're rotating shifts every 4 hours to keep everyone fresh." The agent's hand moved toward his radio, then stopped. "I'll need to verify that with my SAC." "Of course." The driver leaned closer to the window, as if to show his credentials better. His left hand rested casually on the window frame, while his right moved to the suppressed Sig Sauer. "Take your time." The agent reached for his radio, head turning slightly away. The driver's gun came up through the open window, muzzle pressed against the base of the agent's skull behind his ear. One suppressed shot, a soft thump, and the agent slumped forward over his radio, blood pooling on the dashboard. The driver reached through the window and moved the body back against the seat, positioning it to look like the agent was dozing. From a distance, nothing would seem amiss. He walked toward the house, noting positions and sight lines. The property's rear gate was secured with a keypad lock, but the driver had watched the evening shift change from his hiding spot. He punched in the 4-digit code he'd memorized and slipped through. 2 more FBI agents on foot patrol were circling the property, but they were following a predictable 15-minute pattern. Dallas PD units maintained traffic control at both ends of the block. Private security at the front door, armed, alert, but focused outward on potential threats from the street. He circled to the rear of the property, where Judge Vance's kitchen light glowed yellow through expensive curtains. A third security officer stood by the rear gate, tall, black, thin build, with close-cropped gray hair and nervous energy that showed in the way he kept adjusting his earpiece. The kind of ex-military who'd never quite adjusted to civilian work, still trying to prove himself. The driver approached with confident strides, badge visible, radio crackling softly on his belt. "Evening. Daniels, Dallas PD. I'm here to relieve you for your break." The guard frowned, hand moving instinctively toward his holster. "Nobody told me about any relief rotation." "New protocol since the senator got hit," the driver said, stepping closer. "Federal marshals want fresh eyes every 2 hours." "You've been on for how long?" 3 hours, but... The driver's knife slid between the guard's ribs before he could finish the sentence, angled upward toward the heart. The guard's eyes went wide, a small gasp escaping as his knees buckled. The driver caught him, lowering him gently to the ground behind a decorative bush, the blade twisted once to ensure silence. Before approaching the house, he pulled the stolen police radio from his belt and switched to the emergency frequency. He keyed the mic and spoke in a tense, breathless voice. "Shots fired, shots fired. Multiple casualties at the Galleria parking garage, level 3. Officer down, need all available units." He released the key and listened as dispatch immediately began coordinating response. Within 30 seconds, he could hear sirens wailing from multiple directions as units across the city began racing toward the false emergency 15 miles away. The remaining FBI agents would stay put. Federal agents wouldn't abandon their post for local calls, but every Dallas PD unit within a 10-mile radius would be heading toward the Galleria. Perfect. He just bought himself a 20-minute window with minimal backup available. He clipped the radio back to his belt and knocked on the service door with the confidence of someone who belonged there. The woman who answered was Hispanic, mid-40s, wearing a housekeeper's uniform. Her eyes went immediately to his badge, and her posture shifted to the cautious deference that working people showed to police. "Ma'am, I'm Officer Daniels, Dallas PD. We're doing a security sweep of the rear access points. Is Judge Vance available? I need to confirm the interior protection protocols." The housekeeper's English was good but accented. "The judge, she is in the study with the other officers." "You want I should get her?" "That would be helpful. And ma'am, could I trouble you for a cup of coffee? It's been a long night." She smiled, the request humanizing him in her eyes. "Of course, officer. You come in the kitchen, I make fresh coffee." He followed her through the service entrance into a kitchen that probably cost more than most people's cars. Granite countertops, professional-grade appliances, the kind of space where someone with federal judge money entertained politicians and power brokers. The housekeeper, Maria, according to the name tag on her uniform, moved briskly, starting a fresh pot of coffee while talking about how scared everyone had been since the senator's murder. "Very bad men out there," she said, measuring coffee grounds. "Judge Vance, she is good woman. She helped my cousin with immigration papers 2 years ago. Why someone want to hurt people like that?" He made sympathetic noises while scanning the kitchen layout. 2 exits, the service door he'd used, and a swinging door that led to the main house. The coffee maker was positioning him perfectly, giving him a clear view of both while appearing to wait patiently for caffeine. "Maria," a woman's voice called from deeper in the house. "Who's at the door?" "Police officer Judge Vance," Maria called back. "He want to check security." Footsteps approached, expensive heels on hardwood floors. Judge Patricia Vance appeared in the kitchen doorway, mid-50s, silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, wearing a navy blazer over slacks. Federal Judge Baring, authority radiating from her posture, even in her own kitchen. Behind her came a man in a suit, FBI, probably, or federal marshal. Armed, alert, hand resting near his jacket. "I wasn't told about any additional security sweep," Judge Vance said, her tone carrying the edge of someone accustomed to being obeyed. "Yes, ma'am." He turned from the coffee maker, badge visible, posture respectful. "Lieutenant Kowalski sent me to coordinate with federal protection. We're implementing additional perimeter protocols after what happened to Senator Holt." The federal agent stepped forward. "Agent Carson, U.S. Marshals. I'll need to see your credentials and verify this with dispatch." "Of course." He reached into his jacket as if going for his identification, fingers closing around the Sig Sauer's grip instead. "Happy to cooperate." The gun came out smooth and fast, suppressor already threaded. 2 shots, the first took Agent Carson in the forehead before his hand could clear his holster, blood spraying across the kitchen's expensive backsplash. The second caught Judge Vance in the chest as she tried to step backward, her judicial authority no match for 9mm of subsonic ammunition. Maria screamed, dropping the coffee pot. Glass shattered across tile as she tried to run for the service door, but his third shot caught her in the back, pitching her forward into the granite countertop. She slid to the floor, leaving a crimson smear on the pristine stone. Shouts erupted from the front of the house, the other federal agents responding to the sound of breaking glass and Maria's scream. He moved fast, stepping over Judge Vance's body and through the swinging door into a formal dining room. A federal agent appeared at the far end, weapon drawn, but caught off guard by seeing a police uniform where a threat should be. That split second of confusion was all he needed. 2 more shots, center mass, dropping the agent behind an antique mahogany table. "Federal agents, drop your weapon." The voice came from his left, another marshal emerging from what looked like a study, gun up and trained. He dove right as the agent fired, the bullet splintering wood where his head had been. He rolled behind a china cabinet and came up shooting, his suppressed rounds answering the marshal's unsuppressed shots with deadly whisper cracks. The marshal took cover behind a granite-topped bar, returning fire. Unsuppressed gunshots boomed through the house like thunder, announcing to every law enforcement officer within 6 blocks that the protection detail was under attack. He had maybe 2 minutes before the cavalry arrived. The marshal was good, federal training, proper cover, disciplined fire. But he was thinking like a law enforcement officer, trying to contain a threat and wait for backup. Different mindset entirely from someone who'd come here to kill everyone in the house and get out alive. The driver moved to his left, using the china cabinet for cover as he flanked the marshal's position. The agent was focused on the spot where he'd last seen muzzle flash, expecting him to pop up in the same location. Instead, the driver came around the side of the bar, catching the wounded marshal trying to reload with blood-slicked fingers. 2 shots to the head ended it. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. Radio chatter exploded from his belt, units responding, federal agents calling for backup, the organized chaos of law enforcement converging on his position. He moved through the house quickly, checking corners, making sure there were no more federal agents hiding in closets or bathrooms. The study was clear except for legal briefs scattered across an expensive desk. The living room was empty, furniture arranged around a fireplace that probably cost more than most people made in a year. 5 bodies. Judge Patricia Vance, Agent Carson, Maria the housekeeper, and 2 federal marshals. Clean work, professional execution, just like Senator Holt and the others. But now came the hard part, getting out alive. He made his way back to the kitchen, stepping carefully around the spreading pools of blood. The service door stood open, November air flowing through the entrance he'd used to walk into this house of authority and turn it into a slaughterhouse. The rear yard was a maze of landscaping, decorative trees, flower beds, garden paths that curved around ornamental fountains. Perfect cover for someone who knew how to move quietly. He slipped through the shadows, using the expensive landscaping to mask his movement toward the property's rear fence. Behind him, the house filled with light as law enforcement flooded the scene. Flashlight beams swept the yard, voices shouted coordinates and commands. But they were looking for someone fleeing in panic, not someone who moved with tactical precision through terrain he'd already studied and memorized. The rear fence was wrought iron, 8 feet tall but climbable. He went over quick and quiet, dropping into the alley behind the judge's property. The stolen Honda sat where he'd left it 3 blocks away, keys still hidden in the wheel well. The drive back to the abandoned estate took 15 minutes through residential streets that were already crawling with police units, responding to the federal judge's murder. But they were racing toward the scene, not away from it, and a dented silver sedan driven by someone in a police uniform was invisible in the chaos. He changed out of the uniform in the pool house bathroom, folding the blood-spattered fabric carefully before stuffing it into a garbage bag that would disappear in a dumpster across town. The badge and radio went into a different bag, evidence that needed to vanish completely. The black Cadillac started with a low rumble that seemed to purr with satisfaction. He glanced up through the garage opening, checking once more for drone activity. The sky remained empty, just stars and the distant glow of Dallas emergency lights. He backed it out of the garage and into the November night, headlights cutting through darkness. He reached for the glove compartment, and the door creaked open with a protesting groan. Inside, the crumpled notepad sat where he'd left it, along with the stubby pencil that had already crossed off Senator Holt's name. He pulled out both items and flipped to the handwritten list, finding Judge Patricia Vance's name halfway down the page. The pencil moved steadily, striking a dark line through her name with the same satisfaction he'd felt crossing off Holt. The remaining entries stared back at him in the dashboard's dim glow: Fort Worth, Weatherford, Abilene, San Angelo, Midland, Odessa, El Paso. 7 more cities, 7 more debts to settle. The ledger of blood was growing, but his father's death still demanded payment in full. He folded the notepad and slipped it back into the glove compartment, along with the pencil. The door fell open immediately, dangling on its worn hinges. He slammed it shut harder this time, the plastic clicking into place with a finality that matched his resolve. The main highways would be crawling with state troopers and roadblocks by now. Every patrol car in Texas had the Cadillac's description, every traffic camera programmed to flag his license plate. But the driver knew Texas better than that, knew the farm roads that snaked between cotton fields, the ranch access routes that connected small towns without touching major arteries, the forgotten state highways that had been bypassed by interstate construction decades ago. He turned south onto a residential street, then east toward the county roads that would carry him away from Dallas through a maze of rural routes. No cameras, no checkpoints, just dark asphalt cutting through sleeping farmland toward his next target. Chapter 10. The black Cadillac Coupe de Ville rolled down Main Street in Wimberley like a satisfied cat, chrome gleaming in the November sunshine. Behind the wheel, the driver hummed along to Nina Simone's Feeling Good, playing softly through the vintage speakers, his manicured fingers drumming against the leather-wrapped steering wheel in perfect rhythm. The morning light caught the silver rings on 3 of his fingers, casting tiny rainbows through the windshield. He'd always loved small Texas towns, the unhurried pace, the way strangers still nodded to each other, the coffee shops that served actual conversation along with their drinks. Austin had been electric, but this was different. This was America at its most charming, before the poison set in, before people like Trevor Kane started spreading their venom through podcast microphones to millions of eager listeners. A young mother pushed a stroller past his car at the crosswalk, her baby gurgling happily under a canopy of autumn leaves. The driver rolled down his window and gave the child a gentle wave, his face lighting up with genuine warmth when tiny fingers waved back. "Beautiful morning, isn't it?" He called to the mother, who smiled and nodded before continuing across the street. "Isn't it just," he murmured to himself, rolling the window back up. "Such a perfect little town. Such a shame it had been infected by Kane's particular brand of hate." He pulled into a diagonal parking space in front of Cypress Creek Coffee, the kind of place that still had a hand-painted sign and mismatched furniture that somehow worked perfectly together. A golden retriever sat patiently outside, its coat brushed to perfection, wearing a bandana that read "Adventure Buddy" in cheerful letters. "Well, aren't you gorgeous?" the driver said, stepping out of the Cadillac and crouching down to scratch behind the dog's ears. The retriever's tail beat against the wooden sidewalk like a happy metronome. "Yes, you are. Who's a good boy?" "That's Ranger," said a voice behind him. The driver looked up to see an elderly man in paint-splattered overalls, weathered hands holding a leash with obvious pride. "He's something of a town celebrity around here." "I can see why," the driver said, standing and brushing dog hair from his charcoal wool sweater. "Magnificent animal. You must spend hours keeping him looking this good." The old man's face cracked into a grin. "My wife does, mostly. Says he's got better hair than half the women in town." He chuckled and tugged gently on the leash. "Come on, Ranger. Let's let this gentleman get his coffee." The driver watched them amble down the sidewalk, the man's bow-legged gait and the dog's patient pace perfectly matched. Such a lovely scene. Such a reminder of what this country could be when people weren't being poisoned by liars and fearmongers. The coffee shop's interior was everything he'd hoped: exposed brick walls covered with local art, vintage wooden tables worn smooth by years of elbows and coffee cups, the rich smell of freshly ground beans mixing with the sweet scent of cinnamon rolls. A chalkboard menu hung behind the counter, written in careful cursive that spoke of someone who still believed presentation mattered. 3 customers sat scattered around the space. A woman in her 60s working on a crossword puzzle, wire-rimmed glasses perched on the end of her nose. A young man with the intense focus of a grad student, laptop open, surrounded by textbooks and empty sugar packets. And a couple in their 40s sharing a blueberry muffin, wedding rings catching the light as they gestured through what looked like a comfortable, decades-old conversation. Behind the counter stood exactly the person he'd hoped to find, early 20s, with the kind of effortless beauty that came from good genes and an active lifestyle. Her auburn hair was pulled back in a messy bun secured with what looked like a vintage pencil, and her green eyes sparkled with intelligence and mischief. A small tattoo of a hummingbird decorated her left wrist, and she moved with the graceful efficiency of someone who genuinely enjoyed her work. "Good morning," she said, looking up from the espresso machine with a smile that could have powered the whole town. "What can I get started for you?" "Well, good morning to you too," the driver replied, letting his own smile warm his entire face. I have to say, walking into this place is like stepping into a magazine about perfect small-town life. You've got something special here. Her smile widened and he caught the slight flush that crept up her neck. Aren't you sweet? We like to think so. Are you just passing through, or are you here for the weekend? Bit of both, actually. He leaned against the counter with casual confidence, not crowding her space but making himself approachable. I'm a freelance journalist working on a piece about how podcasting is changing small-town America. Someone told me there's a fellow around here, Trevor Kane, who's made quite a name for himself in that world. Oh, Trevor, she said, rolling her eyes with the exasperated affection reserved for difficult local celebrities. Yeah, he's definitely made a name for himself. Lives about 10 minutes out of town, up on Cedar Ridge Road. Big white house with the satellite dishes, you can't miss it. Satellite dishes. The driver raised an eyebrow with theatrical curiosity. Now that sounds like someone who takes his broadcasting seriously. Seriously enough to wake up half the neighborhood when he gets really wound up, she laughed, turning back to the espresso machine. What can I make you? Coffee. Espresso. We do a mean dirty chai if you're feeling adventurous. You read my mind, he said, genuinely impressed. Chai latte sounds perfect. Make it a large. Something tells me I'm going to need the caffeine for my interview with Mr. Kane. As she worked, measuring spices and steaming milk in swift, habitual motions, the driver watched her hands, small, capable, with short nails painted a subtle coral color. I'm David, by the way, he said, extending his hand across the counter. Sage, she replied, wiping her palm on her apron before shaking his hand. Her grip was firm, confident. Like the herb. My parents were very into that whole Earth Mother thing. Sage, he repeated, savoring the name. It suits you perfectly. There's something very grounded about you, very wise beyond your years. The flush returned to her cheeks, and she busied herself with the milk steamer. So what kind of journalism do you do? Are you with a magazine or... Freelance mostly, he said smoothly. I write for whoever's interested in the story. This piece about podcasting started as a human interest angle, how regular people are building media empires from their living rooms. But the more I research it, the more I realize there's a darker side to some of these operations. Sage's expression grew more serious as she poured steamed milk into his cup, creating a perfect leaf pattern in the foam. You mean like the conspiracy stuff Marcus pushes? Among other things. The driver's voice carried just the right note of journalistic concern. Have you listened to his show? Unfortunately. She slid the chai across the counter, and he noticed she'd written David on the side of the cup in careful handwriting. My ex-boyfriend was obsessed with it. 3 hours a day of Trevor ranting about conspiracies and how everything's rigged against regular people. It was intense. That must have been difficult, the driver said, pulling out his wallet. It's hard watching someone you care about get pulled into that kind of thinking. Yeah, well. Sage shrugged, but he could see the old hurt in her eyes. Let's just say there's a reason he's my ex. That whole mindset, it changes people. Makes them angry all the time, paranoid, like they're constantly under attack. The driver handed her a $20 bill for the $7 drink. Keep the change, he said. And thank you for the information about Mr. Kane's location. Cedar Ridge Road, you said. Take Main Street west until it becomes Farm Road 2325, then turn right on Cedar Ridge. Like I said, you can't miss the White House with all the equipment." She tucked the bill into the tip jar with obvious gratitude. "Are you really going to interview him? Because I have to warn you, he can be a lot." "I imagine so," the driver said, taking a sip of the chai. The spices exploded across his tongue: cardamom, cinnamon, ginger, perfectly balanced with the sweetness of the milk. "This is absolutely incredible, by the way. Best chai I've had outside of India." Sage beamed at the compliment. "Secret family recipe. My grandmother brought it back from a trip to Mumbai in the 70s. Well, your grandmother had excellent taste." He raised the cup in a small salute. "And so do you. This place, this drink, this conversation, you've turned what could have been a routine coffee stop into the highlight of my morning. You're quite the charmer, aren't you?" Sage said, but her tone was pleased rather than suspicious. "I bet you say that to all the small-town baristas." "Only the ones who make perfect chai and give excellent directions," he replied with a wink. "Though I have to ask, are you going to be here later today? In case I need to debrief after my encounter with the infamous Trevor Kane." "I close at 6, she said, and there was definitely interest in her voice. "If you survive your interview, you're welcome to come back and tell me how it went." "It's a date," the driver said, then caught himself with theatrical embarrassment. "I mean, it's a plan." "Sorry, that probably sounded presumptuous." Sage laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "David, something tells me you're not the presumptuous type. You seem too thoughtful for that." If only you knew, he thought, but his smile never wavered. "You're very kind, Sage. I'll see you later today, assuming Trevor Kane doesn't talk my ear off for the next 8 hours. He headed for the door, then paused and turned back. "One more question. Does Kane live alone up there, or does he have family? I like to know what I'm walking into." "He's got a girlfriend," Sage said, wiping down the counter. "Tiffany something. She helps with his show sometimes, books guests and stuff. Sweet girl, actually, though I don't know what she sees in him." She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Between you and me, I think she's the only thing keeping him from going completely off the deep end." "Interesting," the driver murmured. "Well, wish me luck. And save me another one of those chais for later." "Will do," Sage called as he stepped out into the sunshine. The November air felt crisp and clean in his lungs as he walked back to the Cadillac, chai warming his hands through the cardboard cup. Ranger, the golden retriever, was still stationed outside the coffee shop, though his owner was nowhere to be seen. The driver gave the dog another quick scratch behind the ears before climbing into his car. The engine purred to life with its familiar rumble, and he took a moment to savor the chai while studying the town around him. Wimberley really was beautiful, the kind of place where people still left their doors unlocked and neighbors looked out for each other. The kind of place that deserved better than having its local celebrities spread poison and lies to millions of listeners. He pulled out of the parking space and followed Sage's directions, turning west on Main Street as it gradually transformed from small-town commercial district to rural highway. The houses grew larger and more spread out, with long driveways disappearing into clusters of oak and cedar trees. Horse pastures stretched on both sides of the road, dotted with the kind of expensive animals that spoke of serious money. Cedar Ridge Road appeared on his right exactly where Sage had said it would, marked by a weathered wooden sign that had seen better decades. He turned onto the narrow asphalt road, noting how it climbed gradually into the hills, offering glimpses of the valley below through breaks in the trees. And there it was, just as Sage had described, a large white house sitting on several acres, distinguished from its neighbors by the impressive array of satellite dishes and antennas sprouting from its roof like technological flowers. A professional-grade radio tower rose from the backyard, tall enough to broadcast across several counties. This wasn't just a home, it was a media compound disguised as a residence. The driver pulled into the circular driveway and parked behind a bright red Tesla Model S that probably cost more than most people made in a year. The house itself was modern prairie style, all clean lines and floor-to-ceiling windows, the kind of place that said, "I've made it," without being too ostentatious about it. Carefully manicured landscaping surrounded the structure, though the satellite equipment somewhat spoiled the architectural aesthetic. He finished his chai in 3 long swallows, savoring the last of Sage's grandmother's recipe, then stepped out of the Cadillac and straightened his sweater. Time to meet the infamous Trevor Kane. The front door was solid oak with etched glass panels, flanked by smart speakers that were probably voice-activated. The driver pressed the doorbell and heard Westminster chimes echo through the house, followed by the sound of footsteps on what sounded like marble floors. The door opened to reveal a woman in her late 20s with platinum blonde hair styled in loose waves, wearing yoga pants and an oversized sweater that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. Her makeup was flawless despite the early hour, and her blue eyes held the slightly vacant expression of someone who'd learned that being beautiful was often enough. "Hi there," she said, her voice carrying a slight Texas drawl. "Can I help you?" "Good morning," the driver replied with his most disarming smile. "I'm David Felt, freelance journalist. I was hoping to speak with Trevor Kane about his podcasting operation. I'm working on a piece about how independent media is changing the landscape of American journalism." Tiffany, this had to be the girlfriend Sage had mentioned, brightened considerably. "Oh, Marcus loves talking to journalists. Especially about the show." She stepped back and gestured him inside. "Come on in. He's actually recording right now, but he should be wrapping up soon." The interior of the house was exactly what the driver had expected. Lots of white leather furniture, chrome and glass surfaces, abstract art that looked expensive but soulless. The sound of Trevor Kane's voice drifted from somewhere deeper in the house, rising and falling with the theatrical passion of someone who'd learned that outrage sold better than reason. "Can I get you anything?" Tiffany asked, leading him toward what appeared to be a living room with a view of the hill country. "Coffee. Water. Marcus has this amazing cold brew set up." "That's very kind, but I just had an excellent chai at the coffee shop in town," the driver said, settling into a chair that probably cost more than most people's cars. "Lovely place, Wimberley. I can see why you chose to live here." "Oh, it's perfect," Tiffany agreed, perching on the edge of a sofa like a bird ready to take flight. "So peaceful but close enough to Austin that we don't feel completely cut off. And the house gives Marcus all the space he needs for his equipment." Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the driver could see the radio tower rising into the clear sky, its red warning lights blinking in steady rhythm. "Quite an impressive setup," he observed. "How many listeners does the show reach?" "Over 2 million subscribers," Tiffany said with obvious pride. "And growing every week. Marcus says we're the fastest-growing independent media operation in Texas." The sound of Kane's voice grew louder as he apparently reached the climax of whatever point he was making. Even through the walls, the driver could hear the anger, the barely controlled fury that seemed to drive men like Kane to their microphones day after day. He's very passionate about his message, the driver said carefully. Oh, absolutely, Tiffany nodded enthusiastically. Trevor says someone has to tell people the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. Even when it makes people angry. That's what real journalism is supposed to be about, right? Before the driver could answer, the sound of Kane's voice cut off abruptly, followed by the opening notes of what sounded like a commercial for survival gear. Moments later, footsteps approached from deeper in the house. Trevor Kane appeared in the doorway like a man who'd never met a room he couldn't command. He was shorter than the driver had expected, maybe 5'8", but he carried himself with the aggressive confidence of someone who'd learned to compensate for his stature with sheer force of personality. His brown hair was carefully styled to hide a receding hairline, and his goatee trimmed to a sharp, exact line. He wore jeans and a black t-shirt with "Question Everything" printed across the chest in bold white letters. Well, well, Kane said, striding forward with his hand extended. Trevor Kane. Tiffany tells me you're a journalist. David Felt, the driver replied, standing to shake Kane's hand. The man's grip was firm to the point of aggression, the kind of handshake designed to establish dominance. Freelance. I'm working on a piece about independent podcasting, and your operation came highly recommended. I bet it did, Kane said with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Always happy to talk to real journalists. God knows there aren't many of you left in the mainstream media. That's actually part of what I'm investigating, the driver said smoothly. How independent operators like yourself are filling the void left by traditional news organizations. Kane's grin widened. Brother, you've come to the right place. Tiffany, why don't you get us some of that cold brew? This is going to be a long conversation. As Tiffany disappeared toward what the driver assumed was the kitchen, Kane gestured toward a hallway that led deeper into the house. Come on, let me show you the studio. You want to understand what we're doing here, you need to see the nerve center of the operation. The driver followed Kane down a hallway lined with framed photos, Kane shaking hands with various figures, Kane speaking at events, Kane posing with microphones and broadcasting equipment. The pictures told the story of a man who'd built his identity around being perpetually passionate about his message. The studio was impressive, he had to admit. Professional-grade soundproofing, multiple cameras for video streaming, a control board that belonged in a radio station. Kane's chair sat behind a desk covered with microphones, tablets, and energy drink cans, facing a wall of monitors displaying social media feeds, news sites, and what looked like listener comments streaming in real time. 2 million subscribers, Kane said, settling into his chair with obvious satisfaction. Growing every week. You know why? Tell me, the driver said, though he already knew the answer. Because I tell people what they need to hear, Kane declared, leaning back in his chair. Not the sanitized, corporate-approved version that you get from the mainstream outlets. The real story. About what's really happening in this country, about the forces that are working against ordinary people. The driver nodded thoughtfully. And what is the real story, in your opinion? Kane's eyes lit up with the fervor of a true believer. Brother, where do I even start? The corruption, the manipulation, the systematic erosion of everything that made this country great, it's all connected. They want us divided, they want us weak, they want us dependent so we never question what they're really doing. For the next 20 minutes, Kane launched into a monologue that touched on shadowy forces, hidden agendas, and elaborate schemes designed to control and manipulate the population. Government overreach, corporate manipulation, media bias, educational indoctrination. It was a comprehensive worldview built on the assumption that nothing was as it seemed, delivered with the passionate conviction of someone who genuinely believed every word. "The thing is," Kane said, finally pausing to take a swig from an energy drink, "most people can handle the truth. They want the truth. But the mainstream media has been so compromised, so thoroughly bought and paid for, that independent operators like me are the only ones willing to tell it like it is." "Fascinating," the driver murmured. "And you've built all this just by telling people what you believe to be true." "Truth sells," Kane said with obvious pride. "Survival gear, water filtration systems, precious metals, emergency food supplies. When people understand what's really happening in this world, they want to be prepared. And I help them get prepared while funding the operation that keeps them informed. It's a perfect circle." Tiffany appeared in the doorway carrying a tray with 3 glasses of cold brew coffee, each garnished with what looked like artisanal ice cubes. "Here you go, boys," she said, setting the tray on Kane's desk. "Trevor, don't forget you've got that Skype interview with the Montana group at 3. Right, Kane said, accepting his coffee. "Thanks, babe." The driver took his glass and sipped the cold brew, which was actually quite good, smooth and rich without the bitter edge that often came with iced coffee. "This is excellent," he said. "Do you roast your own beans?" "Local roaster in Austin," Tiffany said with a pleased smile. "We try to support small businesses whenever we can." "How progressive of you," the driver thought, but kept his expression neutral. "Trevor, I'm curious about your audience," he said. "What kind of feedback do you get from listeners?" "Incredible response," Kane said, turning to one of his monitors. "Look at this, thousands of comments on yesterday's show alone. People thanking me for opening their eyes, for giving them information they can't get anywhere else." The driver leaned forward to scan the comments, and his stomach tightened at what he saw. Angry rants, calls for action against various targets, elaborate fantasies about confronting the perceived enemies Kane had identified. It was a cesspool of rage and hatred, all encouraged by Kane's daily doses of paranoia and fury. "Some pretty intense reactions," the driver observed. "That's what happens when you tell people what they need to hear," Kane said proudly. "It makes them angry. It should make them angry. We've been lied to for so long, manipulated for so long, that the natural response is rage. And you don't worry about that rage being directed at innocent people." Kane's expression hardened slightly. "Brother, there aren't many innocent people left in this fight. You're either awake to what's happening or you're part of the problem. Sometimes it takes extreme language to wake people up." The driver set down his coffee glass with careful deliberation. "Extreme language," he repeated thoughtfully. "Like when you told your listeners that certain public figures deserved what was coming to them." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Kane's easy smile faltered, and Tiffany looked suddenly uncomfortable. "That was taken out of context," Kane said carefully. "I was speaking about accountability and consequences." "Really?" The driver pulled out his phone and scrolled to a saved audio file. "Because I have the clip right here. Would you like me to play it back?" Kane's face flushed red. "Look, pal, I don't know what kind of hit piece you're planning to write, but—" "I'm not planning to write anything," the driver said softly, his charming facade finally slipping away. "I'm here because of what you've done to people. All the hate you've spread, all the minds you've poisoned." The silence that followed was deafening. Kane's hand moved slowly toward his desk drawer, but the driver was faster. The Heckler and Koch VP9 appeared in his hand like magic, suppressor already threaded, muzzle pointed directly at Kane's forehead. "Hands on the desk," the driver said in a voice that had lost all trace of warmth. "Both of you." Tiffany let out a small whimper, her coffee glass slipping from nerveless fingers to shatter on the hardwood floor. Kane's face had gone pale, all his bluster evaporating in the face of real, immediate danger. "You're him," Kane whispered. "You're the one who's been killing them." "I'm one of them," the driver corrected. "And you, Trevor, have been a very bad boy. All those people you've radicalized, all that poison you've poured into their ears, did you really think there wouldn't be consequences?" "Please," Tiffany said, tears streaming down her perfectly made-up face. "Please don't hurt us. We never did anything to you." The driver looked at her with something that might have been pity. "You've been helping him spread lies and hatred to millions of people, Tiffany. That's not nothing. I just book his guests," she sobbed. "I don't even listen to the show." "Then you should have," the driver said. "Maybe you would have understood what kind of man you were sleeping with." Kane's hand inched toward the desk drawer again. "Look, if this is about money." The driver's gun swung toward him, stopping his movement cold. "It's not about money, Marcus. It's about accountability. It's about consequences for your actions. You can't just kill people because you disagree with them," Kane said, trying to summon some of his old authority. "This is America. We have free speech." "Free speech," the driver repeated thoughtfully. "Yes, you do. And I have free choice. The choice to ensure that monsters like you don't poison any more minds with your lies." Two soft coughs from the suppressed pistol. Kane jerked backward in his chair, two neat holes appearing in his forehead, his eyes going wide with surprise before the light faded from them forever. He slumped forward onto his expensive desk, blood pooling around his energy drink cans and streaming across his keyboard. Tiffany's scream was cut short by a third soft cough. She toppled sideways off her chair, her blonde hair fanning out across the hardwood floor like spilled sunlight, her blue eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling. The driver stood for a moment in the sudden silence, breathing in the smell of cordite and death. Through the studio windows, he could see the radio tower still blinking its steady warning to aircraft that would never come. All that expensive equipment, all those millions of subscribers, all that carefully cultivated rage, silenced forever by 9 millimeters of justice. He holstered the pistol and walked back through the house, past the white leather furniture and expensive art, past the photos of Kane posing with his microphones and broadcasting equipment. At the front door, he paused to pull out a handkerchief and wipe down the coffee glass he'd touched, though he doubted anyone would be processing this scene for fingerprints anytime soon. The November air felt clean and pure after the stench of the studio. He climbed into the Cadillac and started the engine, letting it idle for a moment while he composed himself. In a few hours, when Kane failed to show up for his scheduled interview, someone would come looking. They'd find the bodies, call the police, start the investigation that would ultimately lead nowhere. But by then, he'd be long gone, heading toward his next target in his next town, carrying his own form of justice down the highways of Texas. He put the Cadillac in gear and rolled down the driveway, past the radio tower that would never broadcast Trevor Kane's poison again, past the expensive Tesla that would sit gathering dust until someone came to claim it, past the manicured landscaping that would soon be trampled by crime scene investigators. At the end of Cedar Ridge Road, he paused and looked back at the White House one more time. Such a lovely place, really. Such a shame it had been infected by the man who'd lived there. He turned south toward his next destination, already thinking about the name he'd cross off his list when he stopped for the night. The morning had started with chai and friendly conversation with a beautiful barista. It was ending with 2 bodies and a little more justice in the world. The Cadillac devoured the asphalt, carrying him toward whatever town held his next target, his next reckoning. The day was young and his work was far from finished.
Chapter 11. Ruth's phone buzzed against the nightstand at 5:47 a.m., Ben Miller's name glowing on the screen like a harbinger of bad news. She'd been awake for the past 20 minutes anyway, staring at the ceiling of their Austin hotel room while Aaron slept beside her, both of them caught in that restless space between exhaustion and anticipation that came with active cases. "Miller," she answered, keeping her voice low. "Ruth, we've got 2 more." Ben's voice carried the weight of someone who'd been awake all night fielding calls from angry superiors. Both hit last night, within 40 minutes of each other. Different cities, same impossible timeline, same black Cadillac. Ruth sat up, immediately alert. "Where?" "Dallas and Wimberley." Federal judge in Dallas, Patricia Vance, 5 dead total including her security detail. Podcaster in Wimberley, Trevor Kane plus his girlfriend. Both scenes show the same tactical approach, same suppressed weapons, same methodical execution. Aaron stirred beside her, his investigator's instincts pulling him from sleep at the sound of her voice. Ruth put the call on speaker and mouthed 2 more as he rolled over to listen. "Timeline?" Ruth asked, reaching for the notepad she always kept beside the bed. Dallas hit went down around 10:30 p.m. Wimberley approximately 11:10 p.m., Ben said. 40 minutes apart, 120 miles of highway between them. Traffic cameras caught the same Cadillac leaving both scenes. Same license plate. Identical. Same Texas registration, same everything. Media's already calling him the Black Cadillac Killer. It's all over the morning news. Ruth felt that familiar chill that came when a case shifted from difficult to impossible. "Ben, we need to talk about what we're really dealing with here." "That's why I'm calling at dawn," Ben said grimly. "I'm pulling in additional resources. FBI's offering support, DPS is providing analysts, and we're officially designating this a joint task force operation as of 8 a.m. this morning." Aaron was fully awake now, running his hands through his hair as he processed the implications. Ruth could see the same questions in his eyes that were running through her own mind. How do you investigate multiple crime scenes simultaneously when your killer apparently defies the laws of physics? "Who's taking lead on the JTF?" Ruth asked. "You are," Ben said without hesitation. "FBI wants to coordinate, but this started as our case, and it's staying our case. I'm assigning Jake Ramirez as your liaison with federal resources, and Tina's coordinating with DPS analysts. But Ruth, we need boots on the ground at both scenes today." Ruth looked at Aaron, seeing her own reluctance reflected in his expression. They'd worked together for 3 years, had never split up during an active investigation. The idea of dividing their partnership felt wrong on a fundamental level. "How do you want to handle scene assignments?" she asked, though she already knew what the answer had to be. "Your call," Ben said. "But I need experienced eyes at both locations. These aren't crime scenes anymore, they're terrorist attacks. 5 federal agents dead in Dallas, including a federal judge. The Attorney General's office is breathing down everyone's necks." Ruth closed her eyes, running through the logistics. Dallas would be crawling with federal investigators, media, and political pressure. Wimberley would be smaller, more manageable, but potentially just as important for understanding their killer's methodology. "I'll take Wimberley," she said finally. "Aaron can handle Dallas with federal support." "Ruth," Aaron started, but she held up a hand. "It makes sense," she said, though every instinct told her they were stronger together. "Dallas is going to be a circus. You're better with federal bureaucracy than I am. Wimberley's a small-town crime scene. I can work it without getting tangled up in jurisdictional politics." "I don't like splitting up," Aaron said bluntly. "Neither do I," Ruth admitted. "But we can't be in two places at once, and apparently our killer can." Ben's voice cut through their hesitation. "I need decisions, people. Media's camping out at both locations, and I've got senators calling the governor asking why we haven't caught this guy yet." "Dallas and Wimberley," Ruth said firmly. "Aaron to Dallas, me to Wimberley. When do we need to be on scene?" "2 hours ago," Ben said. "But I'll settle for, before the morning news crews start their live broadcasts." "And Ruth, watch yourself out there. This guy's escalating, 5 cops dead in one night. He's not playing games anymore." After Ben hung up, Ruth and Aaron sat in silence for a moment, the weight of the case settling between them like a physical presence. Through the hotel window, Austin was beginning to wake up. Early commuters heading to coffee shops, joggers starting their morning runs, the ordinary rhythms of a city that had no idea how close violence had come the night before. Ruth felt the familiar knot in her stomach that came with cases that spiraled beyond control. 5 more people dead. A federal judge murdered in her own home. Whatever they were dealing with, it was escalating faster than they could keep up. "Ruth," Aaron said quietly, his voice carrying a weight she recognized as the prelude to serious disagreement. "I think we should reconsider splitting up." She looked at him across the dim hotel room, seeing the careful expression he wore when he was about to argue a point he felt strongly about. "Aaron, we just agreed." "No, you decided," he said, running his hands through his hair. "And I went along with it because Ben was on the phone and we needed to give him an answer. But Ruth, think about this. We've worked 7 major cases together in 3 years. 7 cases, 7 convictions. Perfect record. So that's not normal," Aaron said, leaning forward. "That kind of closure rate doesn't happen by accident. It happens because we work well together. Because we see things the other misses, because we complement each other's strengths." Ruth felt a familiar stubborn heat rising in her chest. "Aaron, we're both experienced investigators. I've been doing this job for 15 years. "I know that," he said quickly. "I'm not questioning your ability. I'm saying we're better together than we are apart. That's not an insult to either of us. It's just a fact." "It's superstition," Ruth said, getting up to pace the small hotel room. "You're talking about our cases like we're some kind of magic team. We solve cases because we're good at our jobs, not because of some mystical partnership." Aaron watched her pace, his expression growing more determined. "Is it superstition that we haven't lost a single case since we started working together? Is it superstition that our conviction rate is 20% higher than the state average?" "Statistics," Ruth said dismissively. "We've been lucky with the cases we've drawn. Good evidence, solid witnesses." "Ruth, listen to yourself," Aaron said, standing up to face her. "You're talking yourself out of acknowledging what everyone else already knows. We're brilliant together. Why would we deliberately split up our most effective investigative tool?" Ruth stopped pacing and turned to face him, feeling her jaw set in that stubborn line her foster families had learned to recognize. Because we're not some two-headed monster, Aaron. We're individual agents who happen to work well together sometimes. Sometimes. Aaron's voice rose slightly. Ruth, we've never, not once, failed to close a case when we worked it together. And what happens when one of us retires? Ruth shot back. What happens when Ben assigns us to different cases? Are you going to argue that the Texas Rangers can't function unless Ruth Baker and Aaron Tate are permanently attached at the hip? Aaron was quiet for a moment, and she could see him working through his response. This isn't about retirement or future assignments. This is about right now, this case, these killers who have managed to murder 11 people while apparently existing in 2 places at once. Exactly, Ruth said, seizing on his words. Which is why we need to be in 2 places at once ourselves. We need to work both scenes simultaneously, and that means splitting up. Or it means we work one scene thoroughly and then move to the other, Aaron said. Better to do one thing perfectly than 2 things halfway. Ruth felt her temper flare. Are you seriously suggesting I can't handle a crime scene by myself? That's not what I'm saying, and you know it, Aaron said, his own frustration starting to show. I'm saying we're more effective together. Period. End of discussion. No, Aaron, it's not end of discussion, Ruth said, her voice sharpening. Because I'm the senior agent on this case, and I'm telling you we're splitting up. 2 scenes, 2 agents, maximum efficiency. Maximum efficiency. Aaron stared at her. Ruth, 5 federal agents are dead. A federal judge is dead. This isn't about efficiency, it's about not making mistakes that get people killed. And you think I'm more likely to make those mistakes working alone? Aaron opened his mouth, then closed it, clearly recognizing the trap she'd laid for him. If he said yes, he was questioning her competence. If he said no, he was undermining his own argument. I think we both make fewer mistakes when we're working together, he said finally. I think we see more, understand more, catch things that might slip by individually. Ruth crossed her arms, feeling her position harden. That's romantic nonsense, Aaron. We're both trained investigators. We both know how to read a crime scene, interview witnesses, collect evidence. The idea that I can't function professionally without you standing next to me is insulting. Ruth. No, she said, cutting him off. I'm not some rookie who needs her hand held. I was solving cases before I met you, and I'm perfectly capable of solving them now. Aaron sat down heavily on the edge of the bed, and she could see the frustration in the set of his shoulders. This isn't about you needing me, Ruth. It's about us being better together than we are apart. Why is that so hard to accept? Because it's not true, Ruth said, though even as the words left her mouth, she wasn't entirely sure she believed them. It's just something we tell ourselves because we like working together. 7 cases, Ruth, Aaron said quietly. 7 perfect closures. When was the last time you worked a case alone? Ruth felt a cold recognition settle in her stomach. It had been over 2 years since she'd worked a major case without Aaron. But that didn't prove anything, that was just how the assignments had fallen. That doesn't mean anything, she said, but she could hear the defensiveness in her own voice. Doesn't it? Aaron looked up at her, and she could see the genuine worry in his eyes. Ruth, what if you're wrong? What if splitting up means we miss something crucial? What ifs? What if, Ruth said, her frustration boiling over. Aaron, we can't investigate cases based on superstition and fear. We have to trust our training, our experience, our ability to do our jobs. Aaron was quiet for a long moment, studying her face. When he finally spoke, his voice was resigned. "You're not going to change your mind about this, are you?" "No," Ruth said firmly. "I'm not." He nodded slowly, and she could see him making the decision to stop fighting her on it. "Okay. Dallas and Wimberley. You take Wimberley, I'll handle the federal circus in Dallas." But something had shifted between them, some easy assumption of unity that had been there when they woke up. Ruth could feel it in the space between them, in the way Aaron moved around the room, gathering his things without looking at her. "Aaron," she said, but he held up a hand. "It's fine, Ruth. You're the senior agent. It's your call." The words were professionally correct, but she could hear the distance in them, the careful politeness that had replaced their easy partnership. An hour later, they stood in the hotel parking lot beside their Range Rover, the morning air crisp with the promise of another difficult day. Ruth had called Hertz and arranged for an SUV rental, a black Ford Explorer that would be waiting for her at the Austin airport. The logistics were simple enough, but the emotional reality of separating felt more complicated now, weighted with the argument that still hung between them. "I keep thinking about the kids," Ruth said, adjusting the strap of her gear bag, trying to bridge the gap that had opened between them. "Jake's got his game Friday night, Marcus needs help with his volcano project, and Ava's probably stress baking enough cornbread to feed half of Lowe's Perditos." She managed a small smile, but it felt forced. "Mrs. Henderson's going to think we've abandoned them." "They know we're working," Aaron said, but she could hear the distance still there, the careful politeness that made her chest tight. "And they know we're trying to stop something terrible from getting worse." Ruth looked at him, really looked at him, taking in the strong line of his jaw, the way his shoulders carried not just his own responsibility, but the weight of their disagreement. The easy warmth that usually existed between them felt strained, replaced by something more careful, more conditional. "This feels wrong," Aaron said, loading his gear bag into the Range Rover. His hands lingered on the vehicle's door handle, and she couldn't tell if he was talking about the case or about them. "I know," Ruth said, checking her service weapon out of habit. "But we've got 2 active crime scenes and limited time before evidence starts deteriorating. We need to work them simultaneously." Aaron walked around to face her, and she could see all the arguments he was holding back written in his expression. "Promise me you'll be careful in Wimberley," he said, his voice carrying more weight than the simple words suggested. "Small town doesn't mean safe, not with this guy." "Same goes for Dallas," Ruth replied, stepping closer to him. "Federal scene means federal politics. Don't let the bureaucrats get in your way." For a moment, they just looked at each other, and Ruth felt the full weight of their first real disagreement settling between them. It wasn't enough to break them, nothing could do that. But it was something new, a recognition that they could want different things, could disagree about fundamental questions of how to do their work. Aaron reached for her then, and she came to him, but the embrace felt different from their usual easy affection. There was still love there, still the deep connection that had become the foundation of her life, but it was complicated now by the awareness that they weren't always going to agree, that sometimes one of them would have to give in to the other's judgment. Ruth pressed her face against his chest, breathing in the familiar scent of his aftershave mixed with coffee and the hotel's industrial laundry detergent. But she could feel the tension in his shoulders, the way he held her like he was still trying to convince her of something. "I love you," she said against his chest, the words carrying an apology she couldn't quite voice. "I love you too," Aaron murmured into her hair. "More than I ever thought possible." Ruth just Be careful out there. Please. I will, she said, pulling back to look at him. And Aaron. We're going to figure this out. Both of us. Working both scenes. I hope you're right, he said, but she could hear the doubt in his voice. He kissed her then, but it felt different from their usual goodbye kisses, more careful, less certain. A kiss that carried the weight of unresolved disagreement. When they finally separated, Ruth had to force herself to step back, to break the connection that felt more fragile than it had that morning. Go solve the case, Aaron said, managing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. You too, Ruth replied. And Aaron. Check in every hour. Every hour, he agreed. Ruth watched him drive away toward Dallas, his taillights disappearing into the morning traffic. For a long moment, she stood alone in the hotel parking lot, feeling oddly unsettled in a way that had nothing to do with the physical dangers of the case. For 3 years, she and Aaron had moved through their work with an easy unity, a shared confidence that they could handle whatever came their way. Now, for the first time, she was wondering if maybe he was right, if maybe they were stronger together than apart. But it was too late to change her mind now. She'd made the decision, defended it, and now she had to prove she'd been right to make it. She climbed into the rental Explorer and adjusted the seat and mirrors, her mind already shifting into case mode. Wimberley was waiting, and whatever answers were there, she was going to find them. Alone.
Chapter 12. Aaron's knuckles were white on the Range Rover steering wheel as he navigated the morning traffic heading north toward Dallas. The argument with Ruth replayed in his mind on an endless loop, her stubborn insistence that they could work just as effectively apart, his growing certainty that they were making a mistake that could cost them the case. 6 perfect closures. 6 cases where their combined instincts had led them to answers that might have eluded either of them working alone. But Ruth had made her decision, and now he was driving toward a federal crime scene crawling with bureaucrats and jurisdictional complications, while she headed to a small-town murder that might hold the key to understanding their impossible killer. His phone buzzed with an incoming call. Agent Tate. This is SAC Jennifer Hawkins, FBI Dallas Field Office. The voice was crisp, professional, carrying the kind of authority that came with managing federal investigations. I'm running the Joint Task Force on the Black Cadillac killings. Ben Miller said you'd be my primary liaison with the Rangers. That's correct, Aaron said, taking the exit toward University Park. I'm about 15 minutes out from the Vance scene. We've got a full evidence response team on site. Mobile command center is set up 2 blocks south to keep media at distance. Judge Vance was high profile, so we're dealing with senators calling the director asking why we haven't caught this guy yet. Aaron could see the media circus as he approached. News vans lined the residential street 3 blocks away from the actual crime scene. Satellite dishes pointed skyward like steel flowers reaching for the sun. The FBI had established a proper perimeter, with the outer edge keeping reporters far enough away that telephoto lenses couldn't capture useful footage. What's the current status? Aaron asked, pulling up to the first checkpoint where a uniformed Dallas officer was logging every vehicle entry. Bodies were moved to the ME's office 2 hours ago after complete documentation. We're in the detailed evidence collection phase now. Should have preliminary field analysis within 3 hours. Digital forensics van is processing electronic evidence. and we've got teams working both the interior scene and the abandoned estate location. Aaron showed his credentials and was waved through to a second checkpoint. This one manned by FBI agents with tablets logging every person who entered the active crime scene. He noted the professional setup. This wasn't the usual jurisdictional free-for-all that often plagued multi-agency investigations. The FBI Mobile Command Center sat in a cleared lot 2 blocks from the Vance residence. A massive trailer filled with communication equipment, digital displays showing real-time updates, and workstations where analysts were processing evidence as it came in from the field. Aaron parked beside a cluster of federal vehicles and crime scene vans, noting the careful organization that spoke of experienced federal case management. A tall woman in a dark pantsuit approached as Aaron climbed out of his vehicle. Even from 30 feet away, he could see she moved with the confident stride of someone accustomed to command. As she got closer, Aaron found himself taking note of details with professional appreciation. She was striking rather than conventionally pretty, with strong cheekbones and intelligent dark eyes that seemed to catalog everything around her. Her thick brown hair was pulled back in a neat bun, and she carried herself with the kind of athletic grace that suggested serious time in the gym. Special Agent in Charge Jennifer Hawkins, FBI Dallas Field Office, she said, extending her hand with a firm grip that spoke of confidence without aggression. You must be Ranger Tate. Thanks for making the drive up from Austin. Aaron Tate, Texas Rangers, he replied, noting how her eyes held his with the direct gaze of someone comfortable with authority. Appreciate you coordinating with us on this. I know jurisdictional cases can get complicated. Not when we're all after the same guy, Hawkins said with a slight smile that suggested she'd navigated these waters before. Your reputation precedes you. Ben Miller speaks very highly of your work with Ranger Baker. How are you handling the separation? Aaron felt a flicker of surprise at the perceptive question. It's an adjustment, he said honestly. We've worked together for 3 years. But Ruth felt we needed to cover both scenes simultaneously. Smart thinking, Hawkins said, gesturing toward the command center. Let me walk you through what we've documented so far, then we'll head to the scene. Inside the mobile command center, Aaron was impressed by the sophisticated setup. Multiple workstations showed real-time updates from different aspects of the investigation: crime scene documentation, digital evidence processing, laboratory analysis, and coordination with other agencies. A large display screen showed a timeline of events, updated as new information came in. Timeline reconstruction shows first shots fired at 10:31 p.m., Hawkins said, consulting a tablet that appeared to be connected to the main system. House alarm triggered at 10:33, but our subject was already inside by then. Neighbors reported what they thought were firecrackers around 10:35. That would be when Agent Fleming tried to mount his defense in the living room. Aaron studied the timeline display, noting how events were logged to the minute, with supporting evidence cited for each entry. Total time inside: 3 minutes and 47 seconds from entry to exit, based on alarm timestamps and traffic camera footage. This wasn't random violence. This was a precisely planned operation. What about the false emergency call? Audio analysis is complete. Hawkins pulled up another screen showing voice pattern analysis. Subject used a stolen Dallas PD radio to call in multiple casualties at Galleria Shopping Center. Voice stress patterns suggest someone familiar with police protocols, not just reading from a script, but someone who understood how to make an emergency call sound authentic. Military or law enforcement background. That's our assessment. The tactical approach, the equipment knowledge, the ability to manipulate police response, all suggest professional training. A crime scene technician approached their workstation. SAC Hawkins. We've got preliminary results from the digital forensics team. The house security system was disabled, but we recovered partial footage from a neighbor's camera that caught our subject's approach. Let's see it, Hawkins said, and Aaron watched as she seamlessly coordinated multiple information streams without losing focus on any individual element. The footage appeared on one of the smaller monitors, grainy black and white video, showing a figure in what appeared to be a police uniform approaching the Vance property from the rear. The timestamp showed 10:28 p.m., just 3 minutes before the first shots were fired. Enhancement is still in progress, the technician said. But we can see he's carrying standard police equipment, radio, service weapon, badge visible on his chest. Moves with confidence, like he belongs there. Aaron made notes on his tablet, documenting the professional setup and coordination he was witnessing. This was federal investigation at its most efficient. Multiple specialized teams working simultaneously, real-time analysis and coordination, immediate sharing of results between different aspects of the case. Ready to see the actual scene? Hawkins asked. They walked the 2 blocks to Judge Vance's house, passing through 2 more security checkpoints where their progress was logged and their purpose documented. Aaron noted the care being taken to maintain chain of custody for what would eventually become crucial trial evidence. The house itself was a substantial 2-story colonial, now surrounded by evidence markers and processed by teams of federal technicians. Yellow crime scene tape created geometric patterns around the property, but the real work was happening inside where specialists were documenting every surface and angle. 5 victims total, Hawkins said as they approached the front entrance. Judge Patricia Vance, her housekeeper Maria Santos, and 3 federal agents assigned to her protection detail. All close-range shots, all execution style. Aaron could see the meticulous documentation process in action. Crime scene photographers working in coordination with evidence technicians. Each photograph logged with timestamp and GPS coordinates. Every piece of evidence tagged with detailed chain of custody information. Tyler Brooks was first, Hawkins said, indicating the area near the service door where chalk outlines had been replaced by evidence markers showing the exact position where the young security officer had fallen. Single shot to the forehead while answering the door. Ballistics suggests contact or near contact range. Aaron studied the blood spatter patterns that had been documented with string lines and measurement markers. No chance to draw his weapon. Service weapon was still holstered. Our subject moved fast. Brooks probably didn't realize he was in danger until it was too late. They moved through the house systematically, with Hawkins explaining the evidence collection process at each location. Aaron was impressed by the thoroughness, not just the obvious evidence like blood spatter and shell casings, but also trace evidence collection, fingerprint processing on every surface, and digital documentation that would allow virtual reconstruction of the entire scene. Kitchen is where he encountered Maria Santos and Judge Vance, Hawkins said, leading him to where evidence markers showed the positions of the victims. Santos was making coffee when he arrived. Vance was meeting with Agent Carson to discuss additional security measures. Aaron examined the documented scene, noting how the evidence markers created a three-dimensional map of the violence. The sequence of shots. Carson first, he would have been the immediate threat. Then Vance, as she tried to move away from the table. Santos last, as she attempted to flee through the service door. The precision of the documentation was impressive, but Aaron found himself thinking about how Ruth would read this scene, what psychological insights she might derive from the killer's choice of targets and sequence of violence. Their separation was already creating gaps in his analytical process. Any surveillance from the house itself. System was professionally disabled before our subject entered. Cut the main cable, disabled backup power, took out the recording device. But we recovered the equipment. Digital forensics is trying to determine if anything was captured before the system went down. They spent another hour examining each room where violence had occurred, with Aaron documenting the federal evidence collection process and noting details that might become relevant for prosecution. The thoroughness was impressive, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Ruth would be seeing patterns and connections that weren't immediately obvious to the federal team. What about the abandoned estate location? Aaron asked as they finished processing the main crime scene. That's our next stop. We found evidence that our subject used it as a base of operations for several days. The drive to the Bancroft estate took 15 minutes through residential streets lined with mansions that spoke of serious oil money. Aaron followed Hawkins's Bureau sedan in his Range Rover, noting how the properties grew larger and more isolated as they moved away from the main thoroughfares. The Bancroft estate sat behind overgrown hedges and rusted gates, the main house sealed with bankruptcy notices and court orders. A second FBI mobile unit had been established in the circular driveway, processing evidence from both the main house and the pool house where their killer had apparently been staying. Property's been empty since the foreclosure 8 months ago, Hawkins explained as they approached the evidence collection operation. No security, no neighbors close enough to see activity. Perfect hideout for someone planning an extended operation. Aaron could see multiple federal teams at work, evidence technicians processing the garage for trace evidence, digital specialists examining electronic equipment found in the pool house, even a forensic anthropologist who'd been called in to examine what appeared to be a fire pit where documents had been burned. Tire tracks in the garage match what we'd expect from a large sedan or SUV, Hawkins said, leading him to where technicians were making plaster casts of the impressions. Fresh oil stains suggest something with a minor leak in the oil pan. We've collected samples for chemical analysis. Any identification of the specific vehicle? Still working on that. But the oil analysis might give us manufacturer specifics. Different companies use different additive packages that show up in spectroscopic analysis. They moved to the pool house, where Aaron could see the signs of recent occupation that had been carefully documented and photographed. A rumpled bed, empty energy drink cans cataloged and bagged, toiletries that had been swabbed for DNA evidence. Military-style organization throughout, Hawkins noted, showing him photographs of how the space had been found. Bed made with hospital corners, personal items arranged with geometric precision, even the empty containers sorted by type. Professional habits die hard, Aaron observed. What about the hair dye? Found in the bathroom trash, black to brown color change, application probably within 48 hours of our arrival. We've collected hair samples from the shower drain and sink for DNA analysis, though our subject was careful about cleanup. A digital forensics technician approached with a tablet. Sack Hawkins. We've completed the initial analysis of the electronic equipment found in the pool house. GPS tracker, high-end commercial grade, but it's been wiped clean. However, we were able to recover some data from the device's memory cache. What kind of data? Hawkins asked, immediately focused on the new information. Location pings from the past 72 hours. Looks like our subject was conducting surveillance on multiple targets, the Vance residence, 3 other locations in Dallas, and 2 addresses in Austin. Aaron felt something click in his mind. Austin addresses. One matches Congresswoman Marquez's campaign office. The other is a residential address in central Austin. That could be connected to our Wimberley case, Aaron said, pulling out his phone to text Ruth the information. My partner's working a related murder, different killer, same timeline. Same timeline. Hawkins looked up sharply. How same? 40 minutes apart, 120 miles of highway. Same vehicle description, impossible logistics. Hawkins was quiet for a moment, processing the implications. Coordinated team. That's our working theory. But the methodologies are completely different. Your killer is military tactical. Ours appears to be using social engineering and charm. Interesting. Hawkins consulted her tablet. We should coordinate our evidence collection efforts. If these cases are connected, we need to be sharing information in real time. Aaron spent the next 2 hours working with the federal evidence teams, documenting every aspect of their findings and maintaining constant communication with Ruth about developments at both scenes. The federal resources were impressive, state-of-the-art equipment, specialized expertise, and the kind of funding that allowed for comprehensive analysis of every potential piece of evidence. But as the afternoon wore on, Aaron found himself missing the intuitive leaps that came from working with Ruth, the way she could look at a crime scene and immediately understand the psychological dynamics that had played out. The federal team was thorough and professional, but they were focused on physical evidence and procedural analysis. Ruth would be reading the human story behind the violence. His phone buzzed with updates from Ruth's investigation in Wimberley, witness interviews, photographic evidence, a completely different approach to murder that somehow connected to what he was seeing in Dallas. He found himself wishing they were working the scenes together, building their usual shared understanding of the case. Something bothering you? Hawkins asked as they reviewed the evidence collection logs. Just thinking about how my partner would read this scene, Aaron said honestly. We've worked together for 3 years. I'm used to having her insights to complement the physical evidence." "What kind of insights?" "Psychological profiling, understanding the killer's motivations, reading the emotional dynamics of violence. She's got 15 years of experience reading crime scenes like books." Hawkins nodded thoughtfully. "Sounds like you two make a good team." "The best," Aaron said, feeling the truth of it in a way that made their separation feel even more significant. 7 perfect closures in 3 years. We've never failed to solve a case when we work it together. And now you're working apart for the first time." Ruth felt we needed to cover both scenes simultaneously. "She's probably right, but it feels wrong." Hawkins was quiet for a moment, then said, "For what it's worth, the coordination between our 2 scenes has been excellent. Your partner's sending us useful intelligence, and I'm sure our findings are helping her case." Aaron nodded, but as they prepared to wrap up the evidence collection at the estate, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something crucial, some connection or insight that would have been obvious if he and Ruth were working the case together. When Hawkins called him away to review additional evidence from the pool house, Aaron rejoined the federal investigation, carrying Ruth's earlier insights with him, seeing the Dallas evidence through the lens of her psychological analysis. "Find anything useful?" Hawkins asked as they walked back toward the mobile command center. "More confirmation that we're dealing with 2 different killers," Aaron said. "Same end result, same timeline, but completely different personalities and approaches." "How do you coordinate something like that?" "That's what we need to figure out," Aaron said, looking at the evidence logs that would eventually help them understand not just who had committed these murders, but how they'd managed to be in 2 places at once. The federal resources were impressive, the evidence collection was thorough, and the coordination was professional. But Aaron knew that the real breakthrough would come when he and Ruth could sit down together and combine their insights, when they could see the full picture that was bigger than either of their individual investigations. 7 perfect closures, he thought again. 7 cases where their combined abilities had led them to answers that might have remained hidden. Now they were working apart, and he could only hope that Ruth's confidence in their individual capabilities would prove justified. Because if she was wrong, if they really were stronger together than apart, people were going to die while they learned that lesson the hard way.
Chapter 13. The drive to Wimberley took Ruth through some of the most beautiful country in Texas, but she barely noticed the rolling hills and limestone outcroppings that made the area a tourist destination. Her mind kept circling back to the argument with Aaron, replaying his words about their partnership being their secret sauce. The rational part of her brain insisted she'd been right. They were both competent investigators capable of working independently. But the doubt that had been gnawing at her since she'd watched his taillights disappear suggested maybe she'd been more stubborn than strategic. She'd built her entire identity around self-reliance, a survival mechanism learned in a childhood where depending on others usually led to disappointment. But Aaron wasn't the foster system, and their partnership wasn't some institutional obligation. It was something they'd built together, something that had made them both better at their jobs and at their lives. The GPS guided her off Highway 12 and into downtown Wimberley, a picturesque hill country town that looked like it belonged on a postcard. Cypress Creek meandered through the center of town, lined with shops and restaurants that catered to weekenders from Austin and San Antonio. Under normal circumstances, Ruth would have appreciated the charm of the place, Today, she was focused on the cluster of emergency vehicles surrounding a modern white house that sat on several acres above the creek. She pulled up to the outer perimeter and showed her credentials to a Hays County Sheriff's deputy who looked like he'd been awake all night. "Texas Ranger Ruth Baker," she said, noting the exhaustion in the young man's eyes. "I'm taking lead on this investigation." "Deputy Rodriguez," he replied, consulting a clipboard. "Crime scene's been secured since about 6 this morning, when the cleaning lady found them. We've got Wimberley PD, County Sheriff, DPS, and now you Rangers. It's getting crowded in there." Ruth nodded, understanding the jurisdictional complications that came with high-profile murders in small towns. "Who's been processing the scene?" "Detective Lisa Parker, Hays County. She's good people, used to work Austin PD before she moved out here for the quiet life." Rodriguez managed a tired smile. "Bet she's regretting that career move about now." Ruth parked behind a DPS crime scene van and gathered her gear, noting the carefully maintained landscaping around the house and the impressive array of satellite equipment sprouting from the roof. This wasn't just a residence, it was a media operation, complete with a professional-grade radio tower that rose above the surrounding oak trees. Detective Parker met her at the front door, a compact woman in her 40s with intelligent eyes and the kind of calm demeanor that came from years of working difficult cases. "Ranger Baker." "Lisa Parker, Hays County Sheriff's Office. Thanks for coming down from Austin." "Thanks for coordinating with us, Detective. What's your preliminary assessment?" "2 victims, both killed by close-range gunshots with a suppressed weapon. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of robbery. This was targeted." Parker consulted her notes, which Ruth noticed were meticulously organized in a leather portfolio, the mark of an experienced investigator. Trevor Kane, 41, owned and operated a political podcast called Truth Seekers. His girlfriend, Tiffany Morrison, 28, helped with the business side of the operation. Ruth made notes on her tablet, already comparing the basic facts to what she knew about the Austin killings. "Any witnesses?" "That's where it gets interesting," Parker said, leading her through the front door into a spacious living room decorated with expensive furniture and abstract art. Young woman at the coffee shop downtown remembers a charming guy asking about Kane's address yesterday morning. Said he claimed to be a journalist working on a story about podcasting. Description: well-dressed, polite, ordered a chai latte. Made quite an impression on her. She remembers details most people wouldn't notice. Said he had a nice smile and seemed genuinely interested in the town. Ruth felt something click in her mind. The Austin killer had used authority to get close to his targets. This one used charm and social manipulation. Any surveillance footage from the coffee shop? No cameras inside, but the owner's daughter is something of an amateur photographer. Took some pictures of the downtown area yesterday morning for her Instagram. We're having DPS digital forensics enhance them to see if any caught our mystery journalist. I'll want to speak with both of them, Ruth said. The barista and the photographer. Already arranged. They're both coming in this afternoon to the sheriff's office. I've also got our digital evidence technician documenting Kane's computer equipment. Guy had a pretty sophisticated setup. They moved deeper into the house, passing framed photos of Kane with various media personalities and political figures. Ruth noted the progression, smaller events and local politicians in earlier photos, gradually working up to national figures and major conferences. Trevor Kane had built himself into someone important enough to kill. Victims are in the studio, Parker said, leading her down a hallway lined with more photos and awards. Fair warning, it's pretty gruesome. And we've got DPS crime scene photographers still working the scene, so we'll need to coordinate our movements with them. A DPS photographer was documenting the studio when they arrived, his camera flash creating stark shadows against the professional soundproofing. The studio was impressive even in death: professional-grade equipment, multiple cameras, a control board worthy of a radio station. Trevor Kane slumped forward over his desk, 2 entry wounds visible in his forehead, blood pooled around expensive electronics. His girlfriend lay beside an overturned chair, blonde hair fanned across hardwood floors, stained dark with blood. Evidence markers are already in place, Parker explained, pointing to numbered yellow tents positioned throughout the room. We documented the scene exactly as found before placing them. DPS has been here since 7 a.m. with their mobile lab unit. Ruth studied the scene methodically, noting angles and distances, the positioning of the bodies, the scatter pattern of shell casings that had been marked but not yet collected. A sequence of events. Best assessment based on blood spatter analysis. Kane was at his desk, probably recording or preparing to record. The girlfriend was sitting in that chair. Parker pointed to the overturned furniture. Killer engaged them in conversation first. No defensive wounds, no signs they tried to run initially. So he got close through deception, not force. Exactly. And get this, we found Kane's phone on the desk, still recording. Whatever happened, it's all captured on audio. Ruth looked up sharply. Have you listened to it? Waiting for you. Digital forensics team wanted proper chain of custody documentation before we access the file. Phone's been photographed in position, documented, and secured in evidence bag. Parker led her to where the phone sat in a clear evidence envelope, its screen still showing an active recording session. Through the plastic, Ruth could see the timestamp. The recording had run for over an hour before someone had finally turned it off. We'll need to process this with DPS digital forensics, Ruth said. Audio evidence can be fragile, and if this goes to trial, we need perfect chain of custody. Already coordinated. They're setting up audio enhancement equipment in their mobile lab outside. Should be ready to process within the hour. Ruth nodded approvingly. Parker was thorough, the kind of detective who understood that cases were won or lost on procedural details. What else have you found? 4 shell casings total from a 9mm subsonic loads designed for suppressor use. Parker consulted her notes again. DPS ballistics team ran preliminary field tests this morning. Different firing pin impressions than the Austin cases, so we're looking at a different weapon. Ruth felt another piece click into place. Same caliber, different gun. What about the spent rounds? 2 in Kane's head, 1 in Morrison's chest, 1 in her forehead. All recovered by DPS and tagged for full ballistics analysis at the Austin lab. They're expediting results, should have preliminary comparison within 6 hours. They spent the next hour documenting every detail of the studio, while DPS technicians continued their evidence collection. Ruth found herself missing Aaron's presence, not because she couldn't handle the technical aspects alone, but because he would have caught details she might miss, offered perspectives that complemented her own observations. But she pushed the thought aside and focused on the methodical work of crime scene analysis. Ranger Baker. A DPS technician approached, carrying a tablet. We've completed preliminary processing of the digital evidence. Kane's computer system was more complex than we initially thought. Multiple hard drives, encrypted files, cloud storage backups. Going to need specialized equipment to fully analyze. Timeline for complete analysis. Full digital forensics workup will take 3 to 5 days, but we can provide preliminary findings today. And we've isolated the audio recording from his phone, ready for your review whenever you are. Detective, let's set up those witness interviews now, Ruth said as they finished the initial scene processing. I want to speak with everyone who had contact with our suspect. Sage Brennan, that's the barista, said she could meet us at the coffee shop in 20 minutes. And I've got the photographer, Emma Price, coming to the station at 3. DPS is also sending a sketch artist from Austin to work with Brennan on a composite. Let's start with the barista. I want to see the location where the interaction took place. The drive to downtown Wimberley took 5 minutes through tree-lined streets that spoke of old money and careful preservation. Cypress Creek Coffee sat on the main drag, a converted Victorian house with hand-painted signage and the kind of artisanal atmosphere that attracted both locals and tourists. Sage Brennan was behind the counter when they arrived, serving a customer with brisk ease. She was exactly what Ruth had expected from Parker's description: early 20s, auburn hair, green eyes that missed very little. But now, in person, Ruth could see the stress of the past 24 hours written in the tight lines around her eyes. When she spotted Ruth and Parker, she said something to another barista, who nodded and took over at the register. Sage approached them, wiping her hands on her apron. Ms. Brennan, I'm Texas Ranger Ruth Baker. Thank you for making time to speak with us. Of course, Sage said, leading them to the same corner booth where she'd served the killer. I've been thinking about him all morning. When I heard on the news that Trevor was dead, I kept thinking about that journalist who asked for directions. They settled into the same corner booth where Sage had served coffee to the killer less than 24 hours earlier. Ruth pulled out her digital recorder and notebook, noting the sight lines from the booth to the front door, the counter, the layout that would have allowed the suspect to observe other customers. I'm going to record our conversation for accuracy, Ruth said, placing the device on the table. I want you to walk me through everything. From the moment he walked in until he left. Take your time, include any detail that seemed odd or memorable. Sage wrapped her hands around a coffee mug she'd brought from behind the counter, drawing warmth from it as she collected her thoughts. He was the first thing I noticed when I looked up from the espresso machine. Tall, well-dressed in that casual way that costs money, you know. Charcoal sweater, nice jeans. Had this confident walk, like he belonged everywhere. Physical description. Maybe 6 feet, lean build but athletic. Brown hair, nicely styled. Clean shaven. Good teeth, I noticed teeth because my mom's a dental hygienist. Sage paused, her eyes focusing on something beyond the coffee shop's windows. But it was his eyes that really got my attention. Green, I think, or maybe hazel. Really warm when he smiled. Ruth made detailed notes, building a mental picture. How did he approach the counter? Confident but not pushy. Waited patiently while I finished with another customer, then stepped up with this genuine smile. Said something about how walking into this place was like stepping into a magazine about perfect small-town life. Those were his exact words. Pretty close. He had this way of talking that made you feel like you were the most interesting person in the room. Asked about the town, seemed genuinely curious about our community. Ruth could see how the killer had worked, not just charming, but making his target feel special, building a connection that would make them want to help him. When did he mention Trevor Kane? That's when I should have been suspicious, Sage said, her voice carrying guilt. He said he was working on a story about podcasting, how it's changing small-town America. Then he asked about Trevor, but here's the weird thing. He called him Marcus Webb at first, then corrected himself to Trevor Kane. Like he'd mixed up his notes or something. Ruth felt another piece click into place. This killer had done minimal research, was operating off incomplete or outdated information. Very different from the tactical precision of the Austin murders. What did you tell him about Trevor? Everything, basically. Sage's expression darkened with self-recrimination. Where he lived, about the satellite equipment, even mentioned Tiffany. God, I basically gave him a roadmap. You had no way of knowing his intentions, Ruth said firmly. What else do you remember about the conversation? He ordered a chai latte, seemed to really appreciate the quality, asked about the recipe. My grandmother's secret blend from Mumbai. He was so complimentary, so interested. Sage paused, taking a shaky sip of her coffee. And he flirted with me. Not inappropriately, just charming. Asked if I'd be here later, so he could tell me how the interview went. Did you agree? I said yes. The words came out as barely a whisper. I actually looked forward to seeing him again. What does that say about me? It says he was a professional manipulator, Ruth said. These kinds of killers often have sophisticated social skills. You responded to someone who seemed genuine and interested. That's normal. Ruth continued questioning Sage for another 20 minutes, drawing out details about the suspect's mannerisms, his apparent familiarity with the area, the way he'd positioned himself in the coffee shop to observe other customers. By the time they finished, she had a clear picture of someone very different from the Austin killer, theatrical rather than tactical, relying on charm and social engineering rather than authority and intimidation. One last question, Ruth said as they prepared to leave. Did he pay with cash or card? Cash. Left a 20 for a $7 drink, told me to keep the change. Another way to make sure I'd remember him fondly. And the DPS sketch artist will be here this afternoon. 3 o'clock, Parker confirmed. I've arranged for both Sage and Emma Price to work with her. They drove to the Hayes County Sheriff's Office, a modern building that managed to maintain some hill country charm with its limestone facade and landscaped grounds. Emma Price was waiting in the lobby, a young woman in her early 20s with the kind of artistic energy that radiated from her paint-stained fingers and the vintage camera bag slung across her shoulder. Ms. Price, I'm Ranger Baker. Thank you for coming in. Emma, she said, shaking Ruth's hand with enthusiasm that seemed at odds with the gravity of the situation. I've been going through all my photos from yesterday morning. I think I might have something. They settled into a conference room where Emma spread printouts across the table, dozens of candid shots of downtown Wimberley, the kind of atmospheric images that captured the essence of small-town life. I was doing a photo essay for my art class, Emma explained, sorting through the images quickly. Downtown Wimberley through the seasons. I spent about 2 hours yesterday morning just walking around, taking shots of storefronts, people, the general vibe. Ruth leaned forward, scanning the photographs. Do any of these show the coffee shop? Several. I was particularly interested in the way the morning light hit the Victorian architecture. Emma pulled out a stack of photos, showing Cypress Creek coffee from various angles. This one here. She pointed to a shot taken from across the street, showing the coffee shop's front entrance. In the background, barely visible through the window, Ruth could make out two figures at what looked like the corner booth. What time was this taken? Emma checked her camera's digital metadata display on her tablet. 10:47 a.m. That would be right in the middle of when Sage said she was talking to that journalist guy. Ruth studied the image, but the figures were too distant and obscured by window reflections to make out any useful details. Any closer shots? That's the thing, Emma said, pulling out another photograph. I was experimenting with depth of field, trying to capture the interaction between indoor and outdoor spaces. This image was taken from a slightly different angle, showing more of the coffee shop's interior through the large front windows. The corner booth was clearly visible, and Ruth could see a man's profile, lean face, brown hair, engaged in animated conversation with someone across from him. This is him, Ruth said, studying the photograph carefully. We'll need this enhanced digitally. DPS has equipment that can pull more detail from the original file. Already working on it, Emma said, pulling out her laptop. I've got the raw files, which means I can pull out more detail than what shows in the print. Ruth watched as Emma imported the image and began adjusting contrast and sharpness. Slowly, the man's features became clearer: strong jawline, aquiline nose, an expression of engaged attention that suggested he was genuinely interested in his conversation partner. Can you provide us with the original digital files for evidence? Absolutely. And there's one more thing. Emma scrolled through more images on her laptop. I was taking some street photography about a block away, around 11:15. Right after this guy would have left the coffee shop. The image showed a section of Main Street with typical small-town foot traffic. A few pedestrians, some parked cars, nothing that immediately stood out. But then Emma zoomed in on the background. See that black car pulling away from the curb? Ruth leaned closer. It was unmistakably a classic Cadillac, its distinctive silhouette and chrome details clearly visible even at a distance. The license plate was too far away to read, but the vehicle matched the description from the Austin crime scene perfectly. This is excellent work, Emma. I need copies of all these images, and I'll need you to write up a formal statement about when and where they were taken. DPS will also need to examine your camera and memory cards to establish chain of custody. Of course. Is this really the guy who killed Trevor and Tiffany? We're still investigating, Ruth said carefully. But your photographs may be crucial evidence. After finishing with Emma Price, Ruth coordinated with the DPS digital forensics team to begin processing the audio recording from Kane's phone. The mobile lab had been equipped with professional audio enhancement equipment, and the technician, a young specialist named Martinez, had already begun preliminary analysis. The recording runs for 63 minutes total, Martinez explained, showing Ruth the audio waveform on his computer screen. First 57 minutes appear to be normal podcast recording, Kane talking about various political topics. Then at timestamp 57:14, we have a new voice. The killer. Male voice, different speech patterns than Kane. Want to listen? Ruth put on headphones as Martinez played the relevant section. Kane's familiar radio voice filled her ears, then suddenly stopped mid-sentence. There was the sound of a door opening, then a new voice, cultured, warm, with just a hint of theatrical flair. Congresswoman Marquez. James Carter, security consultant. Ruth listened to the entire interaction, noting how the killer had used charm and false credentials to gain access, how he'd engaged his victims in conversation before revealing his true intentions. The audio captured everything, the sound of the suppressed gunshots, the victim's final moments, even the killer's calm movements through the house afterward. "This is going to be crucial evidence," Ruth said, removing the headphones. "How's the audio quality?" "Excellent." Kane's equipment was professional grade. "We're getting clean voice prints that could be used for comparison if we find a suspect. Also picking up background sounds that might help establish timeline and location." By late afternoon, Ruth had compiled a comprehensive case file that painted a clear picture of their Wimberley killer, someone who used social engineering rather than force, who relied on charm and manipulation rather than tactical precision. The evidence was solid: witness testimony, photographic evidence, audio recording, physical evidence from the crime scene. But the central mystery remained. How had someone committed murder in Wimberley just 40 minutes after an identical vehicle had been spotted leaving Austin, over 100 miles away? Her phone buzzed with Aaron's text message about developments at the Vance scene. Reading his update about the federal investigation, she felt both relief at hearing from him and a complex mix of emotions about his obvious professional admiration for Zach Hawkins. When her phone rang moments later, she answered immediately. "Ruth, thank God. I've been thinking about our conversation this morning, and Aaron, we can save the personal stuff for later," she said, though she could hear the relief in her own voice. "Right now, I need to compare what we're seeing at both scenes." As they talked, updating each other on their respective investigations, Ruth felt the familiar satisfaction of working a case together, even at a distance. Aaron's insights about the tactical precision of the Vance killing complemented her analysis of the social engineering approach used in Wimberley. Together, they were building a picture of coordinated killers with completely different methodologies, but somehow perfect timing. But when Aaron mentioned Zach Hawkins repeatedly, praising her investigative skills and professional competence, Ruth felt an unexpected stab of jealousy that surprised her with its intensity. She'd never been jealous of Aaron's female colleagues before. Their relationship was solid, built on trust and mutual respect. But something about the way he spoke about this FBI agent, with genuine admiration and what sounded like professional attraction, set off alarm bells she didn't even know she had. When Hawkins called Aaron away from their conversation, Ruth was left holding her phone in the Wimberley afternoon, wondering if she'd made the right decision about splitting up. Aaron was working closely with an impressive federal agent who clearly had his professional attention. Ruth was standing alone in a small town, having successfully processed a crime scene and interviewed key witnesses, but feeling oddly uncertain about the choices she'd made. Focus, she told herself. 2 people were dead, and their killer was still out there. She had solid evidence, witness statements, and audio recordings that would help build a case. The investigation was moving forward, and she was contributing meaningfully to it. She tucked the phone away and walked back toward Detective Parker, who was coordinating with the DPS evidence teams. There was still work to do, evidence to analyze, leads to follow, a killer to catch. The personal complications could wait. Everything else could wait. It had to.
Chapter 14. Aaron arrived at the FBI Mobile Command Center at 7:30 a.m. to find the investigation already in its 3rd hour of the day. The morning air carried the smell of fresh coffee and diesel exhaust from the idling generators that powered the sophisticated equipment humming inside the converted trailer. Through the open door, he could see federal agents settling into what looked like a long day of methodical analysis. "Morning, Ranger Tate," SAC Jennifer Hawkins said, looking up from a workstation where spreadsheets covered 2 monitors. Hope you got some sleep. We've got a full day ahead of us. Aaron accepted a cup of coffee from Agent Martinez, noting how the younger man's eyes were slightly bloodshot from what appeared to be an early start. What's the status on suspect development? We're building a comprehensive database, Hawkins explained, gesturing toward multiple workstations where agents were systematically processing information. Started at 5 a.m. with personnel files from 3 different sources: former law enforcement with disciplinary actions, military personnel with documented grievances against government, and individuals who have been flagged for threats against political figures. Aaron settled into an empty chair beside Martinez's workstation, watching the methodical process of modern investigation. The screen showed a spreadsheet with hundreds of names, each tagged with multiple data points: age, location, profession, threat level, psychological markers. It was impressive in its thoroughness, a far cry from the intuitive leaps and hunches that characterized his usual work with Ruth. Current count? Aaron asked, sipping coffee that was significantly better than what they served at most law enforcement facilities. 437 initial possibilities, Martinez replied, highlighting cells on his spreadsheet. We're applying filters systematically: geographic proximity to crime scenes, access to tactical training, documented grievances against our specific victims. Agent Collins worked at the adjacent station, cross-referencing social media accounts with the suspect database. Aaron watched him methodically search through Facebook posts, Twitter feeds, and Instagram accounts, looking for patterns of escalating rhetoric or specific mentions of their victims. The digital forensics aspect is time-consuming, Collins explained, noticing Aaron's attention. We're not just looking for obvious threats. We're tracking language patterns, frequency of posts, escalation in tone over time. Someone planning this kind of operation might show subtle changes in their online behavior months before taking action. Aaron found himself impressed by the systematic approach, so different from the collaborative intuition he and Ruth usually employed. How long does each individual analysis take? Depends on their digital footprint, Collins said, pulling up an example profile. Someone with minimal online presence might take 15 minutes to fully assess. Heavy social media users with years of posts can take 2 to 3 hours for complete evaluation. By 9:15 a.m., the team had narrowed their list to 87 possibilities. Aaron watched the process unfold with growing appreciation for federal resources. Multiple agents working simultaneously, sophisticated software cross-referencing databases, real-time analysis that would have taken local law enforcement weeks to accomplish. We're looking for specific psychological markers, Agent Rodriguez explained as he joined the analysis team. Aaron noted that Rodriguez moved with the deliberate pace of someone settling in for a long day, not the urgency of breaking developments. Narcissistic injury, persecution complex, escalating grievances against authority figures. Hawkins consulted her tablet, reviewing progress across all workstations. Let's review our top candidates so far. Martinez, what do you have? 3 individuals showing strong correlation with our profile, Martinez said, bringing up files on his main screen. Marcus Webb, former Army Ranger with documented anti-government sentiments. Discharged for insubordination after questioning orders during a domestic security operation. Aaron studied Webb's file, military training, tactical expertise, recent online activity showing increasing hostility toward political figures. The psychological profile seemed to fit, but something about the case felt incomplete. Thomas Dalton, Collins continued, switching to another file. Former FBI agent, terminated for excessive force during arrest of a congressional aide. Has been posting increasingly violent fantasies about cleansing corruption from government. Concerning, Hawkins noted, making notes on her tablet. What about the third candidate? Robert Delaney Crenshaw, Rodriguez said, pulling up a third file. Former Dallas Police Department detective, terminated 2 years ago after a series of excessive force complaints. Aaron leaned forward to study Crenshaw's photograph, a lean-faced man in his early 40s with graying hair and intense eyes that seemed to stare directly at the camera. Something about the image struck him as familiar, though he couldn't place where he might have encountered the name. What was the final incident that got him fired? Aaron asked. Rodriguez scrolled through the personnel file methodically. Brutal interrogation of a suspect in a city council corruption investigation. When charges were dropped due to Crenshaw's procedural violations, he filed grievances claiming political interference. Threatened lawsuits, accused the department of protecting corrupt politicians. So he was investigating political corruption when his career imploded, Aaron said, feeling the first stirring of recognition. That gives him direct connection to the kind of figures we're seeing targeted. Gets more interesting when you look at his digital footprint, Collins said, switching to social media analysis. We've been tracking anonymous accounts across multiple platforms, tracing them back to individuals through writing style analysis and metadata. Aaron watched as Collins pulled up a timeline of posts, all linked to accounts that digital analysis suggested belonged to Crenshaw. The progression was subtle but unmistakable, professional frustration gradually hardening into political rage. March 2023. Honest cops can't do their jobs when politicians protect their criminal friends. April 2023. The corruption goes all the way to the top. Nobody wants to hear the truth. June 2023. System is designed to destroy anyone who threatens their power structure. August 2023. Maybe someone needs to show these people what real justice looks like. October 2023. Senator Holt represents everything wrong with this country's leadership. The writing analysis software confirms this is all the same author. Aaron asked, noting how the posts grew increasingly direct in their threats. 94% confidence based on vocabulary patterns, sentence structure, and grammatical quirks, Collins confirmed. The algorithm also detected increasing frequency of posts and escalating emotional intensity over the 18-month period. By 10:45 a.m., Aaron was beginning to see how federal investigators built cases through systematic analysis rather than intuitive leaps. Every conclusion was supported by multiple data points, every theory backed by quantifiable evidence. It was methodical, thorough, and impressively professional. Any recent activity from Crenshaw? Hawkins asked as the team continued their analysis. That's what makes him particularly interesting, Martinez said, highlighting gaps in the social media timeline. Complete radio silence across all platforms starting 3 days ago. No Facebook posts, no Twitter activity, no Discord chat participation. When someone goes dark like that, it usually means they've moved from planning to operational phase, Rodriguez noted, consulting his behavioral analysis notes. They stop talking about it and start doing it. Aaron felt pieces beginning to align in his mind. 3 days ago would put his digital blackout right around the time of the first murders. Exactly, Collins agreed. The pattern suggests transition from fantasy to action. At 11:20 a.m., Agent Martinez's phone rang. Aaron watched him answer with the casual efficiency of someone handling routine calls, not the dramatic urgency that television police work suggested. Martinez listened for several minutes, making notes on a legal pad, occasionally asking for clarification or repetition of details. "Understood," Martinez said finally. "We'll need full crime scene documentation and witness statements." "Yes, we'll coordinate with Dallas PD on evidence sharing." He hung up and turned to address the team. "Dallas PD has discovered 3 bodies that might be connected to our investigation. Domestic homicide scene, discovered this morning during a welfare check." Hawkins looked up from her analysis. "Connected how?" "Jennifer Crenshaw, Robert Crenshaw's ex-wife, found dead in her apartment. Shot twice in the face at close range. Her parents, Robert and Martha Hendricks, found dead at their separate residence about 6 miles away. Same methodology, close-range gunshots to the head." Aaron felt his pulse quicken slightly, though he maintained the steady professionalism he'd learned from working with Ruth. Timeline. Medical examiner's preliminary assessment suggests the murders occurred approximately 72 hours ago. Bodies were in early stages of decomposition when discovered. Martinez was already pulling up Crenshaw's file, cross-referencing the domestic incident with their existing timeline. 72 hours ago puts it roughly 12 hours before the Senator Holt murder. Classic escalation pattern, Rodriguez observed, consulting his behavioral analysis materials. Personal violence often precedes symbolic targeting. The individual eliminates immediate obstacles first, then expands to broader targets that represent their larger grievances. Aaron studied the preliminary crime scene reports as they came through via email. The photographs showed methodical execution-style murders that bore unmistakable resemblance to the political killings they'd been investigating. Precise placement of wounds, no defensive injuries, a cold efficiency that spoke of someone comfortable with violence. "Any witnesses to these domestic murders?" Hawkins asked. Building manager at Jennifer Crenshaw's apartment complex reported seeing a man matching Robert Crenshaw's description leaving the building 3 nights ago. Martinez read from his notes. Appeared agitated, was carrying a large duffel bag. Manager thought it was odd because Crenshaw wasn't supposed to have access to the building. Custody dispute. Aaron asked. Bitter divorce proceedings, Rodriguez confirmed, pulling up court records. Jennifer Crenshaw had filed for sole custody of their 8-year-old son, claiming domestic violence and threatening behavior. Hearing was scheduled for next week. Collins was already analyzing the psychological implications. Losing access to his child could have been the final trigger that pushed him from fantasy to action. Personal failure expanding into systematic revenge against everyone he holds responsible. Aaron found himself following the logical progression, impressed by how federal analysis built comprehensive pictures from multiple data sources. So he eliminates the immediate obstacles to taking his son, then moves on to the political figures he blames for his professional destruction. And there's more, Martinez continued, consulting additional reports. 8-year-old Tommy Crenshaw is missing from the crime scenes. No body found, no sign of struggle in his bedroom. His clothes and some toys are missing, suggesting someone packed for him. Amber Alert, Hawkins asked. Issued an hour ago. Every law enforcement agency in Texas has the child's photo and description. By 12:30 p.m., Aaron was watching the team methodically build what appeared to be an airtight case. The evidence was circumstantial but compelling, creating a comprehensive picture of someone whose personal failures had escalated into systematic violence against symbolic targets. Vehicle registration, Aaron asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Martinez smiled as he pulled up DMV records. 1973 Cadillac Coupe de Ville, black, Texas registration Charlie Delta 7492. Registered to Robert Delaney Crenshaw. Aaron stared at the license plate number, remembering the traffic camera footage from every crime scene they'd investigated. That's our vehicle. Exact match for every witness description and camera capture. Missing since the domestic murders, Rodriguez added. Neighbors haven't seen it parked at Crenshaw's apartment complex since Tuesday night. Collins was already pulling up traffic camera footage on his workstation. Same plates captured leaving the Holt residence in Preston Hollow at 10:23 p.m. on Tuesday. Same plates leaving Judge Vance's neighborhood at 10:35 p.m. on Wednesday. Perfect correlation, Hawkins observed, reviewing the evidence accumulation on her tablet. Motive, means, opportunity, and vehicle identification. Plus the psychological profile that explains the escalation from personal to political violence. Aaron spent the early afternoon watching federal investigators systematically confirm details and close remaining gaps in their case. The process was methodical, thorough, and impressively professional, a far cry from the intuitive collaboration he was used to with Ruth, but undeniably effective in building prosecutable cases. Recent sightings of Crenshaw himself, Aaron asked as the team continued their analysis. That's the problem, Martinez replied, consulting multiple databases. Complete absence of confirmed sightings since the domestic murders. Missed his scheduled court appearance for the custody hearing, didn't show up for his part-time security guard job, hasn't been seen at his apartment complex. Underground, Rodriguez noted. Classic behavior for someone who's transitioned to operational phase. They eliminate their normal routine, avoid familiar locations, minimize contact with anyone who might report their activities. By 2:15 p.m., Hawkins was coordinating the expansion of their investigation into a formal manhunt. Aaron watched her work with multiple agencies, organizing resources and establishing communication protocols with the professional efficiency he'd come to associate with federal operations. Media briefing scheduled for 4 p.m., she announced to the team. Every major news outlet will carry Crenshaw's photograph and the Amber Alert for Tommy. We're also coordinating with neighboring states in case he attempts to flee Texas. Aaron's phone rang at 2:45 p.m. with Ruth's number. He stepped outside the command center to take the call, noting how the afternoon sun had grown warm despite the November date. Through the mobile unit's windows, he could see federal agents continuing their methodical work, building the administrative foundation that would support prosecution once Crenshaw was apprehended. "Ruth, we found him," he said, unable to keep the excitement out of his voice. "The guy who's been doing this. FBI worked their magic, and we've got a name." "Really?" Ruth's voice carried that familiar note she got when she wasn't quite convinced. "Who is it?" Aaron filled her in on the morning's work, how they'd started with hundreds of suspects, narrowed it down, then found Robert Crenshaw with his perfect storm of motive and opportunity. As he talked, he could hear Ruth making those little sounds she made when she was processing information. "So this Crenshaw guy," Ruth said when he finished, "you actually seen him anywhere near our crime scenes?" Aaron felt a flicker of annoyance. Trust Ruth to cut straight to the weak point. He's been off the grid since he killed his family. That's what these guys do. They go dark when they're operational. Or maybe he's dead. Or maybe someone's setting him up. Aaron, what about the timing thing? How's one guy in Dallas and Austin at the same time? The feds think he'd help. Other dirty cops, maybe. Or he planned it all out in advance. Even as he said it, Aaron knew how it sounded. You hear yourself right now. Ruth's voice had that edge she got when she thought he was being stubborn. You're making up reasons why the evidence doesn't work instead of asking why it doesn't work. Aaron watched Hawkins through the command center windows, coordinating what looked like half the law enforcement in Texas. Ruth, this guy's got 18 months of online threats. His car's at every scene. He just murdered his ex-wife and her parents. What more do you need? How about putting him at a crime scene? How about explaining how he sounds like a tactical operator in Austin and a charming sociopath in Wimberley? Those aren't the same person, Aaron. Maybe he's smarter than we thought. Maybe he's playing different roles. Or maybe you've got the wrong guy. Ruth's voice went quiet. Aaron, I know those federal resources look impressive, but don't let them talk you out of what you know doesn't add up. Every cop in Texas is looking for him now, Aaron said, though something in his chest was starting to feel tight. If Crenshaw's our guy, we'll have him by tomorrow. And if he's not? Ruth asked. What happens to all those real killers while you're chasing ghosts? After ending the call, Aaron stood outside the command center for several minutes, watching the organized activity of a federal investigation that had focused all its considerable resources on a single target. The evidence against Crenshaw was compelling: comprehensive digital analysis, perfect vehicle correlation, psychological profile that explained the escalation pattern, recent domestic violence that provided the trigger. But Ruth's voice echoed in his mind, questioning fundamental assumptions that the federal team had accepted as logical conclusions. Two different killers, impossible timelines, methodologies that seemed inconsistent with a single perpetrator. Maybe Ruth was overthinking complications, allowing perfect to become the enemy of good. Federal resources were impressive, their analysis was thorough, and the circumstantial case was the kind that convinced juries and closed cases. Or maybe Ruth's investigative instincts were detecting something that sophisticated analysis had overlooked, some crucial element that comprehensive methodology had missed. As Aaron rejoined the team coordinating the statewide manhunt for Robert Delaney Crenshaw, he found himself hoping they were pursuing the right suspect, while wondering what important piece they might be missing, while all their considerable resources focused on this single theory. The afternoon stretched ahead with briefings, coordination calls, and systematic preparation for what everyone expected would be the apprehension of their primary suspect. Aaron settled back into his workstation, ready to support the federal investigation, while Ruth's questions lingered in his mind like an itch he couldn't quite scratch.
Chapter 15. The black Cadillac Coupe de Ville rolled into Fort Worth as the afternoon sun hung low and golden, casting long shadows across the cracked asphalt of University Drive. The driver's fingers drummed against the worn leather steering wheel, keeping time with Nina Simone's Cinnamon playing softly through the vintage speakers. The November air carried the scent of wood smoke from someone's backyard fire, mixing with the exhaust fumes and fast food grease that formed the olfactory signature of urban Texas. He'd been following Councilman Richard Vasquez's Instagram feed since leaving Dallas 3 hours ago. The man was a social media addict, posting every mundane detail of his campaign life: coffee with constituents at 7 a.m., ribbon cutting at a new bike shop at noon, and now, according to his most recent post timestamped 43 minutes ago, getting in my daily run at Trinity Park. Healthy lifestyle fit for Fort Worth, Vasquez for mayor. The photo showed Vasquez stretching against a park bench, all teeth and campaign-tested sincerity, his mayoral candidate t-shirt pulled tight across a runner's lane frame. The geotag marked Trinity Park on University Drive, and the caption promised 3 miles of democracy in action. Say hi if you see me. Democracy in action. The driver smiled at the irony as he pulled into the park's main lot, gravel crunching under the Cadillac's tires like broken bones. The car settled into a space beneath a sprawling oak tree, its chrome gleaming in the dappled sunlight that filtered through leaves just beginning their autumn turn. Trinity Park stretched before him in all its middle-class glory, jogging trails winding through manicured grass, duck pond reflecting the cloudless sky, playground equipment painted in primary colors that hurt the driver's eyes. A moment flashed in his mind's eye: Jeremy, age 6, playing on the jungle gym just before. With an effort, he pushed away the memory, shoving it back forcefully into the garbage bin of his past. He forced himself to focus on the task at hand. Returning democracy to America. Real democracy. Not the mockery men like Vasquez had made of it. Soccer moms pushed strollers along paved paths while talking on cell phones about carpools and committee meetings. Teenagers in varsity jackets threw frisbees near the water, their laughter mixing with the distant hum of traffic from downtown Fort Worth. The driver reached for the canvas bag on the passenger seat, its contents familiar as old friends. The tactical vest slipped over his shoulders from long habit, Velcro straps finding their positions with soft, ripping sounds. The fake FBI credentials, purchased from a contact in Houston who specialized in what he called theatrical law enforcement accessories, clipped to his chest with a satisfying click. The silicone mask came last, cool and pliable against his skin, as it reshaped his features into those of a square-jawed federal agent with honest eyes and a trustworthy smile. He tested the fit in the rearview mirror, adjusting the edges until the seams disappeared into his hairline and jaw. The transformation was complete, from anonymous killer to authority figure in 30 seconds. He stepped out of the Cadillac and breathed in the park's afternoon air, cut grass and pond water, barbecue smoke from a family cookout somewhere beyond the trees, the faint sweetness of jasmine from ornamental bushes lining the parking area. A golden retriever bounded past, chasing a tennis ball thrown by a man in khakis and a polo shirt who looked like he sold insurance or managed regional sales territories. The Sig Sauer P226 settled into its holster with the weight of certainty, suppressor already threaded and ready. The stolen FBI radio crackled softly on his belt, authentic federal frequencies filling the air with bureaucratic chatter about surveillance operations and case file updates. The park spread before him in careful suburban perfection, 3 miles of paved jogging trails winding through manicured grass that smelled of recent mowing and morning sprinklers. Trinity Park was Fort Worth's crown jewel, a testament to municipal planning and middle-class values, where soccer moms pushed $1,000 strollers and retirees fed ducks with day-old bread. The driver walked along the main path, noting the layout with professional interest. Playground equipment painted in primary colors dominated the eastern section, where a young mother pushed her toddler on a swing set. "Higher, Mommy. Higher." The child's delighted squeals carried on the November breeze, mixing with the distant hum of University Drive traffic. Near the duck pond, an elderly man in a cardigan scattered breadcrumbs. 2 teenagers sat on a picnic table sharing earbuds, watching something on a tablet, something that connected them to each other and isolated them from the world. A jogger passed by, checking his fitness tracker. The smell of charcoal and lighter fluid drifted from a family barbecue happening somewhere beyond the tree line, mixing with the earthy scent of pond water and the faint diesel exhaust from the nearby road. A mockingbird called from an oak tree, its song incongruously cheerful in the golden afternoon light. Vasquez appeared near the trail entrance at 4:37. He was alone. Most political candidates traveled with at least minimal security, but Vasquez seemed to believe his own campaign rhetoric about being a man of the people, accessible and unafraid in his hometown. The councilman stretched against a park bench, hamstrings and calves getting the politician's version of a warm-up routine. Even from 50 yards away, the driver could see the man's political instincts at work, nodding to passing joggers, flashing that polished campaign smile, turning an afternoon run into an impromptu meet-and-greet with potential voters. The driver approached with measured strides, badge catching the late afternoon light, posture radiating the casual authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. He looked exactly like what he was pretending to be, a federal agent, someone who made citizens feel safe. "Nothing to worry about here, people." Vasquez turned as the driver approached, taking in the badge and federal bearing with the quick assessment of someone accustomed to dealing with law enforcement. His campaign smile shifted slightly, becoming more genuine. This was a voter he needed to impress, a federal agent whose opinion might matter in circles beyond Fort Worth city limits. "Councilman Vasquez." "Special Agent Morrison, FBI." The Sig Sauer came up smooth and fast, suppressor aimed directly at the politician's chest. Vasquez's eyes went wide with shock, his mouth opening in a moue of surprise that would never have time to become sound. 2 soft coughs from the suppressed pistol, no louder than someone clearing their throat. The first round caught Vasquez center mass, spinning him sideways into the park bench where he'd been stretching moments before. The second took him in the head as he tried to crawl away, blood spraying across nearby trees, his mayoral ambitions leaking into the Texas soil. The mother at the swing set screamed, a sound like breaking glass that cut through the afternoon air. She scooped up her toddler and ran toward the parking lot, the child crying in confusion, not understanding why playtime had suddenly become terror. The teenagers looked up from their tablet, earbuds falling out as they tried to process what they'd barely witnessed. The elderly man feeding ducks stood frozen, bread crumbs spilling from his hands onto the grass. More screams now from joggers who'd stopped to stare, from a maintenance worker who'd been emptying trash cans near the playground. A woman in yoga pants pulled out her cell phone, fingers already dialing 911, her voice shaking as she tried to explain what she'd seen to the emergency dispatcher. The driver liked that. Let them see. Let them all see. Vasquez lay dead in his own blood in a public park, all his promises and bluster and rhetoric gone. This was what happened to men who tried to undermine the foundations of democracy. The driver holstered his weapon and walked calmly back toward the Cadillac, his federal badge still gleaming in the afternoon sun. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. He had maybe 3 minutes before the first responders arrived, more than enough time to disappear into Fort Worth's afternoon traffic. The Cadillac's engine turned over with its familiar rumble, chrome gleaming as he pulled out of the parking space and headed for the park exit. As he reached University Drive, a Tarrant County Sheriff's cruiser came around the corner, emergency lights already flashing. The deputy behind the wheel was young, maybe 25, with the buzzed hair and intense focus of someone fresh out of the academy. The driver knew that look. He had had that same look once upon a time. TH deputy's eyes held the eager alertness of a cop who still believed every call might be the one that made his career. Their gazes met through the windshields as they passed each other, and the driver saw the exact moment recognition hit. The kid had been paying attention to the Bolo alerts, had memorized the description of the black Cadillac that every law enforcement officer in Texas was hunting. The cruiser's brake lights flared as Martinez began a tight U-turn behind him, radio microphone already at his lips. The driver smiled and pressed the accelerator. The afternoon had just gotten interesting. The Cadillac's V8 engine roared to life, 430 cubic inches of Detroit iron, responding with the kind of power that modern cars could only dream about. He took the corner onto 7th Street with tires squealing against asphalt, the vintage suspension handling the turn with surprising grace for a car that had been built when handling was secondary to straight-line speed. Behind him, the deputy completed his turn and accelerated in pursuit, his Crown Victoria's modern engine closing the gap despite the Cadillac's head start. The driver heard the young deputy's voice crackling over the radio frequencies, calling for backup, coordinating response, turning a single pursuit into a coordinated manhunt. Fort Worth's downtown district flashed past in a blur of glass and steel as the driver wove through afternoon traffic. Office workers on sidewalks stopped to stare at the chase, cell phones appearing like magic to record the spectacle. A delivery truck pulled over as the cruiser's siren wailed past, its driver cursing as coffee spilled across his dashboard. 2 more sheriff's units joined the pursuit as the driver took a hard right onto Main Street, their sirens creating a symphony of urgency that made other drivers pull over and crane their necks to see what was happening. The radio chatter intensified, unit numbers, street locations, requests for helicopter support that wouldn't arrive in time to matter. He could see the pursuing officers now in his rearview mirror, the first deputy still in the lead, his young face intense with concentration. Another deputy in the 2nd unit, an older man, gray-haired and steady, moving with the careful precision of someone who'd learned that patience kept cops alive. And behind them, the sheriff himself, a big woman with icy eyes and the fit, athletic look of a tough cop. The driver took a left onto 2nd Street, nearly clipping a city bus, then accelerated toward the industrial district where warehouses and manufacturing plants lined both sides of the road like concrete monuments to honest work and steady paychecks. Most of the facilities were closed for the day, their parking lots empty except for a few maintenance vehicles and the occasional security guard's pickup truck. Commerce Park Industrial District spread before him like a maze of possibilities, loading docks and chain-link fences, dead-end streets and cul-de-sacs where a man could make his stand. He'd studied the area during his drive into the city, noting exits and choke points, mapping escape routes the way other people memorized restaurant menus. The cul-de-sac appeared ahead like a bad miscalculation. Precision Manufacturing Corporation, a small machine shop at the end of a dead-end street lined with empty buildings and rusted equipment. He pulled in and cut the engine, watching in his mirrors as 3 cruisers followed him into the trap they thought they'd created. The silence after the engine died was profound, broken only by the tick of cooling metal and the distant wail of more sirens heading toward Trinity Park. The air smelled of machine oil and rust, hot asphalt, and the ozone scent that preceded evening thunderstorms. A mockingbird called from somewhere nearby, its song incongruously cheerful in the gathering gloom. The first deputy brought his unit to a stop 20 yards behind the Cadillac, his weapon already drawn as he used his car door for cover. Even from this distance, the driver could see the young man's hands shaking slightly, adrenaline and fear, and the knowledge that whatever happened next would define the rest of his career, however long that might be. The second deputy pulled up on the left flank, his cruiser positioned to create a crossfire angle. The older man moved with deliberate care, each step calculated, eyes scanning for threats. The driver knew his type too. More years on the job had taught him that the most dangerous moments were the ones that seemed under control. The sheriff brought up the rear, her unit blocking the only exit from the cul-de-sac. She was talking into her radio, coordinating response, making sure backup knew their location and status. But the driver could see something else in the sheriff's posture, personal investment, the look of a woman who'd taken this case personally. Driver of the black Cadillac. The first deputy called through his cruiser's PA system, his voice amplified but still carrying the slight tremor of someone speaking to a killer. Step out of the vehicle with your hands visible. The driver sat motionless for a moment, savoring the tension, letting them settle into position and think they had him cornered. Through his side mirror, he could see the young deputy covering him with a Glock .40, the older man positioning himself for a clear shot, the sheriff continuing to coordinate on his radio. Professional, experienced, dangerous, perfect. The driver opened the door slowly, hands raised, the silicone mask giving him the appearance of a confused federal agent caught in a case of mistaken identity. Officers, thank God you're here. Keep your hands where we can see them. The younger deputy commanded, his weapon trained on the driver's center mass. Step away from the vehicle. You're making a mistake. The driver called, his voice carrying just the right mixture of federal authority and genuine confusion. I'm Special Agent Morrison, FBI. I was responding to the shooting at Trinity Park. The older deputy's voice was steady, professional, the tone of someone who'd handled enough dangerous situations to know better than to trust appearances. Sir, we need you to follow our instructions exactly. Step away from the vehicle and get on the ground. Officers, I think we have a serious communication breakdown here. The driver took a step forward, his hands still raised, badge catching the last rays of afternoon sunlight. I can show you my credentials. I'm working the same case you are, the political assassinations. I was interviewing the victim when the shooting occurred. The sheriff's voice cut through the standoff like a blade, carrying the authority of someone who'd seen every lie a desperate man could tell. Sir, I don't care if you're J. Edgar Hoover's ghost. Get on the ground now or we'll put you there. The driver smiled beneath his mask, appreciating the sheriff's directness. Sheriff, I understand your caution and I respect the thoroughness of your response. Let me just reach for my badge so we can clear this up. His hand moved not toward his chest but toward the small of his back, where a backup Glock .40 waited in a concealed holster. The movement was smooth, practiced, the draw of someone who'd done this dance before and always walked away. The older deputy saw it first, his training kicking in as he adjusted his aim. Gun. He's gotta. The driver's first shot took the young deputy in the throat, the suppressed round punching through his vocal cords and silencing his warning forever. The young man staggered backward, blood spraying across his cruiser's windshield in abstract patterns, his own weapon firing wild into the air as he fell. The older man was already firing, using his car door for cover as he returned fire. His shot sparked off the Cadillac's chrome, spiderwebbing the rear window, filling the air with the sharp crack of unsuppressed gunfire that echoed off the warehouse walls like thunder. The driver rolled behind the Cadillac's engine block, using the massive V8 as a shield while he acquired his next target. He smelled hot metal and the smell of gunpowder mixed with radiator fluid and the coppery scent of fresh blood. The sheriff was shouting into her radio, calling for backup, her service weapon tracking the driver's position. Shots fired. Officer down. Trinity Park suspect engaged in the Commerce Park Industrial District. Need ambulances and all available units. The driver popped up from behind the Cadillac's hood, the Glock bucking in his hand as he put 2 rounds through the older deputy's windshield. The veteran deputy's head snapped back, blood and brain matter painting the interior of his cruiser in Jackson Pollock splashes of red and gray. Driver caught movement in his peripheral vision. I risked the peak. The younger deputy was down but not dead, crawling toward his fallen weapon with admirable determination. Blood leaked from his throat wound, pooling on the oil-stained asphalt as he dragged himself toward the Glock, his fingers reaching for the gun that he foolishly believed would give him at least a fighting chance. The driver walked toward him with leisurely confidence, reloading as he moved, ejecting the spent magazine and sliding a fresh one home with the unthinking ease of someone who'd done this too many times to count. Behind him, the sheriff had taken cover behind her unit, but the angle was wrong. She couldn't get a clear shot without exposing herself to return fire. Hey, officer. The driver called conversationally, standing over the wounded young man as he reached for his radio. You should have stayed in the academy. The young Hispanic officer looked up at him with defiant eyes, blood bubbling from his lips as he tried to speak. His hand closed around the grip of his weapon, blood-slicked hand, trying to get a firm enough grip to raise it and fire at his killer. The driver pointed the Glock's muzzle at the deputy's temple and pulled the trigger. 2 more coughing emissions and the young man's body went limp, the Glock slipping from nerveless fingers to clatter against the pavement. Sheriff. The driver called toward the remaining cruiser. I know you're back there. Don't you go trying to be no hero now, you hear. Silence except for the distant sound of sirens growing closer, backup responding to the sheriff's call, probably 3 or 4 minutes out, maybe even 6 or 7 if they had to navigate the industrial district's maze of dead-end streets and loading docks. Long enough to finish this dance. The driver began walking toward the sheriff's position, the Sig Sauer held ready but not aimed, his posture casual, almost friendly. Sheriff, you're outgunned and outnumbered. Your people are dead and more are coming to die if you don't surrender. You son of a bitch. The sheriff's voice cracked with rage and grief, the sound of a woman watching her world collapse in real time. 22 years I've been wearing this badge. You think I'm going to hide behind my car while my people bleed out? I think you're going to make the smart choice, the driver replied, continuing his advance, boots crunching on broken glass and spent shell casings. Drop your weapon and step out with your hands up. No more of your people have to die today. The sheriff's laughter was bitter, desperate, the sound of someone who'd seen too much death to believe in mercy. You really think I'm that stupid? You really think I'm going to trust a man who just executed 2 of my deputies? The driver was close now, maybe 15 feet from the sheriff's cruiser. He could see her shadow moving behind the vehicle, could hear the woman's low, controlled breathing. Sheriff, last chance. Go to hell. She rose and came around the rear of his cruiser with her weapon up, 2 decades of law enforcement instincts driving her forward, even though she knew it was suicide. She was fast for a big woman, athletic in her movements, accurate in her aim, the kind of cop who'd spent her career protecting people from men exactly like the one who was about to kill her. But the driver was faster. 3 shots sent her mass, dropping her to her knees beside her cruiser. The sheriff's service weapon clattered across the asphalt as she clutched her chest, blood seeping between her fingers like secrets she'd never get to tell. The driver walked over and studied the woman's face as blood bubbled up from her mouth, spilling onto her arms. The 4th shot silenced her permanently. The driver stood and surveyed his work, 3 law enforcement officers dead in a Fort Worth industrial district, their blood painting abstract patterns across concrete and steel that had been built to last forever. In the distance, sirens wailed like banshees, growing closer, but still too far away to matter. He walked back to the Cadillac and slid behind the wheel, noting that one of the deputies' shots had spiderwebbed the rear window but hadn't penetrated the heavy glass. The engine turned over with its familiar rumble, ready to carry him away from this killing ground toward whatever came next. The industrial district had multiple exits, and the driver knew them all, had studied them the way other people memorized phone numbers or grocery lists. By the time backup arrived at the cul-de-sac, he'd be miles away, just another black car disappearing into Fort Worth's evening traffic. He pulled out of the industrial park and onto the surface streets, driving carefully now, observing speed limits, using turn signals, stopping completely at red lights. Behind him, the sirens grew louder as emergency responders converged on the scene of what would become Fort Worth's worst law enforcement massacre in years. The radio crackled with urgent chatter, officer down calls, requests for ambulances and crime scene teams, the organized chaos of a police department trying to process the unthinkable. Richard Vasquez was dead. His mayoral campaign ended with 2 soft coughs in a public park. 3 sheriff's deputies were dead, their bodies cooling in an industrial district, while their families waited for them to come home from shifts that would never end. The driver smiled and adjusted his rearview mirror, checking the road behind him one more time. Still empty. Still clean. Still perfect. Weatherford was 40 miles west on I-20, and his next target's name waited there in his mental ledger, probably having dinner with family, unaware that death was driving toward him through the Texas night in a black Cadillac with chrome that gleamed like promises and blood on its hands. The driver in the black Cadillac drove on. His work was far from finished.
Chapter 16. Ruth sat in the DPS Mobile Command Center, parked outside the Hays County Sheriff's Office, surrounded by digital displays showing real-time updates from multiple crime scenes across Texas. The afternoon sun slanted through the vehicle's tinted windows as she waited for the sketch artist to finish comparing facial recognition software results with Emma Price's photographs. Case files spread across the workstation contained witness statements, crime scene photos, and audio transcripts that painted a clear picture of their Wimberley killer. But something about her conversation with Aaron kept circling through her mind like a vulture over roadkill. She'd been too harsh with him. She could hear it now in the memory of her own voice, that edge of professional superiority that came out when she felt cornered or questioned. Aaron had been excited about the federal investigation's progress, genuinely impressed by their systematic approach to building a case against Robert Crenshaw, and she'd shot him down with the kind of dismissive certainty that made her sound like she thought he was naive. The truth was more complicated. Aaron wasn't naive. He was thorough, methodical, the kind of investigator who built airtight cases that convinced juries and closed books. But Ruth's 15 years of experience had taught her to trust the itch between her shoulder blades when evidence felt too neat, too convenient, too perfectly aligned with what everyone wanted to believe. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through Aaron's text messages about the Crenshaw investigation, noting the systematic way the federal team had narrowed their suspect pool from hundreds to dozens to a single target. The methodology was impressive: digital forensics, behavioral analysis, comprehensive background investigation. Everything about Crenshaw's profile fit their killer except for one crucial detail: the timeline. Robert Crenshaw couldn't be in Dallas murdering Judge Vance while simultaneously charming his way into Trevor Kane's studio in Wimberley. It was physically impossible, and no amount of sophisticated federal analysis could change the laws of physics. But when she'd pointed this out to Aaron, she'd heard something in his voice that worried her: the sound of someone talking himself into believing what he wanted to believe rather than following where the evidence actually led. Ruth understood the appeal of the Crenshaw theory. A disgraced ex-cop with documented grievances against the political system, a domestic violence history that provided the psychological trigger, even the right vehicle registered in his name. It was the kind of case that made sense to juries, the kind that district attorneys loved to prosecute because all the pieces fit together in a comprehensible narrative. But comprehensible wasn't the same as correct. She thought about the audio recording from Kane's studio, the way the killer had identified himself as James Carter, security consultant, with that cultured voice and theatrical confidence. Then she thought about the tactical precision of the Dallas murders, the way that killer had moved through Judge Vance's house like a military operator conducting a planned assault. Same caliber weapons, same suppressed rounds, but completely different methodologies, completely different personalities. Two killers. She was certain of it now, despite the impossible coordination their theory required. Somehow, two different people with two different skill sets had planned and executed a series of coordinated murders designed to look like the work of a single perpetrator. The question wasn't whether Aaron's federal team was wrong about the timeline. The question was why someone wanted them to focus on Robert Crenshaw while the real killers continued their work. Her phone rang, Ben Miller's name appearing on the screen like a summons to chaos. "Ben," she answered, noting the tension in her supervisor's voice before he'd spoken a word. "Ruth, I need you to drop everything and get to Fort Worth. We've got 4 more bodies, and a situation that's spiraling out of control." Ruth felt her pulse quicken, the familiar electric current that came with breaking developments. "Connected to our case. Black Cadillac, same plates, witnessed fleeing the scene after shooting a city councilman in broad daylight at Trinity Park. Then the bastard led 3 sheriff's deputies into an ambush in an industrial district and executed all of them." Jesus. Ruth was already gathering her files, noting how the DPS technicians looked up from their workstations with sharp attention. "When?" 2 hours ago. Media's calling it the worst law enforcement massacre in Tarrant County history. Every news van in Texas is heading to Fort Worth, and the governor's threatening to call in the National Guard if we don't get this contained. Ruth checked her watch for 4:45 p.m. "Where do you need me?" "State police helicopters en route to your location should be there in 15 minutes. I'm coordinating with Fort Worth PD and the FBI Joint Task Force to establish a unified command structure before this becomes a complete jurisdictional nightmare." "What about Aaron's?" Is he headed to Fort Worth too? Ben's pause carried weight. That's complicated. The federal team thinks they've located Crenshaw, abandoned warehouse in southeast Dallas. They're prepping for tactical entry as we speak. Aaron's embedded with the operation as Ranger liaison. Ruth felt frustration coil in her chest like a spring under tension. While the real killers were escalating their violence in Fort Worth, Aaron was preparing to kick down doors chasing a ghost. But saying that to Ben would sound like professional jealousy, like she was trying to undermine federal operations because they'd excluded her from their investigation. Copy that, she said instead. I'll coordinate with Fort Worth while the feds handle Dallas. Ruth. Ben's voice carried the weight of 15 years of mutual respect. Whatever's happening here, it's bigger than what we've seen before. 3 cops dead in one afternoon, that's not random violence. That's someone making a statement. Understood. I'll call in as soon as I've assessed the scene. The helicopter's rotor wash kicked up dust and debris across the sheriff's office parking lot as Ruth gathered her gear and thanked Detective Parker for her professional cooperation. The DPS pilot was a veteran, weather-beaten and competent, who'd probably flown more crime scenes than most investigators had worked. Fort Worth PD. He asked as Ruth strapped herself into the passenger seat, noting the professional efficiency with which he'd already filed flight plans and coordinated with air traffic control. Trinity Park first, then the Industrial District, Ruth confirmed, pulling on the aviation headset that would let her communicate over the rotor noise. How long? 45 minutes if the weather holds. The pilot checked his instruments with quick, habitual movements, eyes scanning gauges and displays with the attention of someone who understood that mechanical failure meant death. You've been briefed on what we're flying into. Multiple homicides, active crime scenes, probably media circus. Ruth watched the Texas landscape unfold below them as they lifted off, rolling hills giving way to urban sprawl, the geometric patterns of suburban development spreading across what had once been cattle country. Standard Tuesday and the Rangers. The pilot's laugh was grim. Standard Tuesday's getting worse every year. Ruth's phone rang 20 minutes into the flight, Aaron's name appearing on the caller ID like a connection to another world. She answered immediately, grateful for the sophisticated headset system that filtered out most of the helicopter noise. Aaron, where are you? Mobile Command Center in Dallas. We're about to move on Crenshaw's location. FBI's got thermal imaging showing movement inside the warehouse. Where are you? I've been trying to coordinate with Ben about additional Ranger support. Ruth looked down at the sprawling Fort Worth metroplex, growing larger through the helicopter's windows, noting the geometric patterns of suburbs and industrial districts that would soon become crime scenes in their case file. I'm in a chopper heading to Fort Worth. 4 more murders, including 3 law enforcement officers. Fort Worth. Aaron's voice carried surprise and something else, maybe concern, maybe professional jealousy that she was following the active leads while he was stuck with federal procedures. Ruth, that doesn't make sense. If Crenshaw's holed up in Dallas, how's he killing people in Fort Worth? That's exactly my point, Ruth said, then caught herself before the conversation could spiral into another argument about federal theories versus physical evidence. Aaron was about to go into a potentially dangerous situation based on intelligence she believed was flawed, but second-guessing his operation wouldn't help anyone. Look, I know you've got to focus on your op. Just be careful in there, okay? Always am, Aaron said, though she could hear the tension in his voice that came with pre-operation adrenaline. You too, If this guy's escalating to killing cops in broad daylight, he's not playing by normal rules anymore. I know. Ruth watched Fort Worth's skyline approaching through the windscreen, afternoon sunlight, reflecting off glass towers that rose from what had once been Cowton Prairie. Aaron. Yeah. She wanted to tell him she was sorry for being sharp with him earlier, wanted to explain that her criticism came from concern rather than professional arrogance. But the words felt too complicated for a conversation happening over helicopter noise, while they were both heading into dangerous situations. Just take care of yourself. Please. You too, Ruth. Call me when you're clear of the scene. The line went quiet except for the steady rhythm of rotor blades cutting through Texas air. Ruth tucked the phone away and focused on the approaching city, trying to push down the worry that Aaron was walking into an operation based on flawed intelligence, while the real killers continued their escalating campaign. The pilot's voice crackled through her headset. Fort Worth PD says to set down at the Trinity Park helicopter pad. Detectives waiting to escort you to the primary scene. Ruth nodded, watching the park appear below them. A green oasis in the urban landscape, now transformed into an active crime scene with the geometric patterns of police tape and emergency vehicles. Even from the air, she could see the media presence, news vans lined up along University Drive like patient vultures, satellite dishes pointed skyward, reporters doing live broadcasts with the crime scene as their backdrop. The helicopter settled onto the landing pad lightly, the pilot keeping the rotors spinning as Ruth gathered her gear. Need me to wait? He asked. Negative. Fort Worth PD will provide transport when I'm ready to move. Thanks for the ride. A compact woman in her 30s approached as Ruth ducked under the rotor wash, moving with the kind of alert intensity that spoke of someone who'd seen too much violence in one afternoon. She extended her hand with professional courtesy, her voice barely audible over the helicopter noise. Ranger Baker. Detective Delia Norton, Fort Worth PD Homicide. Welcome to our nightmare. Thanks for coordinating with us, Detective. What's the status on scene processing? Norton led her toward a cluster of official vehicles parked near the park entrance, past uniformed officers maintaining perimeter security and crime scene technicians documenting evidence. Trinity Park's been locked down since the shooting. We've got the primary scene secured, witnesses separated and interviewed, media pushed back to University Drive. Ruth noted the professional organization, the kind of systematic approach that suggested Fort Worth PD knew how to handle major cases. Any surveillance footage? Park doesn't have cameras, but we've got multiple eyewitnesses who saw the whole thing. Soccer mom with her kid at the playground, elderly man feeding ducks, couple of teenagers on the jogging trail. All describe the same scene. Guy in FBI gear walks up to Councilman Vasquez and executes him in broad daylight. FBI gear. Badge, tactical vest, official-looking credentials. Approached Vasquez like he was conducting official business, then shot him twice at close range. Witnesses say he walked back to his car calm as you please, like he'd just finished a routine interview. Ruth felt something cold settle in her stomach as they walked through the park toward the primary crime scene. This wasn't the Wimberley killer's approach at all. No charm offensive, no sweet talk, no carefully cultivated relationships. This was pure intimidation, authority asserted through force rather than persuasion. This was the same ruthless efficiency she'd seen in Dallas, the tactical killer who moved through Judge Vance's house like an executioner. Vasquez was alone. Ruth asked, noting the evidence markers that trace the killer's path from parking area to victim location. Campaign was promoting his man of the people image, daily runs in public parks, no security detail, completely accessible to constituents. Made him an easy target for someone willing to walk up in broad daylight. The crime scene itself was straightforward. Bloodstains on the jogging path where Vasquez had fallen, evidence markers showing shell casing locations, chalk outlines that had been replaced with more precise documentation methods. But Ruth found herself studying the psychological geography of the killing rather than the physical evidence. "Detective, I need to speak with your witnesses." Starting with whoever had the clearest view of the interaction. Norton consulted her tablet, reviewing interview notes. Sarah Jane Parker, 32, was pushing her daughter on the swing set maybe 40 yards away. She watched the whole thing, called 911 immediately. Still pretty shaken up, but she's coherent and observant. Sarah Jane Parker sat in the passenger seat of a patrol unit, holding a cup of coffee with hands that trembled despite the afternoon warmth. Her 3-year-old daughter was being watched by a victim services volunteer, playing with toys that someone had thoughtfully provided to keep the child distracted from the adult horror surrounding them. A small gold crucifix hung at her throat, catching the light as she looked up with haunted eyes. "Mrs. Parker, I'm Texas Ranger Ruth Baker. I know you've already talked to the police, but I need to ask you some additional questions about what you saw." Sarah Jane looked up with eyes that still held shock, the 1,000-yard stare that came from witnessing sudden violence. "I keep seeing it," she said quietly. "But it's like it wasn't really a man. More like something else." Ruth settled into the driver's seat, pulling out her digital recorder and notebook while noting how Sarah Jane's fingers worried the crucifix at her throat. "I'm going to record our conversation for accuracy. Tell me about what you remember, starting from when you first noticed him." "He came from nowhere, it seemed like. 1 minute Emma was asking for higher pushes, and the next this. This thing was walking across the grass." Sarah Jane's voice was distant, dreamlike. Tall, dark, moving like he owned the earth itself. Not walking, gliding maybe. Like death itself had taken human form. "What made you notice him?" "The wrongness of him. Even from a distance, something about him felt evil. Like standing near a thunderstorm, you know. That feeling right before lightning strikes." Sarah Jane touched her crucifix again. "I've been praying since it happened, but I can't shake the feeling that what I saw wasn't entirely human." Ruth made notes, recognizing the psychological impact of witnessing calculated violence. "Did you hear any of their conversation?" "Pieces. Fragments." The thing introduced himself as something official, but the words seemed to come from far away. Mr. Vasquez looked confused, maybe a little scared. "Then..." Her voice trailed off, her grip tightening on the cross. "Take your time." 2 sounds. Like branches breaking. Quick final. Mr. Vasquez fell, and the thing just stood there, looking down at what it had done. Not like a man who'd killed another man, like a machine that had completed its function. Sarah Jane's voice carried the bewilderment of someone trying to process inhuman behavior. Then it turned and walked away, and I knew I'd witnessed something from the pit of hell itself. Ruth reached over and gently touched Sarah Jane's shoulder. "You've been very brave, Mrs. Parker. What you witnessed was evil, but it was human evil. Someone chose to do this, and we're going to catch them." Sarah Jane nodded, though her eyes remained distant. "I just keep thinking about Emma. What if she'd been closer? What if that thing had decided to hurt children too? "It's over now," Ruth said softly. "You're both safe." After comforting Sarah Jane, Ruth interviewed 2 more witnesses. An elderly man named Frank Gutierrez who'd been feeding ducks near the pond, and a teenage couple, Mike and Jessica, who'd been jogging the trail when the shooting occurred. Frank's testimony was fragmented, confused. Big fella, moved like a storm cloud. Walked right up to that politician boy and he shook his head, unable to finish. 40 years in the Navy, I seen men die in war. This wasn't war. This was something else. Something that don't belong in God's creation. Mike and Jessica had been sharing earbuds, listening to music, when the violence erupted. "We heard these sounds," Jessica said, her young face pale with shock. "Like someone snapping tree branches. When we looked up, there was this huge guy standing over someone on the ground." Mike nodded frantically. He wasn't hurrying or nothing. Just standing there like he was admiring his work. Then he walked away like he was going to buy groceries or something. Each witness painted the same picture, not a man, but a force of nature, something implacable and unstoppable that had visited judgment and moved on without conscience or remorse. Ruth found herself thinking of a powerful car barreling down blacktop, hellbent for leather, crushing everything in its path. Detective Norton approached as Ruth finished with the witnesses, ready to see the secondary scene, where he killed our people. The drive to the Commerce Park Industrial District took 15 minutes through Fort Worth's late afternoon traffic, past strip malls and chain restaurants that spoke of a city caught between its Cowtown heritage and its metropolitan ambitions. Ruth used the time to process what she'd learned at Trinity Park, noting how this killer's approach was completely different from the charming sociopath who'd sweet-talked his way into Trevor Kane's studio. "Tell me about the pursuit," Ruth said as they drove through increasingly industrial neighborhoods. Deputy Martinez spotted the Cadillac leaving Trinity Park, called it in, and initiated pursuit. 2 other units joined, Deputy Rodriguez and Sheriff Williams herself. They followed him into the industrial district, thinking they had him cornered. Instead, he led them into an ambush. "Textbook execution," Norton said grimly. Used the dead-end street to control their positioning, then systematically eliminated all 3 officers. Crime scene suggests he moved between their vehicles with tactical precision, using cover and superior positioning to take them out one by one. The industrial district crime scene was more complex than Trinity Park: multiple vehicles, 3 separate shooting locations, blood evidence scattered across 50 yards of asphalt. Ruth noted how the killer had used the environment to his advantage, turning the deputy's attempt to corner him into a killing field where he controlled every angle. "Same weapon as Trinity Park?" Ruth asked, studying the evidence markers that showed shell casing locations. Preliminary ballistics suggests different weapons for different phases of the engagement. Started with a suppressed pistol, switched to unsuppressed when the situation became more dynamic. We recovered casings from at least 2 different firearms. Ruth walked through the scene methodically, noting sight lines and tactical positioning, building a mental reconstruction of how one man had outfought 3 experienced law enforcement officers. The killer had used the industrial setting like a chessboard, moving his opponents into positions where they couldn't support each other effectively. But as she studied the scene, something else became clear: a pattern that went beyond tactical skill or superior firepower. The killer had known exactly where to lead the pursuit, had used the industrial district's layout like someone who'd studied it in advance. This wasn't improvised violence. This was another carefully planned performance, designed to demonstrate that law enforcement couldn't protect the public or even themselves. Standing in the Commerce Park cul-de-sac, where 3 cops had died, Ruth felt the pieces of the larger puzzle beginning to align in her mind. The escalating confidence, the theatrical elements, the perfect knowledge of local geography. Their killer wasn't just eliminating targets. He was making a statement about the failure of institutions, the helplessness of authority, the inevitability of his justice. Ruth looked at the blood stains on industrial concrete and realized she was beginning to understand not just what they were doing, but why they were doing it. The method in the madness was becoming clear, and it scared her more than random violence ever could. Because if she was right about their plan, the killing in Fort Worth was definitely not the end.
Chapter 17. Aaron stood in the FBI Mobile Command Center, studying the warehouse schematics spread across 3 monitors, while SAC Jennifer Hawkins coordinated what looked like half the federal law enforcement apparatus in Texas. The afternoon sun slanted through the vehicle's tinted windows, casting shadows across tactical maps and surveillance photos that had consumed the past 6 hours of methodical preparation. Thermal imaging confirms 8 heat signatures inside the target building. Agent Martinez reported from his workstation, adjusting controls on equipment that looked like it belonged in a space program. Primary target appears to be in the northeast corner, possibly an office area. 7 additional signatures scattered throughout the main floor. Aaron studied the warehouse layout, noting exit points and cover positions with the automatic assessment that came from years of tactical training. The building was substantial, 20,000 square feet of industrial space in a remote section of southeast Dallas, surrounded by empty lots and abandoned manufacturing facilities that spoke of economic decline and urban decay. 7 additional people, Hawkins said, consulting her tablet while coordinating with multiple teams simultaneously. That's not what we expected for a lone wolf hiding out. Could be homeless squatters, Agent Collins suggested from the communication station. These abandoned warehouses attract transients, especially in winter months. Aaron felt that familiar itch between his shoulder blades, the warning signal that had kept him alive through a dozen dangerous situations. What kind of vehicles are we seeing in the area? Martinez pulled up aerial surveillance footage on his main screen. Multiple motorcycles visible through the open bay doors. Looks like Harley-Davidsons, custom bikes, maybe a dozen total. Plus 2 pickup trucks and a van parked outside. Motorcycles. Aaron leaned forward, studying the high-resolution images. That's a lot of bikes for an abandoned warehouse. Could be a chop shop operation, Agent Rodriguez suggested, reviewing criminal intelligence reports. Stolen motorcycle ring, using the warehouse as a base. Crenshaw might be involved with organized crime, as well as political violence. Hawkins was already adjusting tactical plans, her mind working through the implications with professional efficiency. If we're dealing with an active criminal operation, we need to assume armed resistance. Martinez, get me updated floor plans and identify all possible escape routes. Aaron watched the preparations escalate from arrest operation to tactical assault, noting how federal resources shifted seamlessly between different threat levels. The professional competence was impressive, but Ruth's voice echoed in his mind, her certainty that they were chasing the wrong suspect, her insistence that the timeline didn't work, her theory about 2 coordinated killers. Ranger Tate. Hawkins looked up from her coordination efforts. You'll be embedded with Team Alpha as our liaison. Stay behind the entry team, document everything for the Joint Task Force report, and coordinate with any local law enforcement that responds to the scene." "Understood," Aaron said, checking his service weapon and radio equipment. "What's our estimated timeline for approach?" "Convoy departs in 15 minutes. Tactical teams are already in position around the target area, maintaining surveillance and containment." Hawkins consulted her watch with the precision of someone managing a complex operation. "We breach at 1700 hours exactly." The drive to the warehouse district took 20 minutes through increasingly industrial neighborhoods, past auto salvage yards and abandoned manufacturing plants that spoke of a city section time had forgotten. Aaron rode in the second vehicle of a 6-car convoy, watching tactical teams coordinate through encrypted radio channels like a drilled unit. Agent Williams, the Team Alpha leader, reviewed final approach procedures as they neared the target area. Simultaneous breach at 3 points: main entrance, loading dock, and rear personnel door. Subjects considered armed and extremely dangerous based on recent escalation pattern. Aaron studied the warehouse as they approached the staging area 2 blocks away. The building dominated the landscape, corrugated metal siding streaked with rust, industrial windows that reflected nothing, a structure built for function rather than aesthetics. Through the open bay doors, he could see motorcycles and equipment that suggested active use rather than abandonment. Fresh tire tracks marked the gravel parking area, and the smell of motor oil carried on the afternoon air. "Lot of activity for a hiding spot," Aaron observed, noting how wrong the intelligence felt. "Intelligence suggests Crenshaw's been using criminal contacts to stay off the grid," Williams explained, checking his tactical equipment by rote. "Makes sense he'd hook up with bike thieves or drug runners for protection." The staging area filled with federal vehicles as tactical teams took final positions. Aaron watched agents check weapons and communication equipment, noting the systematic preparation that preceded high-risk operations. Everything about the approach suggested professional competence and thorough planning, but something still felt fundamentally wrong about the entire operation. "All teams in position," came the radio call from the perimeter units. "Target building secured. No movement detected at exit points." Aaron adjusted his tactical vest and checked his radio frequency, falling in behind Team Alpha as they approached the warehouse's main entrance. The afternoon air carried the smell of motor oil and rust, industrial decay mixed with the sharper scent of methamphetamine production that made his nose wrinkle. He thought about Ruth somewhere in Fort Worth, probably walking another crime scene, and hoped she was staying behind the yellow tape for once instead of charging headfirst into danger. Go, go, go. The breach was simultaneous and explosive. Flashbang grenades detonated at all 3 entry points, filling the warehouse with concussive thunder that Aaron felt in his chest like a physical blow. He followed Team Alpha through the main entrance, his ears ringing, eyes adjusting to the dim interior filled with smoke and the echo of tactical commands. The warehouse floor was a maze of motorcycles, tool cabinets, and industrial equipment that provided dozens of cover positions. Aaron could see workbenches loaded with engine parts, lifting equipment suspended from overhead beams, and a sophisticated operation that looked like professional motorcycle customization rather than simple theft. Federal agents, drop your weapons. The response was immediate and violent. Automatic weapons fire erupted from multiple positions throughout the warehouse, muzzle flashes strobing in the dim light. Aaron threw himself behind an overturned Harley-Davidson as bullets sparked off metal around him, the sharp crack of rifle rounds mixing with the deeper boom of pistol fire that made his teeth ache. Contact. Contact. Multiple shooters. Williams's voice crackled through the radio as Team Alpha scattered for cover behind industrial equipment. We've got organized resistance. Aaron pressed himself against the motorcycle's engine block, feeling the impact of rounds hitting metal inches from his head. The warehouse erupted into chaos, federal agents returning fire from covered positions, muzzle flashes strobing through smoke and shadow, the deafening crack of weapons that made communication nearly impossible. A biker appeared from behind a tool cabinet, assault rifle chattering as he sprayed bullets across Aaron's position. Aaron rolled left as rounds chewed through the air where he'd been crouched, using a conveyor belt for cover while metal fragments stung his face. He came up firing, 3 controlled shots from his service weapon that sent the gunman diving behind a workbench. Officer down. Officer down. The call came from the loading dock area, where Team Beta had encountered heavy resistance. Aaron could see muzzle flashes from elevated positions, where bikers had taken cover behind industrial machinery, using the warehouse's layout like a fortress. Aaron moved between cover positions using tactical principles drilled into him through years of training, staying low, keeping the engine block between himself and the shooters, advancing only when suppressing fire kept their heads down. The air filled with cordite smoke and the metallic tang of spent brass casings hitting concrete, the sharp smell of gunpowder mixing with motor oil and rust. They're dug in solid. Agent Martinez shouted from behind an overturned workbench, his voice barely audible over the sustained gunfire. At least 6 shooters, maybe more in the back areas. Aaron heard fragments of conversation that made his blood run cold, voices shouting in Spanish over the gunfire. Estábamos en juras cuando mataron a esos políticos, and corriendo drogas toda la semana. The words hit him like a physical blow. They were saying they'd been in Juarez when the politicians were killed, that they'd been running drugs all week. Aaron processed the information while bullets sparked off the machinery around him, his mind working through implications that contradicted everything the federal investigation had concluded. A biker with a shotgun appeared around the corner of a motorcycle lift, weapon swinging toward Aaron's position. Aaron dove right as double-aught buckshot shredded the air where he'd been standing, the pellets gouging chunks of concrete from the wall behind him. He rolled behind a parts bin and came up firing, his rounds catching the gunman's center mass and dropping him behind the industrial equipment. Moving to secure the office area. Agent Rodriguez called through the radio, coordinating tactical movement while bullets flew around them. Aaron advanced through the warehouse using cover and movement, staying behind the massive engine blocks and tool cabinets while federal agents provided suppressing fire. The building was a maze of industrial obstacles that provided both concealment and deadly ambush points. He thought about Ruth again, wondered if she was staying safe in Fort Worth or doing something characteristically reckless. The woman had never met a dangerous situation she wouldn't walk straight into. A fuel tank exploded near the rear of the warehouse, sending a fireball climbing toward the ceiling and filling the air with burning gasoline. Aaron felt the heat wash over him as he pressed against a concrete support pillar, the flames hot enough to singe his eyebrows. He waited for the initial blast to subside, then continued advancing toward the office area where thermal imaging had located their primary target. Reloading. Aaron called as he dropped behind a motorcycle frame, ejecting his spent magazine and slamming home a fresh one. His hands were steady despite the adrenaline, muscle memory taking over, while bullets sparked off the steel frame inches from his face. The smell of hot metal and gun oil mixed with the acrid smoke filling the warehouse. More fragments of Spanish reached him through the gunfire, something about border crossings and drug shipments, about being hundreds of miles south when the Dallas killings happened. Aaron processed each word while returning fire, understanding that everything they'd built their case on was collapsing in real time. The gunfight raged for another 10 minutes before the surviving bikers began to surrender or fall silent. Aaron followed Team Alpha toward the office area, noting how the resistance had collapsed as federal agents systematically cleared each position. His ears were ringing from the sustained gunfire, and his throat was raw from breathing smoke. Agent Williams kicked open the office door, rifle raised, while Aaron covered from the side. "Robert Crenshaw, FBI. Come out with your hands visible." The man who emerged from behind an overturned desk looked nothing like the confident ex-cop from his personnel photos. Crenshaw was disheveled, sweating, his graying hair matted with perspiration. His eyes held the desperate look of someone who'd been running on borrowed time and knew it was up. "Don't shoot." Crenshaw raised his hands, a service weapon dangling from his fingers. "I'm not who you think I am." Williams kept his rifle trained on Crenshaw, while other agents moved to secure the office area. "Drop the weapon. Now." Crenshaw let the pistol fall to the concrete floor, the metallic clang echoing in the sudden quiet. "I'm just their connection," he said, his voice carrying the desperate edge of someone trying to save his own life. "Police intelligence, criminal backgrounds. I give them information about ongoing investigations. They pay me cash." Aaron studied Crenshaw's face, noting the fear and confusion rather than the defiant rage they'd expected from a serial killer. "Where were you Tuesday night?" Aaron asked. "Mexico," Crenshaw said immediately. "Juarez. I was with these guys on a border run, moving drugs and weapons. We got back yesterday morning." He looked around the office desperately. "You can check with Mexican customs. I crossed at the Cordova Bridge checkpoint Wednesday at 6 a.m. There's surveillance footage." Agent Williams lowered his rifle slightly, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "The political assassinations." "I don't know nothing about killing politicians," Crenshaw interrupted. "I sell information to criminals. That's it. That's all I ever done." Aaron felt the foundation of their investigation crumbling as he looked at this broken man, who clearly wasn't capable of the sophisticated planning and execution they'd witnessed across multiple crime scenes. Crenshaw was a corrupt ex-cop selling intelligence to drug runners, not a coordinated killer conducting systematic political assassinations. Before anyone could respond, the sound of additional gunfire erupted from the main warehouse floor. A surviving biker had emerged from hiding, assault rifle chattering, as he laid down covering fire for his retreat toward a rear exit. Stray rounds punched through the thin office walls, filling the air with concrete dust and metal fragments. Williams spun toward the sound of gunfire, coordinating response with other team members. In the chaos, Crenshaw made a desperate grab for his fallen weapon, perhaps thinking he could shoot his way out or take hostages. Aaron saw the movement, saw the man's hand closing around the pistol grip. "Gun!" Aaron shouted, drawing his own weapon. Williams turned back toward Crenshaw, rifle coming up, finger finding the trigger. The shots were precise, professional, final. 3-round center mass that dropped Crenshaw against the filing cabinets before he could raise his weapon. The office fell silent, except for the distant sound of agents securing the last of the warehouse. Aaron knelt beside Crenshaw, checking for vitals he knew he wouldn't find. Whatever information the man might have provided about his actual involvement, or lack thereof, in the political killings had died with him. 20 minutes later, Aaron stood among celebrating federal agents as crime scene technicians began processing evidence. The warehouse yielded overwhelming proof of a major criminal operation: pallets of methamphetamine and cocaine, crates of stolen firearms, dozens of chopped motorcycles in various stages of disassembly, and financial records suggesting millions of dollars in cross-border trafficking. "Outstanding work, people," Sack Hawkins announced as she surveyed the secured warehouse. "We've eliminated the black Cadillac killer and disrupted a major criminal organization. This operation will be held up as a model of federal-state cooperation." Aaron watched the professional satisfaction around him, the media crews gathering outside to report the successful conclusion of the manhunt, the systematic documentation of evidence that would support prosecution of the surviving criminals. Everyone was treating this as a complete victory, a dangerous killer eliminated, a complex case closed, public safety restored. But Aaron couldn't shake what he'd heard during the firefight, the Spanish words about being in Mexico during the political killings, Crenshaw's desperate claims about customs footage and border crossings. The timeline the bikers described made it impossible for any of them to have been the black Cadillac killer, and Crenshaw himself had looked more like a small-time corruption case than a sophisticated political assassin. Standing in the smoke-filled warehouse where one investigation had ended, Aaron found himself thinking about Ruth's theory of 2 killers, while everyone else celebrated their victory.
Chapter 18. The black Cadillac Coupe de Ville rolled through the Texas hill country like a predator returning to familiar hunting grounds, chrome gleaming in the late afternoon sun that filtered through ancient oak trees. The driver hummed along to Billie Holiday's Strange Fruit playing softly through the vintage speakers, his manicured fingers drumming against the leather-wrapped steering wheel in perfect rhythm with the haunting melody. Driftwood stretched before him in all its artisanal glory, limestone buildings nestled among rolling hills dotted with grapevines, the kind of calculated rustic charm that attracted wealthy urbanites seeking authentic experiences they could Instagram. The November air carried the scent of wood smoke from restaurant patios and the earthy sweetness of late-harvest grapes, mixing with the distant aroma of barbecue that made his stomach rumble with genuine hunger. He'd been following former Governor Harrison Blackwood's social media feeds since leaving Fort Worth 6 hours ago. The man was a prolific poster, documenting every mundane detail of his post-political life with the desperate enthusiasm of someone trying to convince himself he'd found contentment in retirement. Today's posts had been particularly useful. Photos of staff preparing for the evening's exclusive tasting, catered appetizers arranged on silver platters, cases of wine bearing the new Blackwood Reserve label that would be launched tonight with appropriate fanfare. The Instagram story posted 90 minutes ago had been perfect, getting ready to welcome our VIP guests to taste our inaugural vintage. So grateful for the friends who have supported this dream. Blackwood Reserve Texas Wine New Beginnings. New beginnings. The driver smiled at the irony as he turned onto the gravel road leading to Blackwood Vineyards, tires crunching softly on limestone that had been carefully raked into geometric patterns. Tonight would indeed mark a new beginning, just not the kind the former governor was expecting. The vineyard sprawled across several hundred acres of prime hill country real estate, row after row of meticulously maintained vines climbing gentle slopes that caught the evening light like emerald waves. The main house was a study in understated elegance, native stone and reclaimed timber, floor-to-ceiling windows that showcased the spectacular view, the kind of architecture that whispered wealth rather than shouting it. A discreet sign directed guests to the tasting pavilion, an open-air structure that had been erected between the main house and the wine caves. White canvas canopies stretched between oak posts, creating an intimate space that could accommodate perhaps 40 people. Crystal stemware caught the golden light, and servers in crisp white shirts moved between tables loaded with carefully arranged appetizers and branded wine bottles. The driver parked his Cadillac among the other luxury vehicles, a Tesla Model S, a Range Rover, a vintage Porsche 911, the kind of automotive collection that spoke of people who had succeeded in life and wanted everyone to know it. He reached for the leather portfolio on the passenger seat, checking his appearance in the rearview mirror one final time. The reflection showed exactly what he'd intended, a successful man in his early 40s, silver threading through dark hair in a way that suggested distinction rather than age, wearing a charcoal wool blazer over an open-collared shirt. The kind of person who belonged at exclusive wine tastings, someone whose presence wouldn't raise questions or prompt security concerns. He stepped out of the Cadillac and breathed in the evening air, cut grass and blooming jasmine, the earthy richness of fertile soil, and underneath it all, the complex bouquet of fermenting grapes that spoke of transformation in progress. Perfect metaphors, he thought, adjusting his jacket and walking toward the pavilion with the confident stride of someone who'd never met a social situation he couldn't charm his way through. The guest list was exactly what he'd expected, 38 people according to his count, all carefully curated representatives of Texas's political and social elite. He recognized several faces from magazine covers and society pages. A federal judge and his wife, the mayor of Austin with her husband, a tech entrepreneur who'd sold his company for 9 figures, the kind of people who wrote large checks and expected their opinions to matter accordingly. A young woman in her 20s approached with a silver tray of wine glasses, her smile professionally warm. "Good evening, sir. Welcome to Blackwood Vineyards. May I offer you a taste of our inaugural vintage?" "How delightful," the driver said, accepting a glass with easy grace. "I have to admit, I've been following Governor Blackwood's retirement ventures with great interest. The transition from politics to viticulture is such a fascinating journey." "Oh, he'll be so pleased to hear that," the server said, her enthusiasm genuine. "He's been working on this vintage for 3 years. It's his pride and joy now." The driver raised the glass to catch the light, swirling it gently to release the aromatics before bringing it to his nose. The wine was surprisingly good, a Tempranillo blend with notes of dark cherry and tobacco, properly balanced acidity, the kind of complexity that spoke of careful attention to detail rather than vanity project shortcuts. Impressive, he said, taking a thoughtful sip. The tannin structure suggests extended aging in French oak, and there's a mineral quality that must come from your limestone soils. Governor Blackwood clearly takes his new career seriously. The server's face lit up with the delight of someone whose employer was being properly appreciated. He does. He actually spent 6 months in Tuscany learning traditional techniques. Said politics was just preparation for the real art of winemaking. The driver chuckled, a warm sound that invited confidence. Well, if this vintage is any indication, his political constituents' loss is certainly the wine world's gain. He worked the gathering effortlessly, engaging in the kind of sophisticated small talk that came as naturally to him as breathing. A conversation with the tech entrepreneur about market volatility and cryptocurrency trends. Commiserating with the federal judge about the challenges of maintaining work-life balance in high-pressure careers. Sharing wine country travel stories with a prominent surgeon and his wife who just returned from Bordeaux. Each interaction was perfectly calibrated, charming without being overwhelming, knowledgeable without appearing pretentious, the kind of guest that hosts remembered fondly and invited back to future events. He laughed at appropriate moments, asked thoughtful questions, and demonstrated the kind of cultural literacy that marked him as someone who belonged in this rarefied social atmosphere. You know, he said to a small group gathered near the appetizer table, I've always believed that wine is essentially liquid storytelling. Each vintage captures a specific moment in time, the weather, the soil conditions, the winemaker's decisions. In 20 years, we'll be able to taste this exact evening in our glasses. A woman in pearls and Chanel laughed appreciatively. What a lovely way to think about it. Are you in the wine business yourself? Investment consulting, actually, the driver replied smoothly. But I collect wines the way some people collect art, for the stories they tell and the memories they preserve. There's something magical about opening a bottle from a significant year and literally tasting history. The conversation continued around him, but his attention was professionally divided, cataloging details that would matter in the next few minutes. The security presence was minimal but professional, 2 men in dark suits positioned near the pavilion's entrance and exit points, trying to look like guests while maintaining sight lines and radio contact. Former Governor Blackwood was holding court near the wine display, regaling a small audience with stories about his transition from State House to Grape Arbor. Blackwood looked exactly like what he was, a successful politician who'd aged into comfortable retirement. Silver hair, perfectly styled, expensive casual clothes that suggested leisure without abandoning authority, the kind of relaxed confidence that came from decades of public life. His wife Patricia stood beside him, elegant in the understated way of women who'd spent years as political spouses, contributing just enough to conversations to seem engaged without stealing focus from her husband's performance. Ladies and gentlemen, Blackwood called, tapping a wine glass with a silver spoon to gather attention. If I could have everyone's attention for just a moment, Patricia and I would like to say a few words about why this evening means so much to us. The gathering quieted, guests turning toward their host with the polite attention of people accustomed to speeches and presentations. The driver moved closer, positioning himself in the small crowd with the automatic assessment of someone who understood angles and sight lines, escape routes and tactical positioning. 3 years ago, Blackwood continued, his voice carrying the smooth cadence of someone who'd spent decades addressing audiences, I thought my career was winding down. 40 years in public service, countless campaigns, more committee meetings than any sane person should endure. He paused for the appreciative chuckles that rippled through the crowd. But retirement wasn't sitting well with me. I needed a new challenge, a new way to serve, not the public this time, but something more fundamental. The land itself. The driver studied the security detail, noting how they'd positioned themselves to cover the crowd while maintaining clear communication with each other. Professional but relaxed in the kind of social setting that felt safe to men accustomed to cocktail parties and fundraising dinners. Wine, Blackwood said, raising his glass toward the evening sky, represents everything I've always believed about Texas. Hard work, patience, respect for tradition, but also innovation and the courage to try something new. This vintage represents not just 3 years of learning viticulture, but a lifetime of understanding what makes our state special. Patricia Blackwood smiled at her husband with the well-rehearsed affection of someone who'd watched him perform for audiences thousands of times. She was attractive in the preserved way of wealthy women in their 50s, careful grooming, expensive clothes, the kind of maintenance that required both money and dedication. Tonight, Blackwood continued, we're not just launching a wine. We're sharing our love for this land, this community, this life we've been privileged to build together in the most beautiful corner of the most beautiful state in America. Appreciative murmurs and light applause rippled through the gathering. The driver joined in, clapping politely while calculating distances and timing, noting how the security guards had relaxed slightly during their principal's speech. But before we taste this inaugural vintage together, Blackwood said, I want to tell you about the name we chose. Blackwood Reserve isn't just about our family name, it's about reserving the best of what we have to share with the people who matter most to us. Our friends, our community, our fellow Texans who understand that some things are worth waiting for. The driver stepped forward slightly, closing the distance between himself and the improvised speaking area where Blackwood stood with his wife and the display of wine bottles. His movement was casual, natural, the kind of repositioning that guests often did to get better sight lines during speeches. So please, Blackwood said, raising his glass higher, join Patricia and me in toasting not just a new wine, but new beginnings, enduring friendships, and the endless possibilities that come from hard work, patience, and faith in the future. The gathering raised their glasses in response, the crystal catching the golden light of early evening. The driver raised his own glass, noting the perfect moment when every eye was focused on their host, when the security guards were watching Blackwood rather than scanning the crowd. To Blackwood Reserve, the governor announced, and to all of you who have made this dream possible. To new beginnings, the driver said quietly, setting down his wine glass and reaching inside his jacket. The Heckler & Koch VP9 appeared in his hand in one smooth motion, suppressor already threaded, muzzle tracking toward the first security guard before anyone realized what was happening. The weapon's matte black finish caught no light, made no sound except for the soft mechanical whisper of the action cycling. 2 suppressed shots took the first guard in the chest before he could clear his holster, dropping him behind a table laden with appetizers that scattered across limestone flagstones. The second guard was faster, hand moving toward his weapon, mouth opening to shout a warning that would never come. The driver's third and fourth shots caught him center mass, professional placement that stopped the threat without drama or excessive violence. The man collapsed near the pavilion's entrance, his radio hitting the ground with a plastic clatter that seemed unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. Jesus Christ! Someone screamed, a woman's voice high and sharp with terror. Guests began to scatter, crystal glasses falling and shattering on stone, chairs overturning as people fled toward their vehicles in blind panic. Former Governor Blackwood stood frozen for a crucial second, political instincts warring with basic survival reflexes, his mind probably trying to process how a sophisticated wine tasting had transformed into an assassination attempt in the span of heartbeats. Patricia Blackwood moved faster, maternal instincts overriding social conditioning as she stepped toward her husband, perhaps thinking she could shield him with her own body, protect him the way she'd protected him from political opponents and hostile reporters for 30 years of marriage. The driver's fifth shot caught Harrison Blackwood in the forehead as he finally began to duck, the former governor's body jerking backward into the wine display that collapsed in a cascade of broken glass and spreading burgundy that mixed with spreading blood. His final expression held more surprise than fear, as if he couldn't quite believe that someone would violate the social contract so completely. Patricia Blackwood knelt beside her husband's body, hands pressed against wounds that would never heal, her elegant dress soaking up wine and blood in abstract patterns that would have been beautiful in other circumstances. She looked up at the driver with eyes that held more bewilderment than accusation, as if she expected him to explain this violation of everything she'd understood about civilized behavior. The driver looked down at her with something that might have been genuine sympathy. "I'm sorry, Patricia," he said, his voice carrying the cultured warmth that had charmed the gathering moments before. "But perhaps next time you should be more careful about whom you marry." His sixth shot was precise and final, a single round that ended Patricia Blackwood's confusion about why someone would destroy such a perfect evening. She collapsed across her husband's body, her carefully styled hair fanning across broken glass and spilled wine like silver threads in a burgundy tapestry. The driver holstered his weapon and surveyed the scattered gathering, guests fleeing toward the parking area, servers hiding behind overturned tables, the elegant wine tasting transformed into chaos by 30 seconds of calculated violence. He walked calmly toward his Cadillac, stepping carefully around the debris of crystal and canapes, noting how even in panic, people avoided stepping on the bodies of their former hosts. The black Coupe de Ville started with its familiar rumble, headlights cutting through the gathering darkness as he reversed out of his parking space and headed toward the gravel road. In his rearview mirror, he could see guests clustered around their vehicles, cell phones pressed to ears as they called 911 and tried to explain what had just happened to their perfect evening. He reached for the notebook in his glove compartment and struck Harrison Blackwood's name from his list with a satisfied flourish. The former governor had been everything his intelligence suggested: pompous, self-important, convinced of his own significance in the grand scheme of Texas politics. His death would send exactly the message the driver intended. Nowhere was safe, no one was protected, and social position offered no immunity from justice. The hill country stretched before him in the gathering darkness, rural roads that would carry him toward his next target, while law enforcement converged on the vineyard he'd left behind. Johnson City was 45 miles north, and somewhere in that small town, another name waited on his list, probably having dinner with family, unaware that death was driving toward him through the Texas night. The driver smiled and adjusted his mirrors, checking the road behind him. Still empty. Still clean. Still perfect. The evening had been a complete success.
Chapter 19. The Texas DPS helicopter set Ruth down in the parking lot of Blackwood Vineyards just as the November sun touched the western hills, casting long shadows across crime scene tape that snapped in the evening breeze. The rotor wash kicked up limestone dust and scattered oak leaves as she ducked under the spinning blades, her gear bag heavy against her shoulder and her jaw already set for whatever fresh hell waited beyond the yellow perimeter. The scene hit her like a slap, not just the visual wreckage of overturned tables and shattered crystal, but the stench of spilled wine mixing with blood and the lingering ghost of expensive perfume. This had been a celebration. Rich people toasting their good fortune, while most of Texas struggled to pay rent and put food on the table. Now it was a killing ground, and Ruth felt that familiar burn in her chest that came from seeing violence visited on the undeserving, regardless of their bank accounts. Detective Maria Santos approached as Ruth cleared the helicopter's rotor diameter, moving with the controlled urgency of someone who'd been working a scene for hours. Mid-40s, compact build, wearing the full Tyvek suit and face shield that major crime scenes demanded in 2025. Her eyes held the kind of focused exhaustion that came with managing jurisdictions and media pressure while processing multiple homicides. Ranger Baker. Detective Santos, Hayes County Sheriff's Office. Hell of a thing to fly into. Ruth shook the detective's gloved hand through their protective gear, noting the firm grip and direct eye contact. Status. 2 dead, 40 witnesses scattered like startled deer, and a crime scene that looks like someone set off a pipe bomb at a country club mixer. Santos consulted her tablet through the clear plastic of her suit sleeve. Harrison Blackwood, former Texas governor, and his wife Patricia. Both shot dead during their fancy wine party. Ruth followed Santos toward the staging area where crime scene suits were laid out in precise rows. She stripped down to her undergarments and began pulling on the white Tyvek coverall, the material crinkling with each movement. The full-face respirator came next, sealing her off from potential DNA contamination while making every breath taste like recycled plastic. Surveillance? Ruth asked, her voice slightly muffled by the respirator as she adjusted the suit's hood. None. Blackwood was old school about privacy. No cameras, no digital security, just a couple of hired guns who are now part of the body count. The pavilion looked like a war zone, dressed up as a society party. White canvas canopies stretched between oak posts, now housing evidence markers instead of political donors. Crystal stemware lay in glittering fragments across limestone flagstones, and the sweet smell of spilled Tempranillo couldn't quite mask the copper stink of blood. Ruth stood at the perimeter for a long moment, letting her eyes catalog the destruction. Harrison Blackwood lay crumpled near an overturned wine display, his silver hair dark with blood, his casual elegance ruined by violent death. Patricia Blackwood had fallen across her husband's body, her silk dress spread around them both like some twisted wedding photo. 2 more people dead. 2 more families destroyed. 2 more funerals where she'd have to look grieving relatives in the eye and promise justice she wasn't sure she could deliver. The rage built behind her ribs like pressure in a boiler. The same fury that had driven her through 15 years of hunting killers who thought other people's lives were theirs to take. Walk me through it, Ruth said, stepping carefully around evidence markers toward the primary scene. Best we can piece together from witness statements, killer worked the crowd for maybe 20 minutes. Charming, sophisticated, knew his wine well enough to fool people who spend more on a bottle than most folks make in a week. Santos referenced her notes, which Ruth could see were organized with the kind of detail that would hold up in court. When the governor started his speech, our boy moved closer, drew his weapon, dropped the security team, then executed both targets. Ruth studied the positioning of the bodies and the scatter pattern of evidence markers. The killer had waited for the toast, when every eye was on their host and security was focused on crowd control rather than threat assessment. Patient. Calculating. Someone who understood human psychology as well as tactical positioning. Security detail. 2 contractors, both ex-law enforcement. We found them behind tables, close shots, clean kills. This wasn't some yahoo with a grudge and a Saturday night special. Ruth knelt beside the markers, showing shell casing locations. 6 brass cases, all within a tight pattern that spoke of controlled fire rather than spray-and-pray desperation. Same gun throughout. Looks like it. 9mm, subsonic rounds suppressed. DPS is running ballistics, but initial assessment says professional grade all the way. The wind shifted, carrying wood smoke from downtown driftwood restaurants and the earthier scent of fermenting grapes. Ruth breathed the filtered air through her respirator and felt the familiar weight of another investigation, another hunt, another chance to prove that monsters didn't get to win just because they had better equipment and fewer scruples. "I need witnesses," Ruth said, standing and surveying the broader scene. "Start with whoever saw the most." Santos led her toward a cluster of vehicles where interviews were being conducted away from the main scene. Federal Judge Charles Morrison from Austin. He and his wife were close enough to count the killer's eyelashes. Still rattled, but he's got the kind of trained observation you'd expect from the bench. Federal Judge Charles Morrison sat in a sheriff's unit, holding coffee in hands that shook despite the evening warmth. His wife Ellen gripped his free hand like a lifeline, her makeup streaked with tears and the kind of shock that came from watching civilized society collapse into blood and screaming. "Judge Morrison, I'm Texas Ranger Ruth Baker. I know you've talked to Detective Santos, but I need more details about what you saw." Morrison looked up with eyes that held too much knowledge, the 1,000-yard stare of someone who just learned that money and position meant nothing when death came calling. 30 years on the federal bench, he said quietly. "You learn to read people, spot the ones who don't belong. But this man, he was perfect. Too perfect." Ruth activated her digital recorder and pulled out her notebook, settling into the driver's seat. "Tell me about perfect." "Investment consultant," he said. Talked wine like he'd spent years learning the language. Terroir, tannins, the kind of knowledge that takes real dedication. Morrison's judicial training was already working to process what he'd witnessed with analytical precision. But underneath the polish, there was something else. Like watching a snake coiled in expensive clothing. Physical details. Mid-40s, maybe 6 feet, lean build. Dressed like money, but not flashy about it. Moved through the crowd like he belonged, but Ellen picked up something wrong in the first 5 minutes. Morrison glanced at his wife, who nodded. Said he was gathering information, not just making conversation. Ellen Morrison spoke for the first time, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. He asked questions like a detective, but disguised them as small talk. Who we knew, how long we'd been friends with Harrison, what our connection was to the wine business. Charming as hell, but working us like a case file. Ruth spent 20 minutes with the Morrisons, building a profile that felt familiar and alien at the same time. Sophisticated, cultured, someone who could blend into high-end social situations while gathering tactical intelligence. But the approach was all wrong for the killer, who'd butchered law enforcement officers in Fort Worth. "A vehicle?" Ruth asked as she prepared to move to the next interview. "Black Cadillac, classic model. Pristine condition, like it rolled off a showroom floor in 1973. Judge Morrison's certainty was absolute. "I noticed it because you don't see craftsmanship like that anymore." Ruth interviewed 2 more witnesses, tech entrepreneur David Kim and surgeon Jennifer Walsh, and got the same story with different details. Charming predator in expensive clothes, working the crowd like a professional intelligence gatherer, then transforming into an executioner when the moment was right. By the time she finished with witnesses, full darkness had settled over the hill country, and the crime scene blazed under portable floods. Ruth walked back through the pavilion, studying blood patterns and evidence markers, while her mind worked through implications that made her stomach clench with possibility. 20 minutes of social engineering. Sophisticated conversation about wine, travel, investment strategies. Charming enough to fool federal judges and successful entrepreneurs. But every witness had felt something predatory underneath the polish, something calculated and wrong. Detective Santos found her studying shell casing positions. "DPS lab wants to brief you." says they've got some interesting findings. The mobile laboratory hummed with equipment that could process evidence faster than most permanent facilities. Senior technician Rodriguez looked up from multiple computer monitors, showing ballistics comparisons and trajectory analysis. Ranger Baker. We've run preliminary analysis on tonight's physical evidence. Rodriguez highlighted windows displaying bullet paths, powder patterns, and casing locations. 9mm subsonic rounds, suppressed pistol. 6 shots total, professional placement throughout. Ruth studied the data, noting the controlled fire pattern and precise shot placement. How does it compare to other black Cadillac scenes? That's the puzzle. Rodriguez switched to a comparison screen showing ballistics data from multiple crime scenes. Same caliber, same ammunition type, but different firing pin impressions. We're looking at a different weapon than Austin or Fort Worth. Something cold settled in Ruth's chest, not fear, but the kind of recognition that came when impossible pieces suddenly made sense. Different gun. Different gun, different shooter profile. Rodriguez pulled up crime scene comparison photos that made Ruth's breath catch. Fort Worth was tactical elimination, security threats neutralized first, then primary targets. Tonight was social infiltration. Blend in, gather intelligence, execute when attention was focused elsewhere. Ruth stared at the comparison photos, seeing patterns that had been hiding in plain sight. The Fort Worth killer moved like special forces, using cover and superior positioning to eliminate law enforcement. Tonight's killer moved like a sophisticated assassin, using charm and social manipulation to get close before revealing his true nature. Other evidence differences. Boot impressions from Fort Worth were size 11 tactical boots. Tonight we've got size 10 dress shoes, Italian leather. Rodriguez showed her the comparison photographs. And shooting stance analysis suggests different training backgrounds. Fort Worth killer used modified weaver, consistent with military instruction. Tonight's killer used conventional isosceles. Ruth felt her pulse spike, as evidence aligned with instincts that had been nagging her for days. Timestamp. Rodriguez consulted his tablet. First shots at 7:23 p.m., based on witness statements and emergency calls. Scene cleared by 7:26. Ruth pulled out her phone and scrolled through updates from other scenes. Fort Worth massacre. Councilman Vasquez at 4:37 p.m., law enforcement eliminated between 5:15 and 5:22 p.m. Driftwood was over 200 miles from Fort Worth. Even racing down I, at triple digits, no one could make that drive in under 3 hours. Unless there were 2 of them. The certainty hit her like a physical blow, pieces of an impossible puzzle suddenly snapping into focus with crystalline clarity. 2 killers. 2 identical vehicles. 2 completely different approaches, targeting opposite ends of the political spectrum. The Fort Worth killer eliminated conservatives and law enforcement with cold, tactical skill. The Driftwood killer targeted liberals and progressives using sophisticated social engineering. Ruth walked back to the crime scene, her mind racing through implications while she studied evidence with fresh eyes. Not one impossibly fast killer defying physics, but 2 separate operators conducting parallel campaigns across Texas. The timeline didn't just make sense, it was the only explanation that fit the evidence. She pulled out her tablet and began mapping crime scenes chronologically, noting not just timing but geographical patterns that revealed themselves once you stopped assuming a single perpetrator. Austin and Dallas minutes apart. Fort Worth and Driftwood hours apart, but targeting opposite political philosophies. A pattern invisible if you assumed one killer, obvious once you theorized two. "Detective Santos," Ruth called, her voice carrying the edge of breakthrough discovery. "Yeah. I need comprehensive ballistics comparison across all black Cadillac scenes. Not just caliber, firing pin impressions, ejection patterns, everything that distinguishes between weapons." Ruth's mind was already racing toward confirmation and evidence requirements, and detailed timeline analysis for every documented sighting. Traffic cameras, witness statements, emergency calls. Santos made notes on her tablet, looking for something specific. "Proof," Ruth said, watching crime scene techs continue their documentation of the pavilion carnage. "Proof that we're not hunting one killer who can be in two places at once." The November wind carried hill country limestone dust and distant wood smoke as Ruth stood among evidence markers and shattered crystal, feeling impossible pieces finally lock into place. Two killers. Two vehicles. Two killing sprees being carried out simultaneously across Texas. Tomorrow she would call Aaron with evidence that would change everything. Tonight, she stood in the wreckage of a wine tasting and felt the grim satisfaction that came with seeing through deception to truth. They weren't hunting a ghost. They were hunting two killers. Chapter 20. Ruth adjusted the laptop camera for the third time, making sure her whiteboard was visible to the video conference participants. The Hayes County Sheriff's Office conference room felt cramped with all the evidence boxes stacked against the walls, but it was the only space with decent internet for what she needed to do. Aaron's face appeared in one window as he connected from the Dallas FBI field office. His expression was tight, worried. She'd called him at 6 a.m. with her theory, and he'd spent 2 hours arguing with federal supervisors to get this conference arranged. "Ruth," Aaron said, adjusting his own camera. "They're connecting now." More windows opened. SAC Jennifer Hawkins appeared, her dark hair pulled back severely. Agent Martinez from Digital Forensics. Agent Collins from Behavioral Analysis. 3 other federal agents, whose names Ruth hadn't caught when Aaron had rattled off the participant list. "All right, we're live," Hawkins said, consulting something off camera. "Ranger Baker, you requested this emergency conference. The floor is yours." Ruth looked directly into the camera. "Thank you, SAC Hawkins. I'll come straight to the point. I've been reviewing the evidence on hand, and I now believe that we've been operating under a basic misassumption." Hawkins frowned. "What exactly are you saying?" "I believe we've been hunting one killer when there are actually two operating simultaneously across Texas." Agent Martinez made a sound. "That's impossible. We closed the black Cadillac case yesterday. Robert Crenshaw was eliminated during the warehouse operation." "Crenshaw wasn't our killer," Ruth said. "And I have evidence that proves it." "The case against Crenshaw was solid," Agent Collins said. "Domestic violence history, documented grievances against political figures, vehicle registration matching every witness description." "While you were raiding that warehouse," Ruth interrupted, "Harrison Blackwood and his wife were being executed 200 miles away in Driftwood. Same black Cadillac, same license plates, same professional execution." Hawkins gestured dismissively. "A copycat killer," she said. "This case has gotten a lot of publicity. Too much publicity. There are any number of crazies out there waiting for a chance to start the revolution they believe is long overdue. I've reviewed the basic facts of Driftwood. There are similarities, sure. but they're glaringly obvious similarities. It's obvious someone's been studying the media reports and is trying to replicate the Dallas murders. It has nothing to do with our actual case, which was closed once Crenshaw bought it at that warehouse. Ruth took a deep breath and said carefully, "Respectfully, Sack, I disagree." She saw an expression pass across Aaron's face, but he said nothing, for which she was grateful. Hawkins, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes. Ruth didn't know the special agent in charge well enough to read her tells, but she knew that any woman who made it to Sack in the Bureau had to have acquired a veneer of natural arrogance in order to do her job effectively in that federal bullpen. "Your opinion is noted, Ranger Baker," Hawkins said, "but opinions—" Ruth interrupted. "It's not an opinion. I'm basing this on the facts. The evidence doesn't lie." Hawkins leaned back, her demeanor cool but also visibly hostile now. "In that case, Ranger Baker, why don't you state your case and let us decide whether it's based on the evidence?" Ruth nodded. "Happy to." She clicked to her timeline display. Tuesday night, November 14th. Senator Raymond Holt murdered in Preston Hollow, Dallas, at 10:17 p.m. Traffic cameras show a black Cadillac leaving the scene at 10:23 p.m. She paused, letting them absorb the first data point. Same night, 10:23 p.m., Congresswoman Alina Marquez murdered in downtown Austin. Emergency calls logged at 10:24 p.m. Agent Martinez was scrolling through files. 6 minutes apart, but 207 miles apart, Ruth said. "I drove it myself this morning. 3 hours and 40 minutes at legal speeds. 2 hours and 50 minutes pushing every limit." "The timestamps could be wrong," Collins suggested. "Multiple witnesses, emergency call logs, and traffic camera footage all confirm 10:23 p.m. for Austin," Ruth replied. "But that's just the beginning." Hawkins crossed her arms. "Continue." "Yesterday's murders make the timeline even more problematic," Ruth said, clicking to the next slide. Fort Worth. Councilman Richard Vasquez shot dead at Trinity Park at 4:37 p.m. "We know about Fort Worth," Martinez said impatiently. "Do you know about the traffic cameras?" Ruth asked. She pulled up the footage. 5:26 p.m. Black Cadillac with Texas plates Charlie Delta 7492 documented leaving Fort Worth Industrial District after the law enforcement massacre. She switched to another camera feed. 7:19 p.m. Same plates documented on Highway 290 approaching Driftwood. 4 minutes later, Governor Harrison Blackwood and his wife are murdered at their vineyard. Agent Collins was running calculations. That's over 200 miles in less than 2 hours. Through hill country back roads, Ruth added. With speed limits, traffic lights, and curves that would make a NASCAR driver nervous. Aaron leaned forward in his window. "What's the average speed required?" 240 miles per hour, Ruth said. Sustained for 53 minutes through rural Texas. The video conference went quiet. Ruth could see them processing the impossibility of what she was describing. "Unless," she continued, "there are 2 vehicles with matching license plates." Martinez shook his head. "But the physical descriptions, every witness describes the same person. Same height, build, general appearance." "Do they?" Ruth asked. She pulled up her witness files. "Let me read you some statements from Fort Worth." She found Sarah Jane Parker's interview. Sarah Jane Parker, 32, was at Trinity Park with her 3-year-old daughter. Quote, he came from nowhere. 1 minute Emma was asking for higher pushes on the swing, and the next this. This thing was walking across the grass. Tall, dark, moving like he owned the earth itself. The wrongness of him. Even from a distance, something about him felt evil. Like standing near a thunderstorm before lightning strikes. Ruth switched files. Frank Gutierrez, 74, retired Navy, was feeding ducks at the pond. Quote, big fella, moved like a storm cloud. 40 years in the Navy, I seen men die in war. This wasn't war. This was something else. Something that don't belong in God's creation. Those are traumatized witnesses describing a killer, Collins said. Are they describing the same killer as this? Ruth pulled up the Driftwood statements. Federal Judge Charles Morrison spent 20 minutes talking with the Blackwood killer before any shooting started. Quote, he approached Ellen and me during the mingling period. Introduced himself as an investment consultant, said he collected wines for the stories they told. Sophisticated conversation about vintages and terroir, the kind of knowledge that takes years to develop. She played back the surveillance video from the Preston Hollow traffic cameras, showing the black Cadillac's departure timestamp. The federal agents watched silently as she then switched to the Austin emergency call logs, each timestamp precisely documented. Hawkins was frowning now. Go on. Ruth continued reading Morrison's statement. Quote, charming, cultured, someone who belonged in this rarefied social atmosphere. But his eyes were too bright, too engaged, like he was performing rather than simply being social. His questions seemed casual, but he was gathering information systematically. Who was there, what their connections were to Harrison. So one witness describes a terrifying presence, the other describes a charming socialite. Martinez asked. Ellen Morrison was even more specific, Ruth said. Quote, he complimented me on my jewelry, asked about our travels, seemed genuinely interested in our life together. He had this way of making you feel like the most interesting person in the room. Ruth clicked to a different file. But it's not just the Morrisons. I interviewed tech entrepreneur David Kim, who spent 15 minutes discussing cryptocurrency with the killer. Kim said, and I quote, brilliant conversationalist, really understood market dynamics. Asked thoughtful questions about blockchain development. If someone told me he was a Fortune 500 CEO, I'd believe it. She switched to another witness statement. Surgeon Jennifer Walsh and her husband shared wine country travel stories with him. Dr. Walsh said, he knew Bordeaux vintages better than some sommeliers I've met. We talked about our trip to Tuscany, and he recommended specific vineyards based on our preferences. Completely charming, completely sophisticated. Agent Collins was taking notes now. That's quite a different personality profile. Now listen to this, Ruth said, playing audio from Trevor Kane's studio recording. The cultured voice filled the conference room. Trevor. James Carter, security consultant. Your chief of staff sent me to check the office after tonight's fundraiser. Got a minute to talk safety. Ruth stopped the playback. Theatrical, sophisticated. But here's where it gets interesting. She pulled up another file. Sage Brennan, 21, barista at Cypress Creek Coffee in Wimberley. She served the killer before he went to Kane's studio. Ruth read from her extensive notes. Quote, he was the first thing I noticed when I looked up from the espresso machine. Tall, well-dressed in that casual way that costs money. Had this confident walk, like he belonged everywhere. But it was his eyes that really got my attention. Really warm when he smiled. She continued. Sage said he ordered a chai latte, complimented her grandmother's recipe from Mumbai. Quote, "He had this way of talking that made you feel like you were the most interesting person in the room. Asked about the town, seemed genuinely curious about our community. When he mentioned Trevor Kane, he called him Marcus Webb at first, then corrected himself. Like he'd mixed up his notes or something." Ruth played back surveillance footage from various traffic cameras, showing the methodical timeline of vehicle movements across multiple cities. The agents watched the black Cadillac appear and disappear across Texas with impossible precision. The barista's observation about the name confusion is significant, Ruth continued. Quote, "He said he was working on a story about podcasting, how it's changing small-town America. But when I told him about Trevor's equipment and mentioned Tiffany, his girlfriend, he seemed to really light up. Asked if I'd be here later so he could tell me how the interview went." Agent Martinez was frowning. He was planning to return. She thought so, Ruth said. Quote, "I actually looked forward to seeing him again. He left a 20 for a $7 drink, told me to keep the change. Another way to make sure I'd remember him fondly, I guess." Ruth contrasted this with Fort Worth evidence. Compare that social engineering to the Fort Worth approach. Deputy Martinez's widow described the killer's interaction with her husband. Quote, "Professional clipped speech. Every word precise and commanding. He said exactly 3 sentences to my husband before shooting him. No charm, no conversation, just cold authority." She displayed the crime scene photos from both locations, highlighting the tactical differences. Fort Worth witnesses described someone who moved like a machine built for killing. Sarah Jane Parker said he glided across the grass like death itself had taken human form. Aaron was nodding in his window. Those don't sound like the same person at all. They're not, Ruth said. And the physical evidence supports that conclusion completely. She pulled up detailed crime scene analysis, clicking through multiple comparison screens. Fort Worth scenes show size 11 tactical boots with Vibram soles, aggressive tread patterns designed for military operations. The boot prints at Trinity Park show a deliberate, measured stride, someone accustomed to tactical movement. Ruth switched displays to show the driftwood evidence. Blackwood Vineyard shows size 10 Italian leather dress shoes, custom-made based on the sole construction. The stride analysis indicates relaxed, confident movement, someone comfortable in social situations. Ruth played back surveillance footage from the Fort Worth Industrial District, showing the tactical precision of the killer's movements between law enforcement vehicles. The federal agents watched in silence as she then switched to traffic camera footage from Driftwood, showing the same license plates approaching the vineyard. Different shoe sizes, different movement patterns, different behavioral profiles, Hawkins observed, her hostility now replaced by professional fascination. Different shooting stances, Ruth added, clicking to ballistics analysis. DPS technical review shows the Fort Worth killer used a modified Weaver stance, consistent with Special Forces training. The Driftwood killer used conventional isosceles stance, typical of civilian firearms instruction. She displayed the comparative analysis side by side. Both demonstrate advanced marksmanship, but their training backgrounds are clearly different. Agent Martinez leaned forward. What about weapon analysis? 9mm subsonic rounds at every scene, Ruth said, pulling up the comprehensive ballistics report. Professional-grade ammunition, designed for suppressed weapons, but fired from 2 distinct pistols. She highlighted the firing pin comparison data. Group 1 includes Senator Holt in Dallas, Councilman Vasquez in Fort Worth, and all 3 law enforcement officers. Group 2 includes Congresswoman Marquez in Austin, Trevor Kane in Wimberley, and Governor Blackwood in Driftwood. Ruth clicked through multiple ballistics images, showing microscopic firing pin impressions that clearly differentiated the weapons. DPS analysis is definitive. These rounds were fired by two different firearms, both high-end pistols, both equipped with professional suppressors. She played back audio recordings from multiple crime scenes, letting the federal agents hear the different approaches, the different voices, the different methodologies employed by each killer. Same ammunition type, same professional-grade equipment, but completely different weapons, Collins said. And completely different personalities wielding them, Ruth confirmed. She pulled up behavioral analysis charts. Fort Worth killer eliminates security threats first, uses intimidation and tactical superiority. Average engagement time, under 90 seconds. She switched to the contrasting data. Driftwood killer engages in extended social interaction, gathers intelligence, strikes when target is psychologically comfortable. Average engagement time, over 20 minutes. Ruth displayed timeline charts showing the impossibility of single perpetrator movement between crime scenes, then played surveillance footage documenting identical vehicles in multiple locations simultaneously. Aaron was studying the evidence carefully. Ruth, what's your theory about the relationship between these killers? Brothers, Ruth said. Possibly twins, given the physical similarities reported by witnesses. Both driving identical black Cadillac Coupe de Villes, both with access to customized license plates that probably differ by one character. She clicked to witness comparison charts. Both described as male, mid-40s, approximately 6 feet tall, lean build. Similar enough to be closely related, different enough in behavior to suggest distinct personalities and training. That's still speculative, Martinez said, though his tone was less dismissive than before. Based on substantial evidence, Ruth replied. She played back comprehensive crime scene videos, showing the methodical documentation process at each location. Both killers have access to restored classic vehicles worth significant money. Both demonstrate advanced tactical skills. Both have sophisticated knowledge of law enforcement procedures. She clicked through financial analysis reports. The vehicles alone represent substantial investment. Fully restored 1973 Cadillac Coupe de Villes, professional-grade modifications, customized license plates. This isn't random criminal behavior. This is coordinated, well-funded operation. Ruth displayed psychological profiles based on witness interviews and crime scene analysis. Fort Worth killer demonstrates military bearing, tactical precision, intimidation-based approach. Driftwood killer demonstrates social sophistication, cultural knowledge, charm-based manipulation. Agent Collins was reviewing his own behavioral analysis files. If these are two different individuals, how do you explain their apparent coordination? I can't, Ruth admitted. I can only prove they exist as separate people conducting parallel campaigns. She played back a comprehensive timeline video, showing vehicle movements, crime scene timings, and witness statements in chronological order. The impossibility of single perpetrator explanation became undeniable as the evidence accumulated. Hawkins was quiet for a long moment, reviewing the extensive documentation Ruth had provided. Agent Martinez, how confident are you in the ballistics analysis? DPS forensics is rock solid, Martinez replied. Those firing pin impressions are as distinct as fingerprints. Two different weapons, no question. Ruth clicked to her final summary display, showing the comprehensive evidence matrix. 2 different weapons with distinct ballistic signatures. 2 different methodologies documented across multiple crime scenes. 2 different physical evidence patterns confirmed by forensic analysis. Identical vehicles documented in physically impossible timeline scenarios. Distinct behavioral profiles confirmed by extensive witness testimony. She let the evidence speak for itself, watching as the federal agents processed the accumulated documentation. The silence stretched for nearly a minute as they cross-referenced their own files against her presentation. "This is substantial," Hawkins said finally. "Agent Martinez, how long for comprehensive reanalysis with dual suspect parameters?" 6 hours for complete ballistics and timeline verification, Martinez replied. "Vehicle tracking analysis will require reviewing every traffic camera hit across Texas." "Do it," Hawkins ordered. "Agent Collins, I want separate psychological profiles for both suspects based on this behavioral analysis." Ruth felt the satisfaction of vindication, but underneath was the sobering reality of what this meant. "Sack Hawkins, if these killers are coordinating their campaigns, we need to identify their next targets before they strike again." "Agreed," Hawkins said, her tone carrying new urgency. "This fundamentally changes our operational approach." Aaron's expression was grim. "We can't chase one killer anymore. We need simultaneous operations across multiple cities, multiple jurisdictions." "Ranger Baker," Hawkins said, "can you coordinate detailed evidence analysis with Agent Martinez? We need comprehensive profiles and target prediction within 12 hours. "Files are compiled and ready for immediate transmission," Ruth replied. As faces began disappearing from video windows, Ruth leaned back in her chair and felt the weight of what she'd accomplished. She'd proven what her instincts had been screaming since the beginning. They weren't hunting one impossible ghost who defied physics. They were hunting 2 very real, very dangerous killers who'd been playing everyone while conducting their coordinated war across Texas. Now came the harder part, stopping them both before they completed whatever endgame they had planned.
Chapter 21. Aaron stood at the center of the FBI Mobile Command Center, watching Agent Martinez pull up ballistics comparisons on 3 different monitors, while Agent Collins worked behavioral analysis algorithms on a 4th screen. The past 6 hours had transformed the federal task force from a confident team, closing a case, into a group of investigators scrambling to rebuild their entire approach from the ground up. Baker was right about the firing pin impressions, Martinez called out, highlighting microscopic differences between shell casings. Group 1 shows consistent striker patterns across Dallas and Fort Worth scenes. Group 2 shows completely different markings from Austin and Driftwood. 2 weapons, no question, Collins agreed, looking up from psychological profiles he'd been updating. And Baker's behavioral analysis holds up under algorithmic testing. We're looking at distinctly different personality types, one intimidation-based, one manipulation-based. Aaron felt a surge of pride watching Ruth's theory take shape under federal scrutiny. Every piece of evidence was holding up. Every connection she'd made was proving solid under the kind of technical analysis that could make or break cases in federal court. What about vehicle tracking? Sack Hawkins asked, leaning over a workstation where Agent Rodriguez was reviewing traffic camera footage from across Texas. Baker's timeline is bulletproof, Rodriguez replied, scrolling through timestamps and GPS coordinates. We've now confirmed the same license plates at impossible intervals. Charlie Delta 7492 documented leaving Fort Worth at 5:26 p.m., then approaching Driftwood at 7:19 p.m. No way one vehicle covers that distance in 53 minutes. Aaron moved between workstations, noting how every conversation now began with "Baker said," or according to Baker's analysis. The federal team that had been skeptical of local law enforcement theories 6 hours ago was now treating Ruth's evidence matrix as the foundation for their entire operation. Agent Tate, Agent Collins called from his behavioral analysis station. Baker mentioned witness statements about different speech patterns. Can you help us locate the audio files she referenced? Already compiled, Aaron replied, pulling up Ruth's evidence files on his tablet. Trevor Kane's studio recording, witness interviews from Fort Worth and Driftwood. She's documented everything. Hawkins appeared at his shoulder, reviewing the file structure Ruth had created. "This is remarkable organization," she murmured, close enough that he could smell her perfume. "Most local investigations don't have this level of systematic documentation." "Ruth's thorough," Aaron said, feeling the familiar pride that came with watching other investigators discover what he'd known for 3 years. "She builds cases that prosecutors love, every piece of evidence cross-referenced, every witness statement corroborated." "Baker's pattern recognition is extraordinary," Martinez added from across the command center. "These connections between seemingly unrelated crime scenes, most investigators would have missed the significance entirely." Aaron watched Hawkins move through the command center, coordinating the massive revision of federal resources while consistently referring back to Ruth's analysis. When she requested additional ballistics testing, she specified according to Baker's parameters. When she assigned surveillance teams, she used Baker's geographical predictions. Ruth had become the invisible architect of the entire federal response. "We need to completely restructure our approach," Hawkins announced to the team. 2 separate kill teams operating simultaneously means we need parallel surveillance operations. "Agent Martinez, I want Baker's ballistics analysis forwarded to every federal lab in the Southwest." "Agent Collins, expand your behavioral profiles based on Baker's witness interviews." Aaron felt that secret pride building in his chest as he watched federal agents implement Ruth's investigative framework. This was his fiancée, his partner, the woman whose insights were now driving the biggest federal manhunt in Texas history. Every Baker said, and according to Baker, was validation of what he'd known since their first case together. "Agent Tate," Hawkins said, approaching his workstation where he'd been coordinating with DPS technical teams. "We need to discuss operational logistics with Ranger Baker. Can you set up another conference call?" "Actually," Aaron said, checking his watch, "she's probably processing the Driftwood scene with local law enforcement. She mentioned wanting to complete evidence collection before coordinating with federal teams." Hawkins nodded approvingly. "Smart. Better to have complete local documentation before federal resources arrive. That's the kind of foresight that prevents jurisdictional complications." By late afternoon, the Federal Command Center had become a shrine to Ruth's investigative methodology. Her evidence timelines covered 3 whiteboards. Her witness statements were being analyzed by federal behavioral specialists, and her ballistics matrix had become the foundation for coordinating with laboratories across multiple states. Baker's geographic analysis suggests the killers are moving in predetermined patterns, Agent Rodriguez announced, pulling up a map showing crime scene locations. If she's right about their routes, we can predict probable target areas. Has Baker shared her predictions about next targets? Hawkins asked. She mentioned working on target analysis, Aaron replied. Probably coordinating with local law enforcement to identify potential victims in the predicted geographical areas. Hawkins was quiet for a moment, studying the map that showed Ruth's analytical framework. Your partner is impressive, Agent Tate. This kind of pattern recognition doesn't come from standard training. Aaron felt the warmth that always came with hearing Ruth praised by other professionals. She's got instincts you can't teach. Sees connections other people miss. The afternoon wore on, with federal resources being systematically realigned, according to Ruth's evidence matrix. Aaron worked closely with Hawkins, coordinating between federal technical teams and DPS laboratories, ensuring that Ruth's local investigation remained integrated with federal response protocols. We should take a break, Hawkins said finally, stretching and checking her watch. It's after 7, and we've been at this for 6 hours straight. There's a decent restaurant in my hotel. Want to grab dinner and discuss tomorrow's operational structure. The drive to the Embassy Suites took 15 minutes through Dallas evening traffic, Aaron riding passenger in Hawkins's Bureau sedan, while she navigated between lanes with brisk skill. They barely spoke during the ride, Aaron's mind still churning through the day's revelations and what they meant for tomorrow's operations. The hotel lobby was all marble floors and leather seating, corporate elegance that felt like every other business hotel he'd stayed in over the years. They rode the elevator to the 8th floor in comfortable silence, Aaron noting that their rooms were directly across the hallway from each other. Give me 20 minutes. Hawkins asked, fishing her key card from her jacket pocket. Sounds good, Aaron replied, swiping his own door open. His room was standard business accommodation, king bed, desk, chair, minibar he wouldn't touch on a government salary. He pulled out his phone and hit Ruth's number, wanting to hear her voice after the long day of watching her work vindicated by federal analysis. Busy signal. She was probably coordinating with DPS labs or briefing local law enforcement on the federal response. Aaron peeled off his shirt and headed for the shower, letting hot water wash away 6 hours of stale command center air and accumulated tension. When he emerged 15 minutes later, his phone showed a missed call from Ruth but no voicemail. He hit redial, got her voicemail instead. Hey, it's me, he said after the beep. Just wanted to tell you that federal analysis is confirming everything from your presentation. You were right about all of it. Call me when you get a chance. He was pulling on a clean shirt when someone knocked on his door. Hawkins stood in the hallway, having changed from her federal blazer into dark slacks and a cream-colored blouse that highlighted the athletic build she maintained despite desk work. Her dark hair was loose now, framing strong cheekbones and the kind of composed attractiveness that came with confidence rather than effort. Ready for dinner? She asked. I'm starving. Sure, Aaron said, grabbing his wallet and room key. "Gotta eat." They rode the elevator down in comfortable proximity, Aaron catching the subtle scent of her perfume mixed with the hotel's air conditioning. The restaurant was tucked off the main lobby, dimly lit with wooden tables and leather banquets that suggested the designer had been aiming for steakhouse atmosphere. "Two for dinner," Hawkins told the hostess, a college-aged blonde who led them to a corner table that offered privacy for their conversation. Aaron settled into the chair across from Hawkins, noting how she moved with the kind of controlled grace that suggested regular gym time and maybe some martial arts training. When she leaned forward to study the menu, he found himself appreciating the way her blouse followed the lines of her shoulders and the elegant curve of her neck. "The ribeye looks decent," she said, not looking up from the menu. "Though hotel restaurants are hit or miss. Can't be worse than command center vending machine food," Aaron replied, focusing on his own menu choices and trying to keep his observations professional. The waitress appeared with water glasses and took their drink orders, gin and tonic for Hawkins, beer for Aaron. When she left, Hawkins leaned back in her chair and studied him across the table. "Thanks for making time for this," she said. "I know it's been a long day, but we need to discuss how to restructure the entire operation." "No problem," Aaron replied. "We need to get this right. Two killers changes everything about how we approach the investigation." Hawkins nodded, signaling the waitress for another round. That presentation was remarkable. I'd heard about Ruth Baker's reputation, but seeing her work firsthand, she's even better than advertised. "How long have you two been partners?" "Just over 2 years," Aaron said, accepting a beer from the waitress and scanning the menu without really seeing it. "But the last year's been intense. 7 major cases in quick succession, 7 closures. She's the best investigator I've ever worked with." "It shows," Hawkins said, taking a sip of her gin. "The way she built that evidence matrix, connected patterns across multiple jurisdictions, that's graduate-level forensic analysis." "Where'd she train?" "Rangers," Aaron replied, settling on the ribeye. 15 years with the department. She worked her way up through some of the toughest cases in Texas. Domestic violence, gang murders, serial killers. She's got instincts you can't teach." They ordered dinner and spent the next hour discussing operational logistics, how to coordinate federal resources with local law enforcement, whether to split the task force geographically, what kind of surveillance net they'd need to catch 2 killers operating simultaneously. Hawkins was sharp, asking detailed questions about Ruth's investigative methods and the evidence collection protocols that had built such a solid case. "She works alone a lot?" Hawkins asked as their meals arrived. "Sometimes," Aaron said, cutting into his steak. "Depends on the case. She's got this way of seeing patterns that aren't obvious to other people. Sometimes she needs space to think through connections without having to explain every step. Like this 2-killer theory. When did she first mention it to you?" Aaron paused, remembering their conversation in Austin, the way Ruth had been wrestling with timeline inconsistencies while he'd been focused on federal theories. "A few days ago. She kept saying the timeline didn't work, that we were missing something fundamental." "But you disagreed." I thought federal resources might have explanations we hadn't considered, Aaron admitted. Crenshaw had criminal contacts, possible accomplices. The evidence seemed solid. Hawkins nodded thoughtfully. It's easy to get caught up in federal analysis. We have sophisticated tools, extensive databases. Sometimes that makes us miss simple explanations. They finished dinner discussing tactical approaches and resource allocation. When Hawkins suggested continuing the conversation in her suite, Aaron felt a flicker of discomfort but couldn't think of a professional way to object. It was a work discussion, and hotel restaurants weren't ideal for sensitive operational planning. Her suite was on the 8th floor, a sitting area with a couch and coffee table, a bedroom visible through an open door. Hawkins immediately opened the mini fridge and pulled out 2 Stella Artois bottles, popping the caps in 2 quick motions. "Much better than that restaurant noise," she said, settling onto the couch and gesturing for him to take the opposite end. "Now we can really dig into the operational details." Aaron accepted the beer and settled into the corner of the couch, maintaining professional distance while trying to shake his unease. Hawkins was thoroughly professional, spreading case files across the coffee table and pulling up crime scene photos on her tablet. "Tell me more about Ruth's background," she said, highlighting witness statements on her screen. "This level of psychological insight doesn't come from standard law enforcement training." Aaron found himself relaxing as he talked about Ruth's foster care background, her ability to read people who'd learned to hide their true intentions, the way her childhood had taught her to spot deception and manipulation. Hawkins listened with genuine interest, asking thoughtful questions about Ruth's investigative methods and the cases that had shaped her approach. "The way you talk about her," Hawkins said, leaning back with her beer, "you really admire her work." "More than admire," Aaron said, feeling the familiar warmth that came with talking about Ruth. "She's brilliant. Fearless. She sees things other people miss, because she's willing to consider possibilities that seem impossible." "You light up when you talk about her," Hawkins observed with a slight smile. "There's real affection there, not just professional respect." Aaron felt heat creep up his neck. "We're engaged. Wedding's in 2 weeks, actually." "Congratulations," Hawkins said, raising her beer in a small toast. "She's lucky to have someone who appreciates her talents. Though I have to admit, I'm professionally jealous. That's exactly the kind of investigator I'd die to have on my team at the FBI." Aaron shook his head, smiling. "Ruth would never leave the Rangers. Texas is her stomping ground. She knows the people, the culture, the history. She's got roots here that go deeper than any job offer could reach. Plus, she hates traveling, which is kind of a given for bureau work." "Fair enough," Hawkins said, not pressing the point. "What about you?" "Me?" Aaron asked, surprised by the shift. Hawkins shrugged, taking another sip of her beer. "From what I've seen, you're as good as she is. But you're clearly living in her shadow. It must be hard being overshadowed by someone as larger than life as Ruth Baker. You deserve to shine on your own, to be the star you really are." Aaron smiled, shaking his head. "I'm no lone star. I'm happy being part of a constellation. I'm a team player." "That's a great way to look at it," Hawkins nodded approvingly. But does Ruth see it that way? Aaron frowned. What do you mean? Hawkins gestured with her beer bottle, her tone casual but pointed. Ruth Baker strikes me as a lone star. She outshines everyone around her. Like right now, for instance, you guys aren't even working together as a team on this case, and there she is, taking charge of the whole investigation. Aaron felt something uncomfortable twist in his chest. He thought about their argument in Austin, Ruth's insistence that they split up despite his concerns about working apart. The way she dismissed his worries about their partnership, made the decision unilaterally because she was the senior agent. Aaron started, then stopped, not sure how to defend something that suddenly felt less defensible. She makes decisions based on what's best for the case. Of course, Hawkins said smoothly. I'm not criticizing. Just observing that some people are natural leaders, and others are natural team players. Both are valuable, but they're different approaches. Aaron stared at his beer bottle, feeling the weight of words he couldn't quite argue with. Ruth had taken charge of the investigation, had made the call to split up their partnership, had built the case that would redirect federal resources. All without really consulting him, just informing him of decisions she'd already made. I should probably get back to my room, Aaron said, standing and setting down his half-finished beer. Early morning tomorrow. Of course, Hawkins said, walking him to the door. Thanks for the insight into the investigation. Ruth's lucky to have a partner who supports her so completely. Aaron nodded, murmuring good night, but the words followed him down the hallway to his own room. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling, replaying conversations and decisions, trying to shake the feeling that Hawkins had held up a mirror he didn't like looking into. Ruth was brilliant. Ruth was fearless. Ruth was taking charge of everything while he played support. Ruth made decisions and expected him to follow, the same way she'd expected him to accept splitting up their partnership because she decided it was necessary. He was on the verge of finally falling asleep when his phone rang, Ruth's name flashing on the screen in the darkened room. For a moment, just a moment, he considered letting it go to voicemail. He needed the sleep, and whatever Ruth wanted to discuss about the case could probably wait until morning. But then shame washed over him, hot and immediate. This was Ruth calling, his partner, his fiancée, the woman he loved more than anyone in the world. He grabbed the phone and answered. "Hey," he said, trying to keep his voice normal despite the confused tangle of thoughts Hawkins had left him with. "Aaron. I hope I didn't wake you." Chapter 22. No, I was still awake, Aaron said, sitting up in bed and running his free hand through his hair. How did the scene processing go? Long day but productive. DPS confirmed everything we discussed in the conference call. 2 distinct weapons, 2 completely different behavioral profiles. Ruth's voice carried the tired satisfaction of an investigator whose theory had been vindicated by hard evidence. I'm heading back to Austin tomorrow morning to coordinate with the federal task force. We need to completely restructure our approach. Aaron felt a flicker of irritation at the assumption in her words. We need to restructure. The investigation, Ruth said, apparently not catching the edge in his voice. Aaron, this changes everything. We're not hunting one killer anymore. We're hunting two coordinated operators with completely different skill sets and methodologies. I understand that, Aaron replied, more sharply than he'd intended. I've been working with the federal team all day, remember? I was there when Martinez confirmed your ballistics analysis. There was a pause on the line, and Aaron could almost hear Ruth processing the tension in his voice. Are you okay? You sound off. Aaron stared at the ceiling, Hawkins's words echoing in his mind. Ruth making decisions and expecting him to follow. Ruth taking charge of the investigation while he played support. I'm fine. Just tired. Aaron, talk to me. What's going on? He wanted to tell her about the dinner with Hawkins, about the uncomfortable questions that had been raised, about the growing feeling that their partnership was more like Ruth being the star while he held the flashlight. But the words felt petty, unprofessional, unworthy of the woman, who just proven herself right about the biggest case of their careers. It's nothing, he said finally. Just processing everything from today. Your presentation was brilliant, by the way. The federal team is completely restructuring their approach based on your analysis. Our analysis, Ruth corrected. Aaron, we built this case together. Your work on the financial intelligence, the surveillance coordination, the witness interviews. No, Aaron interrupted. This was your work. Your theory, your evidence matrix, your presentation. I was just back up. The silence stretched between them, heavy with implications neither of them wanted to examine. Aaron could hear the faint sound of traffic through his hotel window, the hum of the air conditioning, the distant ping of an elevator. That's not how I see it, Ruth said finally, her voice careful. We're partners, Aaron. We've always been partners. Are we? Aaron asked, the question coming out before he could stop it. Because it feels like you make the decisions and I implement them. You decided to split up our partnership. You decided to pursue the two-killer theory. You decided to present to the federal team. When do I get to decide anything? Another pause, longer this time. Aaron could hear Ruth breathing, could almost feel her working through the implications of what he'd said. Aaron, Ruth said quietly, I didn't realize you felt that way. I thought we were working together toward the same goal. We are, Aaron said, then caught himself. I mean, we were. But you're always 3 steps ahead, always seeing patterns I miss. Sometimes I feel like I'm just trying to keep up. That's not. It is, Aaron interrupted. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's just how our partnership works. But don't pretend it's equal when it's not. Ruth was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was softer, more vulnerable. I never meant to make you feel like that. Aaron, you're not backup. You're the reason I can take risks, because I know you'll catch me if I fall. You're the reason I can focus on the big picture, because you handle all the details that would trip me up. Details, Aaron repeated, the word tasting bitter. That's what I am. The detail guy. No, that's not what I meant. I should let you go, Aaron said, suddenly exhausted. We both need sleep, and tomorrow's going to be complicated. "Aaron, please. Don't hang up like this. We need to talk through." "There's nothing to talk through," Aaron said, hating himself for the coldness in his voice. "You're right about the case, like you always are. I'll coordinate with the federal team tomorrow, and we'll catch these killers. That's what matters." He ended the call before Ruth could respond, then immediately regretted it. The phone felt heavy in his hand, Ruth's contact information glowing on the screen like an accusation. He could call her back, apologize, explain that he was just tired and stressed and taking it out on her unfairly. Instead, he set the phone on the nightstand and stared at the ceiling, trying to untangle the knot of emotions that Hawkins had somehow tied in his chest. Ruth was brilliant. Ruth was fearless. Ruth was everything he'd fallen in love with, everything he admired about law enforcement, everything he wanted to be. But Ruth was also the reason he sometimes felt like he was disappearing, like he was becoming just another supporting character in someone else's story. The federal agents had spent all day praising Baker's analysis and Baker's methodology, treating him like a helpful assistant rather than an equal partner. His phone buzzed with a text from Ruth, "I love you. We'll figure this out." Aaron stared at the message for a long time before typing back, "Love you too. Get some sleep." It wasn't enough, and they both knew it. But it was all he had right now, lying in a Dallas hotel room while the woman he loved processed crime scenes 200 miles away, and federal agents praised her brilliance in conference rooms where his contributions were footnotes. Aaron closed his eyes and tried to sleep, but Hawkins's words kept echoing in his mind. "You deserve to shine on your own, to be the star you really are." Hawkins had said it so casually, like she was just making an observation, but the words had burrowed under his skin like splinters. Aaron rolled over in bed, pulling the pillow over his head as if he could muffle the voice in his memory. What kind of man was he, letting another woman plant seeds of doubt about the woman he was supposed to marry in 2 weeks? Ruth had just solved the biggest case of their careers, had proven federal investigators wrong through sheer brilliance and determination, and here he was feeling sorry for himself because she was better at the job than he was. Aaron sat up and rubbed his face, ashamed of the petty jealousy that had crept into his voice during their phone call. Ruth didn't deserve that. She'd never made him feel small or inadequate. That was all coming from his own insecurities, his own need to prove himself worthy of standing beside someone so extraordinary. He thought about their first case together, how she'd trusted him with her life when they'd cornered the bandana killer in that abandoned barn. The way she'd looked at him afterward, like he was her hero instead of the other way around, since she was the one who actually ended up dealing with the bad guys and saving his life. The pride in her voice when she'd introduced him to other rangers as her partner, not her backup. The memory led to others. Lazy Sunday mornings with Jake and Marcus. The 4 of them sprawled across the couch watching football while Ruth explained defensive formations with the same intensity she brought to crime scenes. The way she'd helped Jake with his algebra homework, patient and encouraging even after 12-hour days. How she'd taught Marcus to change a tire, telling him that independence was the greatest gift she could give him. They'd built something good together, something that felt like family in a way Aaron had never experienced growing up. Ruth had embraced his boys not as obstacles to overcome, but as blessings to share, had made them feel like they were gaining a mother instead of losing their father to someone else's priorities. But even as he tried to focus on the good memories, darker ones crept in around the edges. The early months after they'd gotten together, when Ruth was still raw from Jim's murder, still jumping at shadows and checking locks twice before bed. Aaron had spent countless nights holding her while she cried, listening to her talk about the husband she'd lost, the future that had been stolen from them both. He'd told himself it was part of healing, that she needed to process her grief before she could fully commit to something new. But there had been moments, quiet, terrible moments, when he'd wondered if he was just a convenient replacement, someone to fill the Jim-shaped hole in her life without actually replacing what she'd lost. The worst had been 6 months into their relationship, when they'd been making love in her bed and she'd whispered "Jim" against his shoulder in the moment of release. She'd been half asleep, lost in sensation and memory, and Aaron was certain she hadn't even realized what she'd said. He'd never mentioned it, had pretended not to hear, but the name had hit him like a physical blow. Even now, lying in a Dallas hotel room, the memory made his chest tighten with remembered pain. Ruth had never said Jim's name during intimacy again, had never given him reason to doubt her commitment to their relationship. But the seed of insecurity had been planted, the nagging question of whether he was Aaron Tate, the man she'd chosen to love, or just a convenient substitute for the man she'd lost. Aaron got up and walked to the window, looking out at Dallas's nighttime skyline. The city sprawled in all directions, millions of lights marking millions of lives, millions of people trying to figure out how to love each other without losing themselves in the process. His phone buzzed again. Another text from Ruth, "I know something's wrong. Call me when you're ready to talk about it." Aaron stared at the message, thumb hovering over the reply button. Part of him wanted to call her back, to explain about the dinner with Hawkins, about the creeping feeling that he was losing himself in her shadow. But another part, the part that had been growing stronger since their argument in Austin, wondered if maybe some distance was exactly what they needed. In 2 weeks, they were supposed to stand before their friends and family and promise to love each other for better or worse, in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer. But how could he make those promises when he wasn't sure who he was anymore? When every professional achievement felt diminished by comparison to her brilliance? When he sometimes wondered if she was marrying him because she loved him, or because he was safe and steady and would never leave her the way Jim had. Aaron set the phone aside without responding and returned to bed, pulling the covers over his head like a child hiding from monsters. Tomorrow he would coordinate with federal agents, who would praise Ruth's investigative genius while treating him like a helpful assistant. Tomorrow he would implement strategies she'd developed, while she worked crime scenes 200 miles away. Tomorrow he would continue being the supporting character in someone else's story. But tonight, alone in a hotel room with his doubts and his shame, Aaron allowed himself to wonder what it would feel like to be the star of his own story instead of the reliable partner in someone else's. The thought made him hate himself, but he couldn't make it go away.
Chapter 23. Ruth gripped the ceramic mug tighter than necessary, letting the heat from her third cup of coffee burn through her palms as she stared out the hotel restaurant's floor-to-ceiling windows at the hill country morning. The Austin skyline stretched across the horizon in geometric patterns of glass and steel, but her mind kept replaying Aaron's voice from last night, that cold, distant tone she'd never heard him use with her before. When do I get to decide anything? The words had been echoing in her head since she'd hung up, leaving her staring at the ceiling of her hotel room until dawn crept through the curtains. She'd tried calling him back twice, but both attempts had gone straight to voicemail. Aaron's recorded voice cheerful and professional in a way that made her chest ache. Ruth forced herself to take another sip of coffee, then immediately regretted it. The bitter liquid hit her stomach like acid, joining the knot of anxiety that had been building since their argument. She pushed the mug away and reached for the piece of dry toast she'd ordered, managing only 2 small bites before her stomach rebelled entirely. The nausea hit her in waves, familiar and unwelcome. For a moment, she wondered if she was actually going to be sick, if the stress and caffeine and sleepless night were finally catching up with her. But then she remembered the last time she'd felt this particular combination of exhaustion and queasiness, 13 years ago, during those early morning weeks when she'd carried Ava and could barely keep food down. Ava. The thought of her daughter cut through the fog of professional anxiety like sunlight through storm clouds. Ruth pulled out her phone and scrolled to the contact for Mrs. Henderson, the nanny who'd been helping manage Ava's schedule during the long hours this case demanded. "Morning, Ruth," Mrs. Henderson answered on the second ring, her voice brisk but warm. "Everything's fine here. Ava just sat down to breakfast." "Thanks, Mrs. H. Is she okay to talk?" "Of course she is. Hold on a second, I'll put you on." Ruth waited, listening to the sounds of her own kitchen filtered through the phone, the familiar creak of the hardwood floors, the soft whistle of the coffee maker, the domestic symphony of a home she'd barely seen in the past week. Then Ava's face appeared on the video call, sleep-tousled and beautiful, her dark hair escaping from the braid she'd worn to bed. "Good morning, baby," Ruth signed, switching to the visual language that had become their primary mode of communication. "How did you sleep?" Ava yawned, then signed back with the casual precision of someone who'd been fluent since childhood. "Okay." Had that dream about the horses again. She rubbed her eyes, still adjusting to being awake. "When are you coming home?" Ruth's chest tightened with longing and guilt. "Soon, sweetheart. Maybe tonight, if I can wrap things up here. I miss you so much." Ava shrugged, a gesture that was heartbreakingly casual. "It's okay. I'm used to it." She took a bite of cereal, chewing thoughtfully. "Mrs. Henderson's teaching me to make tamales today. And she said I can help with her garden." The matter-of-fact acceptance in her daughter's signs made Ruth's throat constrict. 13 years old, and Ava had already learned to build a life around her mother's absences. "I'm sorry I've been gone so much lately. This case is." "I know," Ava interrupted, her expression patient but resigned. "Bad guys don't take breaks." She paused, then brightened slightly. "Is Aaron coming back today? We were supposed to work on my curveball." Ruth felt something sharp twist in her chest, jealousy mixed with hurt mixed with shame. Her own daughter was more excited about Aaron's return than her mother's. "He's still in Dallas with the federal team. Why don't you practice with me when I get home?" Ava's face fell slightly. "You throw too hard, Mom. And you get all intense about my form. Aaron just lets me have fun with it." The words hit Ruth like a physical blow. Even her daughter saw her as demanding, too intense, someone who turned everything into a lesson instead of just enjoying the moment. "I'm sorry, baby. I don't mean to." "It's okay," Ava signed, but her expression had grown distant. "You're just different than Aaron. He's more Relaxed. Ruth opened her mouth to respond, to explain that she pushed because she wanted Ava to be her best, because the world was hard and preparation mattered. But before she could sign anything, Detective Santos appeared at her table, gesturing urgently toward the parking lot where a DPS helicopter was settling onto the makeshift landing pad. "I have to go, sweetheart," Ruth signed quickly. "I love you more than anything in this world." "Love you too, Mom," Ava replied, already turning back to her breakfast. Ruth ended the call and felt the familiar ache of leaving her daughter behind, compounded now by the knowledge that Ava was more eager for Aaron's return than her own. She gathered her files and headed toward the helicopter, pushing down the hurt that threatened to overwhelm her professional focus. A minute later, she was in the air. The DPS helicopter sliced through the morning air above Weatherford, its rotor wash sending dust devils spiraling across the Texas prairie like miniature tornadoes. Ruth gripped the headset with one hand and her tactical radio with the other, coordinating 8 ground units through a systematic grid search that was slowly tightening around Parker County's commercial district. Unit 7 moved to block the northern exit at Palo Pinto Road, she commanded, watching the geometric pattern of squad cars converge on the target area through the helicopter's plexiglass windows. Unit 3, establish overwatch at the Walmart parking lot. I want every vehicle exit covered before we start the sweep. The radio crackled with confirmations as local deputies and state troopers took their positions. Ruth studied the terrain below, a maze of strip malls and chain restaurants, car dealerships and gas stations, the kind of commercial sprawl that could hide a black Cadillac among hundreds of other vehicles. But this time felt different. This time, the tip had come from a reliable source. A Weatherford police sergeant who'd spotted the distinctive vintage car at a McDonald's parking lot and had the sense to call for backup instead of approaching alone. If only catching killers was as straightforward as catching a cheating husband, Ruth thought, then immediately pushed the comparison away. She couldn't afford to think about Aaron right now, couldn't let their argument from last night cloud her judgment when lives were on the line. The familiar rhythm of tactical coordination was easier than processing why her fiancé had hung up on her, why his voice had carried that cold distance she'd never heard before. "You know, Ranger Baker," the pilot said through the intercom, his voice carrying a distinct East Texas drawl, "I flew Governor Richards back in '93. Hell of a woman, that one." Course, that was before helicopters had all this fancy GPS nonsense. Had to navigate by landmarks back then, water towers, grain silos, that sort of thing. These young pilots today, they can't find their own backsides without a computer telling them where. "Pilot, can we maintain radio discipline?" Ruth interrupted, adjusting her position in the passenger seat to study the search perimeter through binoculars. "I need to concentrate on the operation." "Name's Doyle Hutchins, ma'am. Been flying DPS birds for 23 years come December. Started out crop dusting, if you can believe that. Different kind of flying altogether. You gotta get down in the weeds, literally, know every fence post and power line in 3 counties. Why, I remember this one time near Lubbock." Ruth keyed her tactical radio, drowning out Hutchins's story. "All units, expand to Phase 2 parameters. Subject vehicle is a black 1973 Cadillac Coupe DeVille, Texas plates Charlie Delta 7492. Driver is armed and extremely dangerous. Do not approach without backup." The morning sun caught the windshields of patrol cars moving through the grid like chess pieces, each unit maintaining radio contact while systematically clearing parking lots and side streets. Ruth had run operations like this dozens of times over her 15 years with the Rangers, but something about today felt different, sharper, more urgent, weighted with the pressure of a case that had already claimed too many lives. Her phone buzzed with a text message, and for a moment her heart jumped, thinking it might be Aaron calling to apologize, to tell her they'd work through whatever was wrong between them. Instead, it was an update from Detective Santos about ballistics analysis. Ruth tucked the phone away without responding, focusing on the tactical display spreading across Weatherford below her. Course, that was back when we still used paper maps, Hutchins continued, apparently unaware that Ruth hadn't been listening. Nowadays everything's digital this, satellite that. Takes all the skill out of it, if you ask me. Flying used to be an art form, required real. Unit 4, Ruth called, spotting movement in a shopping center parking lot. I've got a black sedan behind the CVS pharmacy. Can you get eyes on it? Copy that, Ranger Baker. Moving to investigate. Ruth watched through binoculars as the patrol unit approached the vehicle, her pulse quickening with the possibility that they'd finally cornered one of their killers. The radio crackled with tense updates as the deputy examined the car, but after 30 seconds came the disappointing response. Negative on the Cadillac. This is a 2018 Honda Accord. The search continued methodically, block by block, each cleared area shrinking the perimeter around their target. Ruth found herself thinking about Aaron despite her efforts to maintain professional focus. He'd accused her of making decisions without consulting him, of treating him like backup instead of a partner. The memory stung because part of her recognized the truth in it. She did tend to take charge, did tend to see patterns and move forward without stopping to explain every step. But that was how she'd survived 15 years in law enforcement, how she'd closed more cases than any other ranger in her district. Making quick decisions, trusting her instincts, leading from the front instead of waiting for consensus. Aaron had always seemed to appreciate those qualities before. When had they become problems? You married Ranger Baker? Hutchins asked, apparently having exhausted his repertoire of flying stories. I got married 3 times myself. First wife said I loved helicopters more than her, turned out she was right. Second wife tried to get me to quit flying, take up something safer like accounting. Can you imagine? Me, sitting behind a desk all day, adding up numbers. Third wife, now she understands. Been together 8 years come Christmas, and she knows better than to compete with. Ranger Baker, Unit 2's voice crackled through the radio, carrying excitement that cut through her personal concerns and Hutchins's marital history. I've got visual on a black Cadillac, classic model, moving eastbound on Fort Worth Highway. Subject appears to be aware of our presence and is accelerating. Ruth's pulse spiked as she grabbed her binoculars, scanning the roadway until she spotted the distinctive chrome gleam of a vintage Cadillac pulling away from a gas station. Even from 1,000 feet up, she could see the car's aggressive acceleration, the way it wove between slower traffic with reckless confidence. All units, we have positive contact, Ruth announced, her voice carrying the edge that came with confirmed target acquisition. Black Cadillac heading east on Fort Worth Highway, approaching Tin Top Road. Units 5 and 6, move to intercept. Do not engage directly. This subject has killed law enforcement officers. The helicopter banked to follow the Cadillac as it turned onto a rural road, leaving the commercial district for the kind of 2-lane blacktop that snaked through Parker County's ranch land. Ruth watched the car's taillights disappear around a curve lined with oak trees, then reappear as it crested a hill, moving faster than the winding road could safely accommodate. Hot damn! Hutchins exclaimed, his previous chattiness replaced by professional excitement. Now this is what I signed up for. Haven't had a good pursuit since that meth lab bust in Henderson County. "You ready for some real flying, Ranger Baker?" Ruth keyed her radio, coordinating the pursuit from her aerial vantage point. Units 2 and 4, maintain visual contact, but do not close distance. Unit 7, take County Road 4481 and try to get ahead of him. Unit 3, coordinate with Palo Pinto County Sheriff for roadblock assistance. The Cadillac took another turn, this one onto an even smaller road that cut through pastures dotted with cattle and oil pumps. Ruth could see dust plumes marking the car's passage, could watch its reckless progress through curves that had been designed for tractors and school buses, not high-speed pursuits. A pickup truck appeared ahead of the Cadillac, probably some rancher heading to check his livestock. Ruth watched in horror as the black car swerved into the oncoming lane to pass, forcing the pickup off the road and into a fence line. The truck skidded sideways, tires smoking, before sliding to a stop against a gate post. Ruth held her breath until she saw the driver's door open and someone climb out, apparently unhurt but clearly shaken. Please let them have been wearing their seatbelt, Ruth prayed silently, watching the rancher stumble away from his damaged vehicle. Unit 9, we've got civilian vehicle damage on County Road 3347, Ruth radioed, feeling sick as she watched the aftermath of the Cadillac's reckless driving. Need county sheriff to check on the driver. The pursuit continued across increasingly rural terrain, the Cadillac leaving a trail of near misses and property damage as it fled deeper into Parker County's back roads. Ruth watched a hay trailer jackknife to avoid the speeding car, praying the driver had managed to stay in his cab. She saw chickens scatter as the Cadillac roared past a farmhouse, counted fence posts destroyed as the black car took turns too fast and slid into pasture fencing. This has to stop, Ruth thought, watching the chaos unfold below her. Before someone gets killed. Unit 2, what's your ETA to the subject vehicle? She radioed. At least 5 minutes, Ranger Baker. These roads weren't built for this kind of speed. Well, hell, Ranger, Hutchins said, banking the helicopter to follow the Cadillac's path. Looks like we're gonna have to do this the hard way. You ever shot from a helicopter before? Take some getting used to wind, vibration, target moving every which way. Ruth studied the terrain ahead of the Cadillac, noting how the road curved through a valley before climbing toward a ridgeline dotted with cedar trees. If the pattern held, the car would crest that ridge and disappear into another valley, buying time for the driver to find an escape route, or, worse, to turn the pursuit into a shooting situation when backup finally caught up. Pilot, Ruth said, turning to Hutchins. I need you to get ahead of that vehicle. Ahead of it? Hutchins's eyebrows shot up under his helmet. Ma'am, that's gonna put us pretty low. Lot of trees out there, power lines, cell towers. Get in front of the Cadillac. I want to try to disable it before this pursuit gets any civilians killed. Hutchins was quiet for a moment, his chattiness finally subdued by the reality of what she was asking. Well, I reckon if anyone's gonna try something that crazy, might as well be with a ranger who knows her business. Hold on tight, ma'am. The helicopter banked sharply, accelerating to overtake the speeding Cadillac as it climbed toward the ridgeline. Ruth could see the black car's windshield reflecting sunlight, could make out the silhouette of a single figure behind the wheel. Her hand moved instinctively to her service weapon, checking the Glock's position in its holster. Lower, Ruth commanded, watching the distance close between the helicopter and the climbing road. I need a clear shot at the tires. Yes, ma'am, Hutchins replied, all traces of his earlier rambling gone. The aircraft dropped until they were maybe 50 feet above the treetops, rotor wash sending branches whipping violently below them. The Cadillac crested the ridge and suddenly accelerated down the far slope, taking a curve with squealing tires that left black marks on the asphalt. Ruth drew her service weapon, checking the safety while calculating angles and distances. The shot would be difficult, a moving target from a moving platform trying to hit tires instead of the driver. "Get lower," she ordered. And ahead of him. The helicopter dropped until Ruth could see individual fence posts rushing past, could smell the dust and dried grass being stirred up by their rotor wash. The Cadillac was maybe 100 yards behind them now, approaching fast down the slope. Ruth leaned out of the aircraft, using the door frame to steady her shooting position. The wind tore at her hair and jacket, making precise aim nearly impossible, but she'd trained for difficult shots. The key was timing, waiting for that moment when both vehicles were on the same trajectory, when the physics aligned just long enough for a clean shot. The Cadillac's chrome grille filled her vision as the car closed the distance. Ruth could see the driver now, a figure hunched over the steering wheel, face obscured by shadow and the windshield's glare. She aimed for the right front tire, adjusting for wind and movement, waiting for the perfect moment. The shot cracked over the rotor noise, and Ruth saw the tire explode in a burst of rubber fragments. The Cadillac immediately pulled hard to the right, the driver fighting to control the vehicle as it slowed dramatically. A second shot took out the left front tire, and the black car ground to a halt in a cloud of dust and torn rubber, finally stopping at the edge of a pasture dotted with mesquite trees. "Set us down," Ruth ordered, adrenaline surging through her system as she holstered her weapon. "Right here, in front of the vehicle." The helicopter touched down in the pasture maybe 20 yards from the disabled Cadillac, rotor wash sending dust clouds swirling around both vehicles. Ruth was out of the aircraft before the skids fully settled, drawing her Glock as she approached the black car with professional caution. "Driver of the vehicle," she shouted, her voice carrying over the diminishing rotor noise. "Exit the car with your hands visible. Now." The Cadillac sat motionless, its chrome bumper reflecting the Texas sun, steam rising from its damaged front end. Through the windshield, Ruth could see movement, the driver shifting position, maybe reaching for something. Her finger found the trigger guard as she closed the distance. "Exit the vehicle now, or I will assume you're reaching for a weapon." Behind her, she could hear sirens approaching, backup units finally catching up to the pursuit. But they were still minutes away, and Ruth wasn't about to let a killer slip away because she'd waited for assistance. The driver's door opened slowly, and Ruth tensed, ready for anything: a weapon, a sudden movement, the kind of desperate violence that had already killed too many law enforcement officers. Instead, what emerged from the Cadillac made her jaw drop in disbelief. A kid, maybe 17 years old, skinny, wearing a Letterman jacket from Weatherford High School. His hands were raised, but his face showed more embarrassment than fear. Behind him, the passenger door opened to reveal another teenager, a girl with pink streaks in her hair and a phone clutched in her trembling hand. "Don't shoot," the boy called out, his voice cracking with adolescent panic. "We're sorry. We didn't mean for it to get this crazy." Ruth stared at them, her weapon still trained on the pair, her mind struggling to process what she was seeing. "Who are you?" "Brandon Hartley," the boy stammered. "This is my girlfriend Chelsea. We borrowed my uncle's car for a TikTok challenge. The black Cadillac thing. It was supposed to be funny." Ruth stared at them, her weapon still trained on the pair, her mind struggling to process what she was seeing. All that buildup, all that risk, all those damaged vehicles and terrified civilians, for a social media stunt. "You've got to be kidding me," she said, her voice flat with exhaustion and disgust.
Chapter 24. The black Cadillac Coupe de Ville rolled through Johnson City as the afternoon sun began its descent toward the hill country horizon, chrome gleaming like polished obsidian against the limestone buildings that lined Main Street. The driver kept his speed exactly at the posted limit, his manicured hands steady on the worn leather steering wheel, radio scanner crackling softly with routine police chatter from 3 counties. He was 2 blocks from Senator Patricia Vance's campaign office when he spotted the first one. Another black Cadillac, this one a newer model, maybe 2010, but painted the same glossy black that caught sunlight like liquid shadow. 2 kids in the front seat, probably college age, the passenger holding up a phone toward the windshield while talking animatedly. The driver was grinning, one hand on the wheel, the other making exaggerated gestures for whatever camera was recording them. The driver's jaw tightened as he watched them turn onto Nugent Avenue, their laughter audible even through closed windows. Amateurs. Attention seekers playing games they didn't understand, driving cars they had no business operating in a theater of war where real blood was being spilled for real justice. 3 minutes later, he spotted the second one. This Cadillac was even more obvious, a 1980s sedan with black paint that looked fresh from a rattle-can job, complete with chrome accessories that had never seen the inside of a restoration shop. The car was full of teenagers, at least 4 of them, all holding phones, all talking at once. The driver was wearing sunglasses despite the overcast sky, trying to look dangerous while clearly having no idea what danger actually looked like. The driver pulled into a gas station parking lot and watched them drive past, their windows down, music thumping, phones recording everything. One of the passengers held her device out the window, filming the street like she was documenting some kind of adventure instead of making a mockery of serious work. His hand moved instinctively toward the radio scanner mounted under his dashboard. Something was happening here, something that went beyond coincidence. 2 identical vehicles in a town this size, both filled with kids playing dress-up, both behaving like they were performing for an audience. He reached for the scanner's frequency dial and tuned to the police band, letting the electronic chatter fill the Cadillac's interior. At first it was routine, traffic stops, domestic calls, the mundane business of keeping order in small-town Texas. Then he heard something that made his blood freeze. Unit 7, be advised we've got another black Cadillac sighting on Highway 290, eastbound toward Dripping Springs. 2 occupants appears to be juveniles. The driver's grip tightened on the scanner as more reports crackled through the speaker. Unit 12, negative on pursuit. Subject vehicle turned out to be teenagers doing some kind of internet thing. Dispatch, this is Unit 4. I've got 3 separate black Cadillacs in the Walmart parking lot. All appear to be kids with cameras. What's the protocol here? All units, be advised we're getting reports of multiple black Cadillac sightings across central Texas. Intelligence suggests this is related to some kind of social media challenge. The driver sat in the gas station parking lot, listening to the radio chatter with growing disbelief. Social media challenge. Kids playing games, turning his work into entertainment, making a mockery of everything he'd sacrificed to bring justice to a corrupt system. But as his initial rage began to subside, replaced by the tactical thinking that had kept him alive through 3 tours in Afghanistan and 2 in Iraq, he realized what this actually meant for his operation. Camouflage. Every black Cadillac in Texas was about to become invisible, lost in a sea of copycats and attention seekers. Law enforcement would be overwhelmed with false sightings, chasing teenagers instead of real threats. The perfect cover for someone who needed to move through enemy territory without attracting unwanted attention. A slow smile spread across his face as he listened to more reports flooding the police bands. Unit 15, that's another negative on the threat assessment. Kids had a GoPro mounted on the dashboard. Dispatch, I'm gonna need additional units. Got about 12 black cars in the HEB parking lot. Looks like some kind of meetup. This is Sergeant Williams requesting guidance on response protocol. Are we pursuing every black Cadillac, or... The driver switched off the scanner and pulled back onto Main Street, his mood considerably improved. The chaos was already beginning, confusion spreading through law enforcement channels like static interference. Perfect conditions for someone who understood how to move through hostile territory while everyone else was distracted by shadows and noise. Johnson City's courthouse square appeared ahead, the limestone building's classical columns catching the late afternoon light. Congressman Arnie Johansson's campaign office occupied a storefront directly across from the courthouse, its windows plastered with red, white, and blue signs promising progress through unity and health care for all Texans. He reached into his windbreaker and activated the small device clipped to his belt, a police radio scanner programmed with local emergency frequencies. Within 30 seconds, he'd located the frequency used by Johansson's security detail and switched his own radio to match. He parked 4 blocks away and walked back, moving with the unhurried confidence of someone who belonged in the area. The late afternoon foot traffic was light, a few shoppers heading home from work, some tourists taking pictures of the courthouse, an elderly couple walking their dog past the campaign office. The tactical vest went on first, hidden beneath a gray windbreaker that concealed its bulk while allowing quick access to equipment. The Sig Sauer P226 settled into its shoulder holster, suppressor already threaded, 2 spare magazines positioned for rapid reloads. The fake Department of Homeland Security credentials clipped to his belt, just visible enough to establish authority without attracting unnecessary attention. The silicone prosthetics came last, subtle changes to his facial structure that would alter his appearance enough to confuse witness descriptions without looking obviously artificial. Not the full transformation his partner preferred, but enough to muddy the water when investigators tried to piece together what had happened. He approached the campaign office from the east, using the courthouse square's landscaping for concealment until the final approach. Through the windows he could see perhaps 15 people inside, volunteers making phone calls, stuffing envelopes, the kind of dedicated political activism that kept democracy functioning despite the corruption that had infected its leadership. Congressman Johansson himself stood near the back of the office, reviewing what looked like polling data with 2 staffers. Tall and blonde with the kind of Nordic features that made him stand out in Texas politics, late 40s, wearing the kind of expensive casual clothes that suggested serious money behind his grassroots image. His rolled-up sleeves and loosened tie projected the image of a man of the people, someone who'd rolled up his sleeves to fight for working families. Influence and power that had been used to protect the system that had destroyed good men like his father. The first security guard was positioned near the front entrance, his position allowing visual control of both the street and the office interior. The second guard had taken a position near the back exit, creating overlapping fields of fire that would make a frontal assault difficult for anyone without proper training. But the driver had proper training. More than proper, he'd learned urban warfare from instructors who'd written the manual on close quarters battle, had practiced room clearing in buildings designed to kill anyone who entered unprepared. 2 security guards, no matter how professional, weren't equipped to stop someone with his background and preparation. The driver watched through the office windows as the rear guard spoke into his radio, then began moving toward the front of the building. Professional response to a potential threat, exactly what he'd expected from experienced security personnel. And exactly what he needed to isolate his targets. The driver waited until the rear guard had moved halfway through the office, then approached the back entrance with confident strides. The door was locked, but the electronic keypad yielded to the small device he'd brought for exactly this purpose: military-grade equipment that could defeat most civilian security systems in under 30 seconds. The lock clicked open, and he was inside the building's rear hallway, moving with the silent efficiency of someone who'd learned to kill quietly in places where noise meant death. The carpeted hallway muffled his footsteps as he approached the main office, noting emergency exits and potential cover positions with automatic tactical assessment. Through the doorway, he could see both security guards now positioned near the front windows, their attention focused on the street where they expected to find whatever threat Post 1 had reported. Their backs were to the rear entrance, their weapons holstered, their radios crackling with coordination chatter. The driver drew the Sig Sauer and stepped into the office. "Department of Homeland Security," he announced in a voice that carried absolute authority. "Everyone remain calm and stay exactly where you are." The reaction was immediate but confused, volunteers looking up from their phones, staffers freezing with papers in their hands, both security guards spinning toward his voice while their hands moved instinctively toward their weapons. "Hands visible," the driver commanded, his pistol trained on the nearest guard. "This is a federal security assessment. Any sudden movements will be interpreted as hostile action." The first guard, older, graying hair, 20 years of private security written in the careful way he moved, raised his hands slowly while his eyes assessed the situation. Professional response, but the driver could see him calculating distances and angles, looking for an opportunity to draw his own weapon. The second guard was younger, more aggressive, his hand already hovering near his holster despite the federal credentials and official-sounding explanation. His eyes held the kind of righteous anger that got people killed when they thought they were protecting something important. "Sir, I'm going to need to see some identification," the older guard said carefully. "We weren't notified of any federal assessment." "Because federal assessments aren't announced in advance," the driver replied, moving deeper into the office while keeping both guards in his sight line. "Security breaches require immediate response." Congressman Johansson stepped forward from behind his desk, his political instincts taking over despite the obvious danger. "What kind of security breach?" he demanded, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to asking questions and receiving immediate answers. The driver's eyes met his across the office, noting the intelligence there, the quick assessment of the situation, the way his mind was already working through the implications of what was happening. "The kind that gets congressmen killed," he said quietly. The younger guard made his move then, hands snapping toward his weapon with the speed of someone who'd practiced the draw 1,000 times. "Fast, but not fast enough." The driver's first shot caught him center mass before his pistol cleared leather, the suppressed round punching through his chest with barely more sound than a hard cough. The guard staggered backward into a filing cabinet, his weapon clattering to the floor, blood spreading across his white shirt like spilled wine. The older guard was already moving, using the distraction to draw his own weapon while diving behind a desk for cover. Professional reaction, but the driver had anticipated it, had positioned himself to control both angles before making his announcement. 2 quick shots through the desk's particle board surface, both aimed where the guard's center mass would be based on his diving trajectory. The suppressed rounds punched through the cheap furniture like it was made of cardboard, and the guard's return fire died with him, his pistol firing once into the ceiling before his hand went slack. Screaming now from the volunteers, people diving under desks and behind chairs, phones falling as they scrambled for cover that wouldn't protect them from a professional with military training and proper equipment. Congressman Johansson stood frozen behind his desk, his political composure finally cracking as he watched 2 men die in front of him, blood pooling on campaign literature that promised healthcare reform and worker protections. "Please," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Whatever you want, I can." "What I want," the driver said, walking toward him with unhurried steps, "is for you to understand that your votes have consequences." The pistol came up, muzzle aimed at his forehead, his eyes wide with the sudden understanding that his wealth and position meant nothing in the face of someone who'd come here to settle accounts. "My father died because of people like you," the driver said conversationally. "Good men who tried to serve their country, who got chewed up by a system that protects politicians instead of the people who do the real work." "I don't know what you're talking about," Johansson said, sweat beading on his forehead despite the office's air conditioning. "I've never—" "Veterans Affairs Committee," the driver interrupted. "You voted to cut funding for PTSD treatment programs, slashed benefits for disabled veterans. My father was one of those veterans." Understanding dawned in his eyes, the political calculation that always ran beneath the surface, finally grasping the personal nature of what was happening. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I didn't know." "You didn't care," the driver corrected. "None of you care about the human cost of your political games." The shot was precise and final, Congressman Arnie Johansson crumpling behind his desk among the campaign materials that would never see another election. The driver surveyed the office, 3 bodies, a dozen terrified volunteers huddled behind furniture, blood soaking into carpet that had been chosen to hide stains. He'd accomplished what he'd come here to do, delivered the message that needed to be delivered. He walked toward the rear exit with unhurried steps, noting that none of the survivors were brave enough to look up from their hiding places. The radio scanner on his belt crackled with reports of black Cadillac sightings from across central Texas, law enforcement chasing shadows while real work got done. The evening air felt clean after the cordite-scented atmosphere of the campaign office. The driver stripped off the tactical vest and prosthetics in an alley behind the building, returning them to the canvas bag that would disappear into a dumpster 3 blocks away. By the time sirens began wailing in the distance, he was just another man walking to his car in the fading daylight, invisible among the chaos of kids playing games for social media fame. The black Cadillac started with its familiar rumble, chrome gleaming as he pulled onto Main Street and headed south toward his next target. Behind him, Johnson City began to light up with emergency vehicles, but ahead lay open highway and another name on his list. Justice was a process, not an event. And the process was far from complete.
Chapter 25. Ruth's phone buzzed against her tactical vest as she stood in the Weatherford pasture, watching deputies read Miranda rights to 2 teenagers who just turned a federal manhunt into a social media stunt gone wrong. The display showed Ben Miller's number, and something made her step away from the circus of squad cars and flashing lights. "Miller," she answered, walking toward the helicopter where Doyle Hutchins was running post-flight checks. "Ruth, we've got another one." Ben's voice carried the weight of someone who'd been fielding calls from angry politicians all afternoon. "Johnson City, 10 minutes ago. Congressman Arnie Johansson, killed in his campaign office along with his security detail." Ruth felt her pulse spike as she processed the location. "Johnson City. Ben, that's maybe 10 minutes from here by air." "Exactly what I was thinking. You still have the chopper." Ruth looked at the DPS aircraft, its rotors still turning in idle, Hutchins visible through the windscreen adjusting instruments and looking like he was talking to someone on his headset. "Roger that. I can be airborne in 2 minutes." "Ruth, this guy's moving fast. If you can get there while the scene's still warm." "On it," Ruth said, already jogging toward the helicopter. "Patch me through to Johnson City PD. I want real-time updates on any black Cadillac sightings in the area." She climbed into the passenger seat as Hutchins completed his checks, noting how the pilot's earlier chattiness had been replaced by a surprising calm. The afternoon sun was beginning its descent toward the western horizon, casting long shadows across the Texas prairie. "Johnson City," she said, strapping herself in. "Fast as you can make it." "Johnson City it is," Hutchins replied, pulling pitch and lifting off from the pasture. "Though I gotta say, Ranger Baker, this has been one hell of an afternoon. False alarm chases, real killers, teenagers playing dress-up." "Save the commentary for the report," Ruth interrupted, then caught herself. The man had just spent an hour following her orders through a dangerous pursuit, had put his aircraft at risk for shots she'd demanded. "Sorry. It's been a long day." "No offense taken, ma'am. Hell, if I was chasing killers across Texas, I'd probably be a little short-tempered too." The helicopter banked southeast toward Johnson City, the familiar rhythm of rotor blades cutting through air doing nothing to calm Ruth's mind. Another politician dead, another crime scene cooling while she'd been chasing kids with phones. The frustration burned in her belly like acid, mixing with the familiar thrill that came with being this close to an active killer. A thrill of anticipation. Her radio crackled with updates from Johnson City PD as they approached the town. 3 black sedans spotted leaving the area within 15 minutes of the shooting. Unit 4 has one in sight, heading south on Highway 281. Dispatch, negative on that pursuit, vehicle turned out to be a 2015 Impala. "Hutchins," Ruth said, studying the approaching town through binoculars. "Take us over the courthouse square first. I want to see the primary scene, then we'll start hunting." Johnson City's downtown district spread below them as they approached, limestone buildings arranged around a classic Texas courthouse square, the kind of carefully preserved architecture that attracted tourists and political candidates looking for authentic backdrops. The congressman's campaign office was easy to spot, surrounded by emergency vehicles and yellow tape that fluttered in the evening breeze. "There," Ruth said, pointing toward the crime scene. "Circle once, then start expanding outward. We're looking for a black Cadillac, classic model, probably trying to blend in with traffic." They completed one orbit of the downtown area before Ruth spotted the first one. A black sedan parked outside a barbecue restaurant, chrome gleaming in the late afternoon light. Through binoculars, she could see 2 occupants, both young, both holding phones. "More kids," she muttered, making notes on her tablet. "Keep looking." The second black Cadillac appeared 3 blocks east of the courthouse, idling at a red light behind a pickup truck. This one looked older, more authentic, but the driver appeared to be a woman in her 60s, gray hair visible through the windshield. "Negative on that one too," Ruth said, tracking its movement through the intersection. "Take us further out. If this guy's smart, he's already putting distance between himself and the scene." They expanded their search radius systematically, following the main highways that led away from Johnson City toward the surrounding hill country. Traffic was light, a few commuters heading home from work, some tourists exploring the back roads, the normal flow of people living normal lives while a killer moved among them. "Well, I'll be damned," Hutchins said, banking the helicopter to follow Highway 290 east. "Ranger Baker, you see that black Cadillac about a mile ahead. Classic model, moving just fast enough to stay ahead of traffic, but not fast enough to attract attention." Ruth focused her binoculars on the vehicle, noting its deliberate pace, the way it maintained perfect lane discipline while steadily putting distance between itself and Johnson City. No phone visible in the passenger window, no obvious signs of teenagers playing games. Just a vintage car, driven at just about the speed limit by someone who understood how to move, without attracting unwanted attention. "That's him," Ruth said, feeling the electric certainty that came with spotting real prey. "Stay back, maintain altitude. I don't want him to know we're here." "Yes, ma'am." "I gotta say, this is starting to feel like something out of a movie." Following killers across Texas in a helicopter, most exciting thing I've done since that drug bust in Henderson County. Ruth keyed her radio to coordinate with ground units, but the responses were discouraging. Every available unit was either processing the crime scene in Johnson City or chasing false sightings across 3 counties. The social media phenomenon that had provided cover for their killer had also tied up law enforcement resources, leaving Ruth with air support but no backup on the ground. "Ranger Baker," Hutchins said, noting her radio coordination efforts, "sounds like we're pretty much on our own out here." "Looks that way," Ruth replied, watching the black Cadillac maintain its steady progress through the hill country. "You have a problem with that." Hutchins was quiet for a moment, adjusting course to keep the target vehicle in sight while maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. "Well, I reckon if I'm gonna follow a murderer across Texas with minimal backup, might as well be with a ranger who's got the balls to shoot out tires from a moving helicopter." "Language, pilot," Ruth said, but she found herself smiling despite the tension. "Sorry, ma'am. I meant to say, you've got the intestinal fortitude of a full-on Chuck Norris." Ruth actually laughed at that, the sound surprising her in the midst of such serious work. "Shut up," she said, then added, "please. And thank you for the Chuck Norris comparison. He was a real idol growing up." They followed the Cadillac for the better part of an hour as the afternoon sun continued its descent toward the horizon, painting the hill country in shades of gold and amber that would have been beautiful under different circumstances. The killer maintained his steady pace, never exceeding the speed limit, never making sudden turns, driving with the patience of someone who understood that survival depended on staying invisible. "He's good," Hutchins observed, noting how the target vehicle had navigated several small towns without attracting attention from local law enforcement. "Whoever this guy is, he knows how to move." Ruth nodded, making notes about the driver's route and methodology. This wasn't panic flight. This was tactical withdrawal, someone with proper training executing a planned escape route. Every turn had been calculated, every speed adjustment designed to blend with local traffic patterns. The black Cadillac finally stopped at a roadside truck stop diner, the kind of place that survived by serving coffee and comfort food to travelers who needed fuel for both their vehicles and themselves. Ruth watched through binoculars as the driver parked away from the main cluster of cars, choosing a spot that offered clear sight lines to all approaches. "Set us down," Ruth ordered, studying the terrain around the diner. "Behind those trees, where the car can't see us." "Ma'am, shouldn't we wait for backup?" Hutchins asked, but he was already looking for a suitable landing zone. "I mean, this guy's killed how many people today?" "At least 4 that we know of," Ruth replied, checking her service weapon and spare magazines. "But if we wait for backup, he'll be gone. This is our best chance." The helicopter touched down in a clearing behind a stand of oak trees, rotor wash sending autumn leaves swirling through the evening air. Ruth was out of the aircraft before the skids fully settled, moving with the focused intensity that came with closing distance on dangerous prey. "Keep the engine running," she told Hutchins. "If this goes sideways, I want immediate extraction capability." "Yes, ma'am." "And Ranger Baker." You be careful in there, you hear? Ruth nodded and began walking toward the diner, noting how the building's neon sign cast colored shadows across the gravel parking lot. The truck stop was busy, several 18-wheelers parked in the designated areas, a few passenger cars scattered around the main building, the usual mix of travelers and locals that kept such places in business. She paused at the entrance, taking a deep breath and letting her hand rest briefly on her holstered Glock. Somewhere inside this diner was a man who'd killed at least 4 people today, someone with military training and professional equipment who wouldn't hesitate to turn a public space into a killing ground if he felt cornered. A trucker approached the door from behind her, a big man in a flannel shirt who moved with the rolling gait of someone who spent most of his life sitting behind a steering wheel. He reached for the door handle, then noticed Ruth waiting. "After you, ma'am," he said with the kind of casual courtesy that still existed in places like this. "Thank you," Ruth replied, stepping through the door he held open for her. The diner's interior was everything she'd expected: red vinyl booths, a counter lined with stools, the smell of coffee and fried food mixing with cigarette smoke that had soaked into every surface despite the state's smoking ban. Perhaps 20 people were scattered throughout the space, some sitting alone, others in small groups, all of them going about their evening routines with no idea that a killer was among them. Ruth took a seat at the counter, positioning herself where she could observe the entire dining area without making her surveillance obvious. The waitress who approached was middle-aged, wearing a uniform that had seen better decades, her name tag reading Marnie in faded letters. "What can I get you, honey?" Marnie asked, setting down a coffee cup and filling it without being asked. Ruth's mind was focused on scanning faces, noting posture and behavior, looking for the subtle signs that distinguished a professional killer from ordinary travelers. "You decide for me," she said absently. "I'm wide open." Marnie had the weary look of a truck stop waitress who'd heard it all. "Meatloaf's good tonight. Comes with mashed potatoes and green beans. Sound okay?" "Perfect," Ruth replied, already turning her attention back to the other customers. Her eyes moved systematically through the diner, cataloging each patron with the kind of professional assessment that had become second nature after 15 years in law enforcement. The trucker who'd held the door sat in a corner booth, working methodically through what looked like a chicken fried steak. 2 women in scrubs, probably nurses ending a shift, shared a piece of pie near the window. A salesman type in a rumpled suit nursed coffee while reviewing papers that looked like expense reports. None of them felt right. Too obvious, too comfortable, too genuinely engaged in their normal evening routines. The killer would be different, alert but trying to appear relaxed, positioned where he could watch all approaches, probably sitting alone. Ruth's attention settled on 2 possibilities. The first was a man in his 40s sitting at a table near the back exit, wearing casual clothes that looked expensive despite their deliberately unremarkable appearance. He'd barely touched his food, and his eyes moved regularly to scan the other customers with the kind of systematic observation that suggested professional training. The second was positioned at a corner table by the front window, older, graying hair, wearing work clothes that could have belonged to any rancher or contractor in Central Texas. But something about his posture was wrong, too straight, too alert, like someone maintaining cover while staying ready for immediate action. Marnie returned with a plate that contained exactly what she'd promised: meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and green beans that looked like they'd been simmering in bacon grease since the first Trump administration. The smell reminded Ruth that she hadn't eaten since breakfast, and her stomach responded with audible hunger. "There you go, honey," Marnie said, setting down silverware wrapped in a paper napkin. You want anything else, just holler. Ruth nodded and began eating, surprised by how hungry she actually was despite the tension of the situation. The meatloaf was better than expected, properly seasoned, not overcooked, the kind of comfort food that reminded her why places like this survived in an age of chain restaurants. Well, hello there, beautiful, said a voice from the stool beside her. Did I hear you tell the waitress you were wide open? Because that sounds like an invitation to me. Ruth glanced sideways at the man who'd spoken. Early 30s, cowboy hat, the kind of aggressive grin that suggested he'd had moderate success with this approach in similar establishments. She took another bite of meatloaf and ignored him completely, the way she'd learned to ignore flies or other minor annoyances. Come on now, don't be like that, the man continued, apparently interpreting her silence as encouragement. I'm just trying to be friendly. Buy you a drink, maybe get to know each other a little better. Ruth continued eating, her attention focused on the two suspects she'd identified. The man near the back exit was checking his watch, perhaps preparing to leave. The rancher type by the window had barely moved in 10 minutes, but his position gave him clear sight lines to both the entrance and the kitchen area. The cowboy to her right was droning on, still working his hustle. She had tuned him out completely. She saw that the section of the diner around the rancher, by the window, was relatively clear now. It was as good a time as any to make her move. She put down her fork regretfully. The meatloaf was good enough that she'd want to polish it off under different circumstances. But she had a job to do. She hesitated before getting off the stool. She considered speaking quietly to Marnie and asking her to clear the diner under some pretext or other. But that would only send off alarm signals. It was the kind of move that might provoke the killer into taking a hostage and making a desperate play. Besides, she had to be sure before she actually moved on him. This was Texas, after all, and a gun wasn't evidence of a bad guy. She needed to be dead cert that he was her man before she drew on him. The last thing she needed right now was getting civilians caught up in a crossfire. She pushed off the stool and started toward the corner table rancher, moving nice and slow, taking her time, as if heading toward the hallway that led to the restrooms at the back. She was within 10 feet of his table when movement caught her peripheral vision. The restroom door at the far end of the hallway opened, and a man emerged and began walking up towards her, moving with a slow, easy gracefulness. Their eyes met across 20 feet of diner space, and Ruth felt a jolt of electric recognition that hit her like physical shock. This was him. Not the expensive clothes or the work shirt, but this man, average height, unremarkable features, wearing cowboy boots and moving with the kind of controlled balance that spoke of serious training. Something in his eyes, something cold and calculating, and completely at odds with the casual expression he wore as a social mask. And in that moment of recognition, Ruth saw his expression change as well. He met her gaze, and something clicked in his mind too. The recognition of one hunter recognizing another. The mask slipped for just an instant, revealing the predator beneath, and she knew with absolute certainty that he'd made her too. His hand was already moving toward his jacket when their eyes locked, his body shifting into a combat stance that confirmed everything her instincts had been screaming.
Chapter 26. The Crown Victoria's engine growled as Sack Jennifer Hawkins took the corner onto Maple Street with controlled aggression. Emergency lights strobing against the evening shadows, but siren silent to avoid alerting their target. Aaron gripped the door handle and watched the street numbers blur past. 2,847, 2845, 2843. counting down toward the address that had crackled through the police radio 5 minutes ago. "There," he said, pointing toward the cluster of black and white units arranged in a loose perimeter around a convenience store parking lot. "Looks like they've got him cornered." Hawkins pulled in behind the command vehicle, her jaw set in the kind of hard line that Aaron had learned meant someone was about to have a very bad day. Through the windshield, he could see uniformed officers surrounding a black sedan that looked nothing like their target vehicle. Too new, too shiny, wrong proportions entirely. "Son of a bitch," Hawkins muttered, stepping out of the Crown Vic with the controlled fury of someone whose patience had been tested beyond reasonable limits. Aaron followed her toward the scene, noting how the officers seemed to be dealing with someone who was actively resisting arrest while simultaneously talking to a camera. The suspect was maybe 22, dressed head to toe in black with cowboy boots and a wide-brimmed hat that looked like it had been purchased specifically for this performance. He held a GoPro in one hand, while his other arm was being wrestled behind his back by a frustrated patrol officer. "This is totally police brutality, guys," the kid was saying into his camera, his voice carrying the performative outrage of someone who'd learned about civil rights from TikTok videos. "I'm literally just exercising my First Amendment rights here, and these fascists." "Sir, you need to stop resisting and put the camera down," the arresting officer said, his voice tight with professional restraint that was clearly being tested. Aaron watched the circus unfold, noting how the kid's followers' count was probably climbing with every second of the live stream. Real-time validation for turning a federal manhunt into social media content. 20 years ago, this would have been impossible. Now it was just Tuesday in the digital age. "What's the story here?" Hawkins demanded, approaching the sergeant who appeared to be running the scene. "Another false alarm, Agent Hawkins," Sergeant Rodriguez replied, his own frustration evident in the set of his shoulders. "Kid's got about 15,000 followers watching him pretend to be the black Cadillac killer. Says it's performance art, and we're violating his creative expression." Aaron watched Hawkins's expression darken as she processed this information. Her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides, and he could practically see her calculating how many genuine leads they'd missed while chasing social media influencers around Texas. "Performance art," she repeated, the words coming out like she was tasting something spoiled. "How many units did we pull for this performance art?" 12, Rodriguez admitted. Plus the helicopter, until they realized it was another fake. The influencer had apparently heard this exchange, because he immediately pivoted his live stream toward them. "Oh snap, guys, we've got feds here now. This is Agent Hawkins from the FBI. Say hi to my followers, Agent Hawkins." Aaron saw Hawkins's hand move toward her service weapon, and for a moment he thought she might actually draw on the kid just to shut him up. Instead, she turned her back on the camera and spoke quietly to Rodriguez. "Book him for obstruction of justice, interfering with a federal investigation, and anything else you can think of. I want him off the streets and offline for the next 48 hours. "Yes, ma'am." "What about the vehicle?" "Impound it. Run it through forensics. Maybe spending a few $1,000s getting black paint analyzed will teach him that federal investigations aren't entertainment." Aaron found himself impressed by how Hawkins handled the situation. Professional anger channeled into productive action rather than explosive outburst. She was pissed, but she was using it as fuel rather than letting it control her. It was exactly the kind of steady leadership that federal operations required. "You're taking this pretty well," Hawkins observed as they walked back toward her Crown Vic. "Most people would be screaming right about now." Aaron shrugged, noting how the late afternoon sun caught the bronze highlights in her hair. "Kids are going to be kids. Can't really blame them for riding a trend, even if the timing's unfortunate." "Unfortunate?" Hawkins looked at him with something between amazement and admiration. "We've got 2 active killers loose in Texas, a dozen false sightings tying up resources across 5 counties, and you call it unfortunate. What else can you call it?" Aaron replied, opening the passenger door. "Getting angry doesn't change anything. You adapt and keep working the problem." Hawkins studied his face for a moment, and Aaron felt something shift in the way she was looking at him. Not the professional courtesy she'd shown before, but something warmer, more personal. "That's exactly why you're such a strong partner for Baker," she said, settling behind the wheel. "She can take risks because she knows you're her pillar of strength in crisis situations. The steady hand when everything goes sideways." Aaron felt something twist in his chest at the word partner, but before he could process the implications, his radio crackled with another update. "All units, we have another black Cadillac sighting." The dispatcher's voice filled the Crown Vic's interior. "Classic model confirmed. Texas plates Charlie Delta 7492. Spotted on Riverside Drive near the 2600 block." Aaron's head snapped up as he processed the location. "Riverside Drive, 2600 block," he said, pulling up their target list on his tablet. "That's where Mayor Catherine Sanders lives. She was on our high-priority protection list." Hawkins was already starting the engine, her frustration from the false alarm channeling into focused energy. Sanders received death threats last month after her police reform initiatives. Her security detail requested federal consultation. And we told them she was low priority because municipal politics seemed outside our killer's pattern, Aaron said, watching the street signs blur past as Hawkins accelerated through evening traffic. "Shit. If our killers are expanding beyond state and federal politicians." "They're cleaning house," Hawkins finished. "Taking out anyone who represents the system they're trying to destroy." The drive to Riverside Drive took 8 minutes through residential neighborhoods that grew progressively more expensive as they approached the river. Aaron studied Sanders's file during the ride, noting the mayor's controversial positions on police funding and criminal justice reform that could have made her a target for someone with military or law enforcement grievances. "There," Hawkins said, pointing toward a Spanish colonial revival house set behind security gates and manicured landscaping. "And there's our Cadillac." The black Coupe de Ville sat in the circular driveway like a predator that had found its prey, chrome gleaming under the security lights that had automatically activated in the gathering dusk. Even from the street, Aaron could see that the car was empty, its driver already inside the house. Hawkins parked the Crown Vic across the street and immediately reached for her radio. "Dispatch, this is Agent Hawkins, FBI. We have confirmed black Cadillac at 2634 Riverside Drive. Need immediate backup for. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted from inside the Sanders house, cutting through the evening air like breaking glass. Aaron counted at least 4 shots, all unsuppressed, followed by silence that felt heavier than the sound. Shots fired, shots fired. Hawkins barked into her radio. Active shooter at 2634 Riverside Drive. Need all available units and ambulances. Ada on backup. Closest unit is 12 minutes out, came the response. SWAT is 20 minutes. Aaron was already checking his service weapon, muscle memory, from 3 combat deployments, taking over as his mind shifted into operational mode. 12 minutes was too long. Whatever was happening inside that house would be over in 12 minutes, one way or another. We can't wait, he said, studying the property's layout. By the time backup arrives, he'll be gone or we'll be processing another crime scene. Hawkins looked at him across the Crown Vic's interior, and Aaron saw the same calculation running through her mind. They were federal agents, sworn to protect and serve, watching a house where people were probably dying while backup was still 20 minutes away. How about we back each other up? Aaron suggested, ejecting his magazine to check his ammunition count. 15 rounds plus 1 in the chamber. 2 spare magazines. Enough for whatever they were walking into. Something flickered in Hawkins's eyes. Surprise, maybe, or appreciation for someone willing to take the kind of risk that separated real agents from desk warriors. All right, cowboy, she said, checking her own weapon. We'll do it your way. They approached the Morrison property with tactical spacing, using the landscaping for concealment as they advanced toward the security gate. Aaron noted how Hawkins moved, professional, confident, someone who'd done this before. She might spend most of her time coordinating federal operations, but she hadn't forgotten how to work in the field. The security guard at the front gate was down, sprawled beside his kiosk with blood pooling around his head. Aaron knelt beside the body, checking for vitals he knew he wouldn't find, noting the close-range shot pattern that suggested the killer had approached with some kind of ruse. Hawkins appeared at his shoulder, speaking in hand signals that were universal among law enforcement. 1 shooter. Inside. Front entrance. Aaron nodded and signaled back. Kitchen entry. 2-person sweep. They moved through the security gate and across the manicured lawn, using fountain features and ornamental trees for cover as they approached the house. The Spanish colonial architecture provided multiple entry points, but most were secured with what looked like high-end security systems that would take time to defeat. The kitchen door stood slightly ajar, blood smeared on the frame suggesting someone had staggered against it during the shooting. Aaron tested the handle slowly, feeling the weight of the door as it swung open on silent hinges. The kitchen was a crime scene waiting to be processed. Overturned chairs, broken dishes, blood spatter across expensive tile that told the story of violence in abstract patterns. A man in a suit lay beside the center island, his chest rising and falling in the shallow rhythm of someone whose time was running out. Hawkins knelt beside him, checking his wounds with professional efficiency. Mayor Sanders's chief of staff, she whispered, reading the ID clip to his jacket. Can you hear me? The man's eyes opened, unfocused but aware. Blood bubbled at the corner of his mouth as he tried to speak, his voice barely audible. Upstairs. The mayor. Still upstairs. Aaron felt cold certainty settle in his stomach. The shooter was still in the house, still hunting, and there was at least one more victim waiting to be found. He caught Hawkins's eye and pointed toward the hallway that led deeper into the house. They moved through the main floor systematically, clearing rooms with hand signals and coordinated movement. The formal dining room was empty but showed signs of struggle, overturned chairs, a shattered china cabinet. The library had been ransacked, books scattered across Persian rugs like fallen leaves. At the base of the main staircase, they reached a junction where the hallway split in two directions. Aaron could hear movement from somewhere above them, footsteps, maybe, or furniture being moved. The killer was still active, still searching for something or someone. Hawkins pointed down the hallway toward what looked like a study or office area, then gestured upward toward the second floor. They had to split up to cover both possibilities, and both directions held unknown dangers. Aaron nodded and indicated he'd take the stairs. Hawkins squeezed his shoulder once, a gesture of partnership and shared risk, then disappeared down the hallway with her weapon raised. Aaron began climbing the staircase, testing each step for creaks that might announce his presence to whoever was moving around the second floor. The hardwood stairs were solid but old, and he found himself drawing on combat experience he'd hoped never to use again: weight distribution, silent movement, breathing control that kept his heart rate steady despite the adrenaline. The second-floor hallway stretched before him, lined with family photographs and original artwork that spoke of a lifetime in municipal politics and public service. 3 doors led off the main corridor, 2 bedrooms and what looked like a home office. Light spilled from under one of the doors, and Aaron could hear something that might have been quiet sobbing. He cleared the first room quickly, guest bedroom empty, no signs of disturbance. The second room was the master bedroom, also empty, but showing signs that someone had searched through dresser drawers and closets. Looking for valuables, maybe, or something more specific. Aaron approached the third door with his Glock raised, noting how the light beneath it flickered as if someone was moving around inside. The quiet sobbing was clearer now, definitely a woman's voice, probably Mayor Sanders, hopefully still alive. He positioned himself beside the door frame, listening for any sound that might indicate the killer's location. Footsteps. The scrape of furniture being moved. Then silence that felt heavy with tension. Aaron knew the killer was likely in one of these rooms, and he was going to make sure he didn't let him get away. He cleared the first door and room, then the second, and finally, just as he was approaching the third door, it opened. The killer emerged into the hallway tall, lean, wearing expensive casual clothes that were spattered with blood. His face was different from the surveillance photos, altered by prosthetics that gave him sharper cheekbones and a different nose, but the cold intelligence in his eyes was unmistakable. Aaron's heart hammered against his ribs as adrenaline flooded his system. Every muscle in his body coiled tight, his finger finding the trigger as his mind processed the threat standing 10 feet away. This was it, the moment every cop trained for but hoped would never come. Time slowed to a crawl as they locked eyes. Aaron saw the killer's weapon rising, saw his own reflection in the man's dark eyes, felt time compress into the kind of crystalline moment that separated survival from death. Aaron squeezed the trigger.
Chapter 27. Ruth's hand moved to her service weapon in one fluid motion, muscle memory from 15 years of law enforcement taking over as she processed the threat 20 feet away. The Glock cleared its holster in a blur, her finger finding the trigger guard as she brought the muzzle up toward the man who just emerged from the restroom. The killer's hand was already moving toward his jacket, and Ruth saw his pistol appear from beneath the fabric. She had a clear shot, 20 feet of open space between them, civilians scattered throughout the diner, but none directly in her line of fire. She was squeezing the trigger when the cowboy from the counter stepped directly into her sight line. Ruth felt rage and desperation coil in her chest as the cowboy blocked her view completely, his broad shoulders and oversized hat creating a wall between her and her target. She started to step sideways, trying to find an angle that wouldn't put him in her line of fire, but through the gap under his arm, she saw movement, the killer moving down the hallway toward the rear of the diner. "Move!" She screamed and drove her elbow into the cowboy's ribs, sending him staggering sideways with a startled grunt. "Texas Ranger, get out of my way." Over his shoulder, Ruth saw the back door open, flooding the dim hallway with afternoon sunlight for a brief moment before it swung shut again. The killer was gone. Ruth was already moving, sprinting down the hallway with her weapon raised, noting how the other diners were diving under tables and scrambling for the front exit. Behind her, she could hear Marnie screaming something about calling 911, but her focus was locked on the back door and whatever waited beyond it. She hit the door with her shoulder, bursting into the afternoon sunlight with her Glock raised and ready. The back lot was a maze of dumpsters and delivery trucks, the air thick with the smell of grease from the restaurant's exhaust vents and diesel fumes from idling 18-wheelers. Ruth swept the area with her weapon, expecting to feel bullets tear into her at any second. Nothing. The lot appeared empty, except for scattered trash and a few seagulls picking through garbage that had spilled from an overflowing dumpster. Ruth moved between the dumpsters systematically, checking each potential hiding spot while keeping her weapon ready. The killer could be anywhere, behind a truck, crouched beside a dumpster, positioned on a rooftop with a clear shot at the back door. Every shadow could hide death, every sound could be footsteps moving to flank her position. She reached the corner of the building and peered around toward the front parking lot, half expecting to see the killer waiting with his weapon trained on her position. Instead, she heard the distinctive rumble of a large engine turning over, followed by the squeal of tires on asphalt. Ruth abandoned caution and sprinted around the building, reaching the front lot just in time to see the black Cadillac fishtailing out of the parking area in a cloud of dust and burned rubber. The vintage car's rear end swung wide as the driver fought for traction, chrome gleaming in the afternoon sun as it accelerated toward the highway. She raised her Glock, trying to line up a shot at the retreating vehicle, but it was already too far away and moving too fast. Within seconds, the Cadillac had reached the highway and was disappearing among the traffic, just another black car on a road full of vehicles. Ruth holstered her weapon and started running toward the helicopter, her mind already calculating pursuit options. Hutchins could have them airborne in 30 seconds, and from the air, they'd be able to track the Cadillac even if it tried to lose itself in traffic. Her boots pounded against the gravel as she sprinted across the parking lot. She was halfway to the aircraft when she saw Hutchins approaching from the opposite direction, moving with the unhurried gait of someone who hadn't realized the urgency of the situation. When he spotted her running toward him, His weathered face broke into a relieved smile. "Ranger Baker. I thought you might need backup," he called out, and Ruth noticed he was carrying a small automatic pistol in his right hand. Heard all that screaming from inside and figured something had gone sideways. Ruth felt a stab of frustration as she calculated the time it would take for both of them to reach the helicopter, start the engine, and lift off in pursuit. 2 minutes, maybe 3. By then, the killer could be miles away, lost among the maze of farm roads and back highways that crisscrossed central Texas. Movement caught her peripheral vision. A bearded biker in leather chaps climbing off a massive Harley parked near the diner's entrance. Ruth changed direction, pulling out her badge as she jogged toward him. "Texas Ranger. Need to borrow your bike." "You got it," he said, tossing her the keys. "Full tank." Ruth caught the keys and swung her leg over the Harley, feeling the familiar weight of a big bike beneath her. She'd ridden motorcycles before, not often, but enough to remember the basics. The engine turned over with a satisfying rumble, 800 pounds of American iron responding to her touch like a thoroughbred eager to run. "Much obliged," she called over the engine noise, then twisted the throttle and shot out of the parking lot in a spray of gravel. The highway stretched before her like a ribbon of possibility, afternoon traffic, creating a moving obstacle course that she'd have to navigate at speed. Ruth leaned into the bike's power, feeling the Harley surge forward with the kind of acceleration that pressed her back against the seat and made the world blur past in streaks of color. She quickly realized her mistake: no helmet. The wind tore at her hair and made her eyes water, forcing her to squint against the rush of air that felt like a physical blow at highway speeds. But there was no time to go back, no time for safety equipment or proper preparation. Somewhere ahead of her, a killer was escaping while she tried to close the distance 1 mile at a time. The speedometer climbed past 80, then 90, the Harley eating up asphalt with the steady hunger of a machine built for this kind of work. Ruth wove between cars with sure control, using the bike's narrow profile to slip through gaps that would have been impossible in a car. Horns blared as she passed slower vehicles, but she ignored the angry drivers and focused on the road ahead. There, maybe a 1/4 mile ahead, she caught a glimpse of black paint and chrome gleaming in the afternoon sun. The Cadillac was maintaining highway speed, probably trying to avoid attracting attention rather than outrunning pursuit. The driver either didn't know he was being followed or was confident enough in his lead to avoid taking unnecessary risks. Ruth twisted the throttle further, pushing the Harley toward triple digits as she closed the distance. An 18-wheeler appeared in her path, the massive truck moving like a rolling wall of steel and diesel exhaust. She swung into the left lane to pass, noting how the truck's driver was checking his mirrors and probably wondering what kind of maniac was doing 90 on a motorcycle without a helmet. The oncoming lane was clear except for another truck heading straight toward her, maybe a 1/4 mile away and closing fast. Ruth calculated distances and closing speeds, feeling the familiar electric thrill that came with taking calculated risks. She had maybe 20 seconds to complete the pass before the oncoming truck reached her position. She gunned the Harley past the 18-wheeler, feeling the massive vehicle's slipstream try to push her sideways as she cleared its front bumper with seconds to spare. The oncoming truck's horn blared like an angry foghorn, the driver probably questioning her sanity as she tucked back into the right lane just ahead of a head-on collision. But the maneuver had closed the gap significantly. The black Cadillac was maybe 200 yards ahead now, close enough for Ruth to see that it was definitely their target vehicle. The distinctive chrome details and body lines were unmistakable, even at highway speeds. She watched the Cadillac suddenly veer right, leaving the highway for a dirt road that cut through fields of winter wheat. Ruth followed, feeling the Harley's tires lose traction as she hit the unpaved surface at speed. The bike wanted to slide sideways in the loose dirt, but she managed to keep it upright through a combination of skill and luck. The dirt road was rough, full of potholes and washouts that made the bike jump and buck like an angry horse. Ruth fought to maintain control while keeping the Cadillac in sight, noting how the vintage car was struggling with the terrain. Classic cars weren't built for off-road work, and the low-slung suspension was probably taking a beating from every bump and rut. Ahead, she saw an opportunity. The dirt road curved left around a stand of oak trees, but there was open pasture that would let her cut the corner if she was willing to leave the road entirely. Ruth aimed the Harley across the field, feeling the bike's tires dig into soft earth as she raced across the uneven ground. The shortcut worked. She emerged from the field ahead of the Cadillac, watching the black car approach her position at high speed. But something had changed. She could see smoke trailing from beneath the vintage car, and its engine note had developed an unhealthy rattle that carried across the open ground. The Cadillac hit a particularly large rock with its oil pan, and Ruth heard the sharp crack of metal on stone, followed by a grinding noise that suggested serious mechanical damage. Steam began pouring from under the hood as the car's radiator gave up its fight against overheating. The black car rolled to a stop maybe 50 yards from where Ruth had positioned herself, steam and smoke creating a gray cloud around its chrome bumper. For a moment, nothing happened, just the settling tick of cooling metal and the distant sound of highway traffic. Then the driver's door opened, and the killer stepped out with a pistol in his hand. Ruth was still moving when he opened fire, the crack of unsuppressed gunshots echoing across the pasture like thunder. She heard bullets whistle past her head, felt one round spark off the Harley's gas tank with a metallic ping that sent her heart into her throat. Another shot tore through the air inches from her right thigh, close enough that she could feel the heat of its passage. She drew her Glock with her left hand while trying to control the bike with her right, an impossibly difficult combination that required more skill than she possessed. The Harley began to wobble as her attention divided between steering and shooting, the bike's front wheel developing a dangerous oscillation that threatened to throw her off. Ruth squeezed off 2 quick shots in the killer's general direction, knowing they were wild but hoping to make him take cover. The recoil and muzzle blast threw off her balance even further, and she felt the bike start to go down as the front wheel tucked under. She had maybe 2 seconds to decide: try to save the bike and probably crash anyway, or let it go and try to control her fall. Ruth chose the fall, kicking away from the Harley as it went sideways, and began sliding across the grass in a shower of sparks and torn earth. The world spun around her as she hit the ground and rolled, her momentum carrying her through a series of bone-jarring impacts that left her dizzy and disoriented. She came to rest in a patch of winter grass, the Glock somehow still clutched in her hand, her entire body aching from the crash. The Harley had come to rest maybe 10 feet away, its engine silent, chrome scratched and dented from the slide. Steam rose from its damaged radiator, mixing with the dust kicked up by their dramatic arrival in the middle of nowhere. Ruth lay still for a moment, listening for sounds that would tell her whether the killer was approaching to finish the job. Her ears were ringing from the gunshots and the crash, but she could hear something that might have been footsteps on gravel, or maybe just the settling of metal as the damaged vehicles cooled in the afternoon air. She rolled onto her stomach and brought her weapon up, scanning the area around the Cadillac for any sign of movement. The car sat silent in its cloud of steam and smoke, driver's door still open, but she couldn't see the killer anywhere. Ruth pushed herself to her feet, noting that everything seemed to be working despite the spectacular crash. Her ribs ached where she'd hit the ground, and her right knee felt tender, but nothing seemed broken. She advanced toward the Cadillac with her Glock raised, moving carefully through the tall grass while watching for any sign of an ambush. As she got closer, she could see a figure leaning against the car's front fender, partially obscured by the steam rising from the damaged radiator. The killer was still there, but something about his posture was wrong, too relaxed, too still. "Texas Ranger," Ruth called out, stopping maybe 20 feet from the Cadillac. "Drop your weapon and put your hands where I can see them." No response. The figure remained motionless against the car's hood, neither complying with her commands nor offering resistance. Ruth moved closer, keeping her weapon trained on the motionless form. As the steam cleared, she could see that the killer was slumped across the Cadillac's hood, his pistol still clutched in his right hand, but pointing harmlessly at the ground. Blood. There was blood everywhere, streaked across the car's black paint, pooled on the ground beneath his feet, still flowing from a wound in his throat that pulsed with each weakening heartbeat. One of her shots, fired one-handed while losing control of the motorcycle, had found its target after all. The bullet had torn through the killer's throat, severing arteries and probably damaging his windpipe. He was still alive, but just barely, his eyes open but unfocused as his body slowly bled out. Ruth knocked the pistol from his nerveless fingers and checked him for other weapons, finding a backup knife in an ankle holster and what looked like another pistol in a shoulder rig. She secured both weapons, then keyed her radio with hands that were steadier than she'd expected. "This is Ranger Baker," she said, watching the light fade from the killer's eyes as he slipped away. "I need EMS and backup at my location, approximately 2 miles east of the truck stop on Highway 290. One suspect down, situation secure."
Chapter 28. Aaron squeezed the trigger. The hallway exploded with sound, 2 gunshots cracking like thunder in the confined space, muzzle flashes strobing white-hot against his retinas. Aaron felt the killer's bullet slice through the air beside his left ear. So close the heat singed the fine hairs on his neck and left his eardrum ringing like a bell struck with a hammer. His own shot punched through drywall where the killer's head had been a heartbeat before, sending chunks of plaster raining down like deadly snow. Both men moved with combat-trained reflexes, Aaron diving right as the killer lunged left, their weapons tracking each other through the narrow space. Aaron's shoulder hit the hardwood floor, the impact jarring up through his bones as he rolled behind the meager cover of a decorative table. The killer's second shot blew splinters from the antique wood inches from Aaron's face, the sharp fragments stinging his cheek like angry hornets. Aaron came up firing, his Glock bucking in his hands as he put 2 quick rounds toward the killer's position. The first shot sparked off the doorframe in a shower of sparks and wood chips. The second punched a neat hole through the wall exactly where a man's head should have been, but the killer was already moving, flowing like water around the corner. Then the son of a bitch was on him. The killer came in low and fast, his shoulder driving into Aaron's midsection like a linebacker hitting a quarterback. Aaron's breath exploded from his lungs in a painful whoosh as his back slammed against the hallway wall hard enough to rattle his teeth. Pain shot up his spine, but muscle memory from 3 combat deployments overrode the shock. Aaron drove his knee upward with vicious intent, feeling it connect with the killer's ribs, solid impact, something giving way beneath the blow with a wet crack that meant bone. The killer grunted, the first human sound Aaron had heard him make, and tried to bring his pistol up between them. Aaron's left hand shot out, clamping around the killer's wrist like a steel trap, forcing the weapon away from his body. The gun discharged with a deafening crack, muzzle blast searing Aaron's face, as the bullet punched harmlessly into the ceiling, raining plaster dust down on both of them. Aaron could smell the killer now, expensive cologne mixed with gunpowder and blood. The man's breath was hot against Aaron's face, coming in controlled pants. Up close, Aaron could see the prosthetic sliding on the killer's sweat-slicked face, revealing sharp cheekbones and a jaw that belonged on someone 20 years younger. The killer's free hand came up fast, fingers curved like claws, going for Aaron's eyes. Aaron jerked his head back hard, feeling fingernails rake fire across his left cheek from temple to jaw. Blood ran warm down his neck as he slammed his forehead forward with every ounce of strength he possessed. The impact was tremendous, Aaron's skull meeting the killer's nose with a wet crunch that sent blood exploding across both their faces. The killer's eyes watered instantly, but his grip on the pistol never loosened. Instead, he drove his knee toward Aaron's groin with murderous precision. Aaron twisted desperately, taking the blow on his left thigh instead of his groin. Pain shot through his leg, but he was still functional. He grabbed the killer's gun hand with both of his own, using his superior leverage to slam the man's wrist against the wall with bone-jarring force. The pistol flew from nerveless fingers, clattering across the hardwood floor and sliding under a hall table like a hockey puck. Both men lunged for it simultaneously, their bodies colliding in midair with the sound of meat hitting meat. Aaron landed on top, but the killer was stronger than he looked, wiry muscle beneath the expensive clothes, coiled power that spoke of serious physical conditioning. The killer bucked upward like an angry horse, his hips driving Aaron off balance. Aaron rolled with the momentum, came up on his knees, and threw a right cross that should have ended the fight. His fist connected with the killer's jaw with a solid thunk, snapping the man's head to the side and sending blood spraying from his split lip in a crimson arc. But the bastard kept moving. The killer pivoted on his hip with fluid grace, his right boot driving into Aaron's stomach with the force of a sledgehammer. Pain exploded through Aaron's core, doubling him over as his diaphragm spasmed. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think, could only focus on the agony radiating outward from his solar plexus. The killer was on him again before he could recover, hands reaching for Aaron's throat with fingers spread like a strangler's tools. Aaron managed to get his forearms up, blocking the choke attempt, then drove his thumbs toward the pressure points just below the killer's ears. He'd learned the technique from a special forces instructor in Afghanistan. Applied correctly, it could drop a man in seconds. The killer's grip loosened as pain shot through his neck, giving Aaron the opening he needed. He twisted away, scrambling across the blood-slicked floor toward where his Glock had fallen during the initial exchange. His fingers were inches from the grip when the killer's boot caught him in the ribs with devastating force. Aaron felt something give way beneath the impact, not quite a break, but close enough to send white-hot fire shooting through his chest. He rolled with the kick, using the momentum to carry him further across the floor, blood from his torn cheek leaving a wet trail on the hardwood. He came up with the gun, just as the killer grabbed a ceramic lamp from the hall table. The lamp came at Aaron's head like a guided missile, heavy base first, trailing electrical cord like a tail. Aaron ducked, the lamp exploding against the wall behind him in a shower of ceramic shards and sparks. When Aaron looked up, the killer was gone. The sound of boots pounding down the staircase echoed through the house like gunshots. Aaron pushed himself to his feet, his ribs screaming protest with every breath, blood dripping steadily from the claw marks on his face. He started after the killer, taking the stairs 3 at a time despite the pain, his boots hammering against the hardwood in a thunderous rhythm. He reached the main floor just as a gunshot cracked from somewhere deeper in the house, the sharp report of a pistol fired in an enclosed space. Aaron's blood turned to ice water in his veins. Hawkins! The killer had found Hawkins. Aaron sprinted toward the sound, his weapon raised, combat training overriding pain and exhaustion. He reached the hallway that led to the study just as the killer's back disappeared through the front door, a glimpse of expensive fabric and blood-matted hair before the man was gone. Aaron burst out of the house into the gathering dusk, scanning the circular driveway for movement. The killer was 20 yards away, running toward the black Cadillac with an awkward, limping gait. Aaron's knee to the ribs had done damage. Aaron threw himself forward in a diving tackle. He hit the killer at the waist, driving both of them to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Sharp gravel tore at their clothes and skin as they rolled across the driveway, Aaron trying to pin the killer's arms while the man twisted beneath him like something feral. The killer was slippery with sweat and blood, his expensive shirt torn and sodden. Aaron could feel the man's heart hammering against his ribs, could smell the fear beneath the cologne. The killer's elbow slammed into Aaron's temple like a hammer blow, bright stars, exploding across his vision like camera flashes. Aaron's grip loosened involuntarily, and the killer rolled away with liquid grace, coming up in a crouch with something metallic glinting in his hand. The pistol, his original weapon, the one that had skittered away during their hallway fight. Aaron realized with cold certainty that his own Glock was gone, probably fallen somewhere during the tackle. The killer's weapon swung toward Aaron's head, the black muzzle looking as large as a tunnel entrance. Aaron lunged forward as the killer's finger tightened on the trigger, grabbing the man's wrist just as the weapon fired. The muzzle blast was deafening, a physical blow that left Aaron's ears ringing. The bullet passed so close to his head that he felt the shock wave. Then fire tore across the side of his skull as the round nicked his ear. Hot blood began streaming down Aaron's neck, soaking into his collar as pain radiated through the side of his head. But he held on to the killer's wrist with grim determination, using every ounce of strength to keep that gun pointed away from his body. Aaron drove his shoulder into the killer's chest, slamming him back against the Cadillac's chrome fender hard enough to dent the metal. The killer's head bounced off the car's hood with a satisfying thunk, but his grip on the weapon never wavered. If anything, his eyes grew colder, more focused, like a predator that had been wounded but not killed. The gun was between them now, both men fighting for control with desperate strength. Their hands were slick with blood and sweat, making grips uncertain. Aaron could smell hot metal from the recently fired weapon, could feel the killer's pulse hammering through his wrist where Aaron gripped it. The killer was stronger than Aaron had expected, wiry muscle and desperate leverage. The prosthetics on his face were sliding further now, revealing sharp cheekbones and a jawline that belonged to someone much younger than his gray hair suggested. Aaron could smell the man's aftershave mixed with cordite and blood, could hear his controlled breathing despite the violence. Aaron tried to twist the gun away, using his body weight as leverage, but the killer drove his knee upward with brutal force. The blow caught Aaron in the stomach again, in the same spot as before, sending fresh agony radiating through his core. Aaron doubled over involuntarily, and the killer hammered his fist down on the back of Aaron's head like a club. Stars exploded across Aaron's vision as he went to his knees on the sharp gravel. The stones bit into his kneecaps through his torn pants, and he could taste blood where he'd bitten his tongue. His vision swam, black spots dancing at the edges as his brain tried to process the impact. The killer broke away, clutching the pistol, and stumbled toward the driver's door of the Cadillac. Aaron shook his head like a stunned boxer, trying to clear his vision, blood from his torn ear making everything on his left side red and sticky. Through the haze, he could see the killer fumbling with the car door, could hear the engine turning over with a deep rumble. Aaron's eyes swept the gravel frantically, looking for his weapon, for anything that could even the odds. There, the killer's original pistol, lying in the driveway where it had fallen during their struggle, chrome glinting in the security lights. Aaron lunged for it, his fingers closing around the grip as the Cadillac's engine roared to life. The metal was warm from recent firing, familiar weight that felt like salvation in his palm. But instead of fleeing, the car lurched forward, not away from the house but directly at Aaron. The killer was trying to run him down, 2 tons of Detroit steel bearing down on him like a charging bull. The chrome grille filled Aaron's vision, massive and deadly, close enough that he could see his own reflection in the polished metal. Aaron rolled to his right, feeling the car's bumper brush his shoulder as it passed, close enough that the heat from the engine warmed his back. He came up on one knee, raised the pistol with both hands, and fired through the Cadillac's windshield. The safety glass spiderwebbed in a starburst pattern but didn't shatter completely, obscuring his view of the driver. The car kept coming, tires squealing as it turned in a tight circle for another pass. Aaron could see the killer's silhouette through the damaged windshield, a dark shape hunched over the steering wheel, blood streaming from his broken nose, eyes wild with rage and desperation. Aaron wiped blood from his left eye with the back of his gun hand, tasting copper as more blood ran down from his torn ear. His ribs ached with every breath, his hip throbbed where the car had clipped him, but his hands were steady as he raised the weapon. The Cadillac was accelerating directly at him again, maybe 30 yards away and closing fast. Aaron could hear the engine's roar, could see gravel spraying from the rear tires. 20 yards. 15. 10. Aaron forced his breathing to slow, ignored the pain screaming through his body, and aimed for center mass through the spider-webbed windshield. The car filled his vision, close enough that he could see the killer's face through the damaged glass, blood and fury, and absolute determination. Aaron squeezed the trigger. The bullet punched through the windshield and caught the killer dead center in his forehead. Aaron saw the man's head snap back like a rag doll's, saw his hands fly from the steering wheel as his body went limp. The Cadillac immediately veered hard left, its front bumper clipping Aaron's hip and spinning him sideways like a child's toy. Aaron hit the ground hard, the impact driving air from his lungs as he rolled across the sharp gravel. When he came to rest, he was facing the sky, watching stars wheel overhead while pain radiated through every inch of his body. In the distance, He could hear the tremendous crash of metal and glass as the black car slammed into something solid. Aaron forced himself to sit up, his ribs screaming protest. The Cadillac had crashed into the security guard's cruiser, with enough force to accordion both vehicles into twisted sculptures of steel and chrome. Steam hissed from multiple radiators, and the silence that followed was broken only by the tick of cooling metal and the distant sound of sirens approaching. Aaron limped over to the wreckage, his hip throbbing where the bumper had caught him. The killer was slumped over the steering wheel, a neat hole in his forehead leaking blood onto the dashboard. His eyes stared at nothing, and the prosthetics had finally slipped completely, revealing sharp features and a strong jaw. Dead. Finally, completely dead. Aaron pulled out his radio with hands that shook slightly from adrenaline crash, wiping blood from his face as he keyed the mic. "This is Agent Tate. Shots fired at 2634 Riverside Drive. One suspect down. Need ambulances and backup immediately." Then he remembered Hawkins. The thought hit him like a physical blow, cutting through the post-combat haze that had settled over his mind. That gunshot he'd heard while chasing the killer. Hawkins had been somewhere in the house, clearing rooms, and he'd heard a shot. One shot. Then silence. Aaron ran back into the house as fast as his battered body would allow, his boots slipping on the hardwood floor that was now slick with blood from their earlier fight. He followed the path the killer had taken, past overturned furniture and bullet holes, toward the study where Hawkins had been searching. He found her in the hallway leading to the back of the house, collapsed against the wall with one hand pressed to her head. Blood streaked down the side of her face from a furrow across her left temple. Her face was pale, waxy with shock, but her eyes were open and tracking his movement. "Hawkins." Aaron dropped to his knees beside her, his hands automatically moving to assess the wound with training that had become second nature during his deployments. "Jennifer, can you hear me? Talk to me." Her eyes focused on his face, and despite the pain she managed a weak smile. "Did you get him?" She whispered, her voice tight with agony but still carrying that authority he'd come to respect. "He's dead," Aaron said, pulling off his jacket and pressing it against the head wound. The fabric showed blood, but not the dangerous amount he'd feared. "Save your strength. Ambulance is on the way." "Good," she breathed, and Aaron could hear the satisfaction beneath the pain. "Son of a bitch shot me when I came around the corner. Didn't even see him coming." Aaron applied steady pressure to the wound, feeling Hawkins's blood soaking through his jacket and onto his hands. Her pulse was rapid but strong, which was good. Her breathing was shallow but regular. She was hurt, but she was alive, and as long as she stayed conscious and kept talking, she'd probably stay that way. "You're going to be fine," Aaron said, putting as much conviction into his voice as he could muster. "Just keep breathing, keep talking to me. Tell me about your favorite case, your worst call or anything. Stay with me." Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer with each passing second. Aaron kept pressure on Hawkins's wound and tried to ignore the blood still dripping from his torn ear, the throbbing in his ribs where the killer had kicked him, the ache in his hip where the car had clipped him during their final confrontation. And he found that in that moment the only thought that came to his mind was Ruth.
Chapter 29. Ruth stared at the laptop screen in her Austin hotel room, watching the faces of the Joint Task Force materialize one by one in video windows that felt more like prison cells than collaborative spaces. The late afternoon sun slanted through the hotel's heavy curtains, casting everything in amber light that should have been beautiful, but instead felt oppressive. "All right, people," Sack Hawkins said, her voice carrying the authority of someone who'd spent the past 24 hours coordinating the biggest manhunt in Texas history. She wore a white bandage wrapped around her head like a turban, and when she noticed Ruth looking at it, she tapped it gently and smiled, wincing slightly. "Looks worse than it is. But who knows, maybe turbans for women will come back in fashion." She straightened in her chair. "Let's walk through what we know about our two suspects." Ruth adjusted her position in the uncomfortable desk chair, noting how Aaron appeared in his window from what looked like a federal field office. He had a bandage over his left ear and scratches on his face that made her stomach clench with worry and guilt. They should have been together. Partners didn't let partners face killers alone. "Agent Martinez, what did forensic analysis tell us about the deceased suspect?" Martinez's voice crackled through the speakers as he consulted his files. "Ferris Wayne, 34 years old, Army Rangers, 3 tour in Afghanistan. Honorably discharged in 2019 after sustaining injuries in an IED attack near Kandahar." Ruth made notes on her tablet, building a profile that was starting to make sense in ways that made her skin crawl. "Family." "That's where it gets interesting," Agent Collins said, pulling up psychological profiles on his screen. Wayne had a twin brother, Brody Wayne, also 34, also Army Rangers, also honorably discharged in 2019. "Same unit?" Aaron asked, and Ruth could hear the investigative wheels turning in his voice, despite the video call's poor audio quality. "Different deployments, but they served together on 2 tour, Martinez confirmed. Both received commendations for valor under fire. Both struggled with PTSD after discharge. Both lost their father 8 months ago." Ruth felt the pieces clicking into place with the horrible clarity that came when human tragedy explained in human violence. "Tell me about the father." Collins switched to another file, his expression grim. "Nigel Wayne, 67 years old, Vietnam veteran. Diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in March of last year. Doctors said early intervention could have extended his life by several years, maybe even achieved remission." "Could have." Hawkins pressed. "His VA insurance lapsed due to a paperwork error," Collins continued. "By the time the bureaucracy was sorted out, the cancer had metastasized. He died 6 weeks later, basically bankrupted by medical bills while waiting for treatment he should have received immediately." Ruth closed her eyes, seeing the shape of it now, 2 brothers watching their father die because the system had failed him, each brother blaming different aspects of that system, each choosing violence as their response to institutional betrayal. "The brothers' political affiliations?" she asked, though she suspected she already knew. "Polar opposites," Agent Rodriguez said, consulting social media analysis. "Ferris Wayne, your killer, Ruth, was a radical progressive. Anti-capitalist, pro-socialist, believed the entire American system needed to be torn down and rebuilt. Posted extensively about healthcare as a human right, about how capitalism kills people like his father." "And Brody Wayne?" Aaron asked. "Conservative Christian, pro-military, believed in American exceptionalism and traditional values," Rodriguez continued. "Posted about government overreach, bureaucratic incompetence, the need to return to constitutional principles. Blamed the VA bureaucracy and government inefficiency for his father's death. Ruth stared at her laptop screen, watching faces process information that explained everything and nothing. So they each decided to kill the people who represented what the other brother believed in. "Sounds like America right now," Aaron said quietly, and the video conference fell silent for a moment. Hawkins leaned forward in her window, her expression thoughtful. Each brother targeting the political figures that represented his twins' ideology. Ferris killing conservatives and law enforcement, Brody killing progressives and civil rights advocates. They weren't just conducting terrorist attacks, Ruth realized aloud. They were conducting a war against each other's beliefs, using innocent people as proxies. Ruth watched Aaron and Hawkins coordinate the final details of their respective investigations, noting how they moved together with the kind of easy professional synchronicity that came from shared danger and mutual respect. When Hawkins touched Aaron's shoulder while reaching for a file, when Aaron deferred to her tactical judgment about crime scene processing, when they shared looks of understanding that excluded everyone else on the call. Ruth felt something cold and sharp twist in her chest, not quite jealousy, but something close to it. The recognition that Aaron had found someone who understood the federal side of law enforcement in ways that Ruth never would. Someone who could match his methodical approach with resources and authority that dwarfed anything the Rangers could provide. "So what's our next move?" she asked, trying to keep her voice professionally neutral. "Both suspects are dead," Hawkins said with satisfaction. "Both vehicles impounded, both crime scenes processed. We're looking at months of paperwork and testimony, but the active threat is neutralized." The video conference continued for another 20 minutes, covering evidence chain of custody, media coordination, and the inevitable after-action reports that would dissect every decision made during the investigation. Ruth participated professionally, asking the right questions and providing the necessary updates, but her attention kept drifting to the easy dynamic between Aaron and Hawkins. When the call finally ended, Ruth closed her laptop and stared at the blank screen, feeling a deep yawning abyss of loneliness open in her chest. The hotel room felt enormous and empty, filled with the kind of silence that amplified every doubt and fear she'd been pushing down for days. She tried to imagine life without Aaron and couldn't. Not just the practical aspects. Who would help with Jake's algebra homework? Who would teach Marcus to change a tire? Who would understand when Ava needed space versus when she needed attention? But the deeper things. Who would she trust with her life in a dark alley? Who would catch her when her need to prove herself pushed her too far? Who would love her despite her sharp edges and stubborn pride? Ruth grabbed her key card and headed for the elevator, needing movement, needing to be around other people, needing something to fill the hollow space that seemed to be expanding in her chest. The hotel bar was dimly lit and half empty, the kind of generic space designed to serve business travelers who needed a drink and didn't care about atmosphere. Ruth settled onto a bar stool and ordered a Shiner Bock, letting the familiar ritual of beer and peanuts ground her in something simple and real. She was halfway through her second beer when she became aware of someone watching her. A man in his 50s, silver-haired and well-dressed, sitting 2 stools down with a glass of what looked like expensive whiskey. He caught her eye and smiled, not aggressive or predatory, but warm and interested in a way that suggested genuine attraction rather than opportunistic hunting. "Excuse me," he said, his voice carrying the cultured authority of someone accustomed to boardrooms and first-class travel. "I hope this doesn't sound forward, but could I buy you another drink?" Ruth studied his face, noting the laugh lines around intelligent eyes, the expensive suit that fit perfectly, the pale band of skin on his left ring finger where a wedding ring had recently been. He noticed her glance and raised his hand slightly, a rueful smile crossing his face. "Whitter these past 2 years," he said quietly. "But the tan's lifelong. That ring was on my finger almost as long. Hard habit to break, taking it off. Under different circumstances, in another life, she might have been interested." He was handsome, clearly successful, old enough to appreciate what he had rather than taking it for granted. "That's very kind," she said, "but I never have more than 2 beers. House rules." "House rules are important," he agreed, not pressing the point but not immediately retreating either. "I'm James, by the way. In town on business. I own a software company here in Austin." "You?" "Ruth. Law enforcement." "Ah," he said with understanding. "That explains the situational awareness. You've been watching the room since you sat down." Ruth found herself almost smiling, despite the ache in her chest. In another life, maybe. A life where she hadn't fallen in love with a man who understood her work, who could keep up with her mind, who looked at her like she was worth everything he had to give. "Nice meeting you, James," she said, leaving money on the bar. "Enjoy your business." "You too, Ruth. Stay safe out there." The elevator ride to her floor felt endless, Muzak playing some bastardized instrumental version of a song she and Aaron had danced to at a Rangers barbecue last summer. Ruth closed her eyes and tried not to remember the way he'd held her, the way they'd moved together like they'd been dancing their whole lives. The hallway stretched before her like a tunnel, hotel lighting casting everything in harsh fluorescent reality. As she approached her room, she saw a couple at the far end getting romantic against their door. The woman's back pressed against the wood, while the man kissed her neck with obvious passion. They were young, maybe mid-20s, lost in each other in the way that made the rest of the world disappear. Ruth fumbled with her key card, that sword of loneliness cutting deeper as she watched the couple disappear into their room, probably about to spend the night reminding each other why being alive was worth the effort. Her room felt like a cave after the bright hallway, all generic furniture and corporate art, the kind of space designed to be forgettable. Ruth kicked off her boots and headed for the shower, letting hot water wash away the day's accumulated grime and tension. She wrapped herself in the hotel's terry cloth robe and toweled her hair, then sat on the edge of the bed wondering if she should find something mindless on television. Something that would fill her head with other people's problems and let her forget, for a few hours, how empty her own life felt without Aaron in it. The knock on her door made her frown. "Room service." "Housekeeping." She checked the peephole and felt her heart stop. Aaron stood in the hallway, still wearing the same clothes from the video conference, the bandage over his ear white against his dark hair. His eyes held something she couldn't read, exhaustion mixed with determination, hurt mixed with hope. Ruth opened the door without a word. Aaron stepped inside, closing the door behind him with one hand while the other reached for her waist. He pulled her against him and kissed her deeply, passionately, with the kind of desperate hunger that came from thinking you might lose something precious. Ruth gasped when they broke apart, her hands fisted in his shirt, her heart hammering against her ribs. Their eyes met, and she saw love and passion and absolute certainty that nothing else mattered, except the fact that they were both young, alive, and present right here in this room. She kissed him again, pouring everything she had into it. Her fear, her love, her stubborn pride, her desperate need to be understood and accepted despite all her sharp edges. When they separated, Aaron was the one gasping for breath. Ruth walked to the bed, her eyes never leaving his face. She unbuckled the sash of her bathrobe and let it fall to the floor, then lay back against the pillows and raised her hand, crooking one finger in an unmistakable invitation. Aaron finished unbuckling his belt and let his pants fall to the floor. With a grin that lit up his entire face, he came to her. This concludes the audiobook recording of Black Cadillac by Sam Barron, narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books daily. Thank you for listening to this free full-length audiobook recording. Please support the author by buying a copy of the book and by subscribing to the BookEmpathy channel here on YouTube.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.